We're live.
Chobra, are you not hosting this
I was
episode?
gonna say,
Wait, dude, what? Am I
Who's the
hosting? Are you?
host?
I mean, I can host.
Chobra, host
Damn,
the
we
show.
are prepared.
What
We are prepared.
great
Hello.
start.
Apparently, I'm the worst host ever. Welcome to Plat Valorant episode 264. Hey, I was just told that we need to be smiling for the show to start, and I was just smiling. I was just doing my job. But we got myself, Chobra, TMV, Sliggy, and Paper Thin here. How's everyone doing? TMV, how are you doing? Not hosting this episode?
I'm doing great. Mostly because I don't know about you guys, but my team made it to Masters London. I didn't think it was that hard for your team to make it to Masters London. But tell me, did any of your guys' teams make it to Masters London? Did any of your teams win a playoff game? Surely that can't be that hard just to win any playoff game. Surely, right? Surely.
I was
they can win a
wondering
playoff game.
how long in the episode, and yeah, it's within the first minute. Respect. I thought you might wait for the EMEA segment, but yeah, here we are.
I'm switching teams here. We're going.
Wow, this guy. Well, yeah, it must feel good. I'm happy for you. I'm just busy hosting Plat Chat, so you know I've got my.
Yeah.
hands
Well, you didn't
full.
think you were.
Prepared for it.
Yeah, very prepared for it. Yeah. Well, all right. Well, we've had a lot that happened this week, as TMV just hinted at. So I think we'll get the show on the road. But before we do actually have our very, very favorite special segment. We have a member question, and you too can submit your own favorite question if you'd like, and try to hear our thoughts on whatever weird fantasies that you might have, and we'll see what today's is. Hey, listen, today's is about a fantasy, right? It's what would be the best Valorant team with everyone in their prime. Now, this is from TLH. I assume they're saying, like, yeah, 2022 Optic, if everyone was playing at their best, 23 Fnatic, apparently 2024 Team Secret. I don't remember that one, but... So, yeah, which team, if they were at their best, would be the best?
So I guess we're just saying that meta isn't a thing, and we're just going
Yes.
off of
Right. We're
pure
assuming like they can
peaks.
use. Yeah.
What's it? So, yeah, it's a weird
I don't
one.
know.
I've got three
That's
answers.
tough.
I've given this some thought.
You got three
You got
answers.
three-
Well,
We've had 5
I
years
think
of
it's between.
Valorant.
I think it's between three teams. I think there's only three
Okay.
teams to be considered in terms of. Let me give a good example of this. Like Gen.G 2024, right? You've got a
okay.
Prime Meteor, love that. Love Prime Munchkin IGLing, like that. Prime Texture, great. Prime Karen, great, right? Prime
Prime
Lakia.
Lakia of Valorant? Come on.
But it's one player that's like not quite elite level. Even Prime Lakia, not elite level, right? So I think there's three teams where you can look at every single player and go, they're at their peak, like all elite at what they do. One of them was mentioned, which was 2023 Fnatic. I think that's somewhat undeniable, right?
Yep.
2022 Loud. I think
Yep.
when you've got Prime Sanak, Prime Les, Prime Aspas, Prime Pancata, who was their best player during Champs, the tournament that they won, and Prime Sassy, that's pretty good. And then I think it's, depending which version you prefer, I think it's current Paper X of something, Jing, Forsaken, Envy, and Devi. Maybe you would prefer the Pac-Man version. That's up to you. But those are the three that I think
Ooh.
are the three.
No
mean,
version of Fnatic?
I said
He
2023
He
Fnatic.
said
Oh, did you?
2023, yeah.
Yeah.
I was zoning out, honestly.
Well, what a wonderful host.
I mean,
Those are the
you're
three,
in the playoffs bracket. I'm not. There's a lot of distance in
Yeah.
between us.
Yeah. I think that's pretty valid, dude. It's such a hard question because it's just it's so impossible to take away like metas and stuff. I would go with Paper X just purely because I think they're maybe one of the best at like adapting to metas as well. I know that we're trying to take it out, but my brain won't allow me to do that. So I feel like them at their prime, I have more faith that they're across different metas they would be good. But also like Fnatic, Boast has proven that
Yeah.
can adapt to stuff. Yeah, dude. I don't know. It's a hard question, man. My brain won't
It's a
allow
tough
me
one.
to. My brain won't allow me to answer this question.
It is
So
because,
I
like,
like
I
that you
think
took it
about
over.
it, like, who's in their absolute prime, like, during this time, like, which team, when they hit their highest peak, is going to just never lose games. You know, Paper X has got to be up there. I almost want to give a shout to, like, Champions EDG, like if I could just go for one event, like that, like the way Kong was playing that event was like absolutely outrageous. Like the numbers he was putting up at a champs level, like if I could just go for that one event. But outside of that, like I wouldn't give them much. If you're talking about like a whole long year, there's no way. But yeah, I think every other mention was basically what I had in my mind.
You wouldn't. Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember Zeta when they were knocked out and they played that game against PaperX?
Or you say if we can have a one day
game.
sample size, I'll take
Yes, they're
Zeta.
prime.
I'll take
They-
Zeno and it doesn't matter.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because I was going to ask Paper Thin if you wouldn't consider DFM on May 9th, 2026 on Ascent, like in that form.
Yeah,
like,
that,
would you not,
yeah.
should not put them in there.
No.
EDG is
No.
an interesting shout. Yeah, my head immediately went between Gen.G and FNATIC. But man, Prime, that's tough. Prime Gen.G was scary. They were
Yeah.
scary. But
Yeah.
all right. So none of us picked a single one. We all just listed a
Yes.
bunch of teams.
Too hard to.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
move on.
All right.
Different
Well,
matter.
there you go. We've had great teams, and maybe we'll see another great team come up in Masters London. Speaking of Masters London, Sliggy, I hear you've got some big news for Masters London.
I've got some big news. So the big news is that I will be at London Masters. It's gonna be pretty cool. I should be there every
Yeah.
single day. Tickets are on sale, and I even have a discount code. They've even entrusted me with a discount code, so 20% off. I'm pretty sure Kat has the link, and we'll put it in the description. And yeah, I'll have like a meet and greet. I'll see people, and yeah, if you want to get some tickets, 20% off should be with the link. 20% off, but not the finals, because everyone's gagging for those
Damn.
tickets.
Sliggy's not big enough to get the discount for the finals. yet.
Not
We
the,
got-
yeah,
so-
I can get you guys the discount for the finals,
But maybe if more people bought through the discount link next time, Sliggy would be able to get us discount tickets for the finals. You know?
exactly that.
There you
exactly
go.
that. So yeah, we're finally leaving the house. We'll see what it's like. I heard it's good, but
Are you
London's
afraid
good.
at all?
I've got news for you.
Well, there you go. I mean, for anyone who's still looking to get tickets, there you go. You can get a discount. You could potentially meet Sliggy, maybe his twin, and it should be a good time. Masters London is looking quite exciting. So,
dude, the
Should
team's
be-
crazy.
should be a good time.
It's not what I
well.
expected.
well, let's talk about it, shall we? Let's start with Pacific. I mean, I don't think any region's really exempt here, but we'll start with Pacific. We're gonna just kind of go through the list here and talk about things one by one. And right off the top, we start with something crazy. GE. They made their first ever playoffs. Everyone was congratulating them. They said, that's not enough. We're going to Masters London. And Frost is just bulldozing through everybody right now. And they take down some big teams, RRQ and PRX. So, TMV, did you have any faith in GE?
Certainly for the first game. I think I think most people might have even favored Global, given how both teams kind of looked throughout the group stage. Although Global were very up and down, like, they started very strong, then kind of had a dip. But they went back, as we saw, to their strong. But RRQ have been a bit iffy throughout the entire group stage. They maybe had like one good game against Full Sense. So I think this was, probably a coin flip in most people's minds. So not shocked. Honestly, so much Valorant has happened. I can't even really fully remember this game, to be honest, because so much Valorant has happened. But I think most people would not have expected them to have beaten PaperX, because PaperX always beat Global. And I think PaperX in that game messed up a little bit on Breeze in particular, their attack side. But on Pearl, there was something that Frost said. I can't remember if it was midway through that game that they played PaperX, or maybe it was before. But he was like, I think that PaperX are the best mechanical team in the world, but we can hang with them. And I think that especially on Pearl as well, you saw they weren't just hanging with them. Like, everyone apart from Xavi, who's just -1, is positive by quite a lot. Everyone on the team pretty much was stepping up and out-aiming PaperX, which is not something that you often see at all. And on top of that, they were playing very well as a team. And, this final map, wasn't even that, it wasn't close. Like, it looked like what you expected to be the other way around, where, easy breeze for PaperX. No, easy breeze for Global Esports.
I mean, that would be it if you were a non-believer like all of you. I didn't think that would ever happen, but that's fine. Okay, we'll get some thoughts from the others. Paper Thin, were you?
Yes, you thought they were going to be PaperX as well, yeah. Chobra?
Yeah,
Really?
100%.
Respect.
Never, no,
I
I
doubt it.
no, I thought I've always had faith in GE, and I thought they
For
could
sure.
definitely get to London, especially once they got to the upper bracket this time. But even after the RRQ game, just because PRX was looking pretty good throughout the entire group stage and looking better and better each week, I also did predict PRX for that game specifically. So I'm not going to take credit for that. But like you said, GE absolutely came out swinging in that match. They did not take anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, it's like Frost was also talking about how so much of this is like just on his players, like remembering the game plan, like sticking to what they practiced and like not letting if things get a little bit scrappy or chaotic for that all to fall apart. And they didn't. And like they were playing together, like especially on that Pearl, like I was really impressed with Autumn's Phoenix, like the way that he was constantly getting value with the flashes and having a ton of impact on that map, like absolutely diffed Jing's Phoenix by a mile. But I got to give a shout out to him because I thought he was like the difference maker in there, because like it seemed like every time he was flashing, like he was creating space, catching targets, like opening up opportunities for GE, and they were playing really well with the trades, which is something that we saw at the very beginning of the stage with GE when they were really good. It's like everybody's like, my God, they're trading so well, like they're always playing with each other, like their coordination is immaculate, and they're back to that. And so, you know, Frost has been able to whip them back into shape, and a ton of credit to everybody on that team. Like they all stepped up, and I was so blown away during this match.
Yeah, same. I actually have like a little story, because I could have gone like one route with this and just talked about the individuals, but I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about the coaching stuff. Frost had an interview at the end where he said he had to do some like Riot stuff, so he couldn't really have time to do the Pearl against PRX. So he kind of just left it up to assistant coach Platoon, more known for like his YouTube stuff, but obviously he's been helping them this year. But he had a masterclass on this Pearl. I got 4 clips here. I'm just gonna try and like run you through why they, in my opinion, had such a successful defense, and they essentially just downloaded PRX's attack. So you can just go here, cut. So we got deep line over towards B, and as soon as he gets spotted, if you zoom in on the minimap, instantly over towards A. Patman re-clears over towards A. Nothing here. They have a good read. The PRX are just 5-person death balling at the beginning. Rotate comes in. So this big buy round early on, awesome to see. And then Kurt, if you go next as well. So they started to spam B at the moment. So then you see the next one, and they start stacking over towards B. So they've got like a B punish over towards here. So it's cool that they're trying to shut down over towards B early, and then they get a successful shutdown, and then I think the next round after this, there might be a timeout, and they're like, okay, well now they're gonna go try death ball over towards A essentially. So they started off aggro over towards A. I think they don't go A, but they have like a cool little addition here where they actually go aggro with the Killjoy. So they put the alarm bot deep over towards A main. If you go to the minimap here, Kurt, they put the deeper alarm bot down over towards A main in a sec, and then they heavy rotate over towards B, so they're just knowing again that they're 5-person death balling, and they're not having one like creating too much pressure on the other side, and they get the rotates out, and everyone's there to like fast flood. And then last one, again, this is around after the PRX timeouts, they're trying to adjust how they're playing. He literally, dude, the minimap on this one's crazy. Look how confident he is that they're going mid through door. It's mad. They basically stacked the whole team here. And I was just super impressed watching all of this. And you can see, I just wanted to include this bit where he's talking a lot here. Just so like you can see he's taken over all of the comms here. This is his map. And dude, it's just so nice to watch the minimap of just this first this round that's coming up here. You can just play it out. Just look at like how confident they are middle. Look at A main right now. No one's here. We've got 4-person. I think they create pressure over towards Art, and then they just stack pretty much just 5-person door in a sec ready to punish it. I was just watching all of this, just like, mate, this guy's downloaded PRX on this. They never aggro over towards main and have like 1-person holding. They always just like death ball, and then when one gets shut down, they try the next, and then the next, and he's fully on top of it. And at the same time, if he's gambling wrong, he has like little additions like the alarm bot deep, so that they can get the early info, so they can rotate. So like if you go to the minimap here, Cut, like look at how ready they are for this. They fake over towards Art, they break the turret, I'm pretty sure, and then they just all go over towards door already. They know what's going to happen here. Like look at the guy from B here, he's here as well. There's 5-person waiting for them to push through door. I was so impressed with this, man. I've like what a beast. what a beast map for him. There's nothing that is quite like this as a coach. This is the best you kind of get to like having just as much impact as you can and just reading the game like this. So I just thought I was just impressed, man. He downloaded that ball. So shout out to Platoon.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the worthy shout out because the coaches were also obviously giving a lot of credit to. I mean, I think even some of the players after that match in their interviews to Javi, right? Obviously, we've seen moments where like Patman had good reads, especially against PaperX, but Javi, especially the last 2 rounds of Breeze, the first half when they kind of let it slip away, and then just in the post-map interview, Frost was like, I mean, you know, thank God Javi was able to call those rounds because that like got us back in the game. So now like we're seeing all of that come together for GE, which I think is really reassuring for the fans. It's like not just a lucky day. Like you had the players having the right reads, you had the players playing together, and then you can see the prep coming out as well. It's just very apparent that the full package is there.
Yeah, they got for me to quickly touch on the players, like Patman is so vocal, it looks like, and even just like Autumn after rounds, he's just a proper hype man. I think there was a round where Patman kills like 4 over towards main pretty early on. He's like, Patman, like look at me. He's like, keep it up, man. And it's just like that, like that kind of stuff is just like leader mentality, man. I love that. So,
and I think Patman said in an interview that after they lost their game before the last game before the playoffs, like he has like really been like just studying a lot. Like he's just like on his phone, like watching the maps, and like so he also is like starting to internalize all this stuff and you know on like keeping together all the plans and then also finding his own you know ability to continue to be impactful, which he didn't even have to be you know the star performer in these games. Like it was all over the place, like everybody was stepping up for them, so that's like huge. Like if that whole team can keep gelling and clicking like that and like being well prepared for their matches, they're gonna do damage in London, man.
They got their ceiling's so high.
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't want to go. Oh, go ahead, TMV.
No. Well, I was just gonna say, I think the worry might be though that they had some pretty like that game against DRX, for instance. Like we're talking about their ceiling being high, but I'm worried that their floor might be quite low because
week 3, week 4, yeah.
It was rough when it was rough, but this was very good.
Yeah, the KRX game, notably, I think was definitely probably the lowest that they showed. They just kind of crumbled. So obviously that's a risk, but I was going to just get a quick gauge. Obviously we're still a little ways out, but we know that this team is now going to Masters London. We don't know which seed yet. They still have to play in Vietnam and Ho Chi Minh as well for the final weekend. But like, are you thinking fans should still feel pretty good about this team going to London? Or is it more like, I mean, yeah, the ceiling's high, but I mean, who knows?
I mean, it's I think the potential you can feel good because this clutch
Dude, we got to give dude, can we just give Crystal his flowers real quick as well, because he was so shaky like last year, beginning of this year as well, and he has been rock solid for them this stage. I think
he's clutching a lot. He's got some good clutch stats right now. What was your question before this?
It was about
just
how
overall, like, yeah, does it feel like it's a luck thing?
The thing is, though, Chobra, the thing is, this Masters, I mean, the teams that have already qualified, no one would have predicted that these would be the teams that are going.
True.
If there are more surprises, like in America, okay, I mean, I guess China actually has sent the 3 teams that you might expect.
Yeah, the consistency.
But apart from China, no one is expecting these teams to go. So this could be a very chaotic Masters. I mean, this is gonna be a weird one, just on the basis of who's going alone.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it is true, and I think that's exciting, to be honest. But let me just ask you, TMV. I mean, how many foots would you give GE? Like out of 0 to 10 foots, how many foots does GE have? How are they walking?
They're an 8.
I'm
good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty
okay.
I still think the 2 teams that made it from Pacific have looked pretty good.
But what's the currency exchange rate for like 1 foot for like 1 paper rack? So like that's where I'm like
fluctuating right now.
Oh, okay.
It's fluctuating right now. The paper X stocks are a little bit variable right now.
Yeah.
But all right, so GE looking good. Obviously, that's one of the we don't know which seed, but they are the first team that qualified to London. I think also just a big moment for them. We saw Yudotan like crying as well afterwards, so you just know he's been grinding for so long. Like all these guys have been grinding for so long. So that it's very, very exciting. We still have to see how they wrap up stage 1. So we still have some matches from them for VCT Pacific. But now let's go to the other side. And I don't mean the other side of the upper bracket, not the happy place, but let's go to one of the sad ones. DFM. Captain Paperthin.
Yeah.
I mean, what happened?
I mean, they have a good ascent. That's
Yeah,
clear.
that's my notes.
Once again, the one-time ascent per year.
I mean, I love the way they handled their attacker side on ascent. Like, they were doing a great job of baiting out util, working the map, like throwing misdirection all over the place, like using the neon to create question marks about where they were on the map, and like really good stuff. And then they just like don't do that on other maps as well, and it's like really perplexing, because they clearly, like, when they're really well prepped for a map, you can tell, and it's like Cess has so much confidence in his calling, like they have great planned executes, their utils on point, like it's like reminds me of their Abyss back in Kickoff and things like that, where I'm like watching it and I'm like, man, you guys really know your stuff. And then you go over to other maps like Lotus, where it doesn't look good. And I have a round here, Kurt. It's round 16 on Lotus versus RRQ, and it's just like really sloppy retakes, like, and the like things that like they should have improved on, because they have already played RRQ on Lotus. It was extremely close. Like, they were up 2 rounds. They probably should have won it, but it went to OT, and then they can't like close it out. But here, this is like a really, really weird round. So it ends up going into B. Akame's got the door here, right? And then May gets the kill with the Seize Nade combo onto the spike planter. They've got a man advantage here. May has Showstopper. This is looking really nice. But look at this smoke. This is like this is like got alarm bells going off in Jemkin's head. He's like, oh, there's going to be, you know, he did actually come through that door. He's not trying to flank. Then Akame just dies because he's not watching Jemkin's angle. May beefs the Showstopper. It goes in towards his own players. He doesn't send it anywhere that any player on RRQ is, and then RRQ just takes everybody out. So it's like this like cascade of errors with like where the smoke's placed, like what the players need to be doing in their positions. Like if Akame can hold Jemkin off in that near that smoke, then he can maintain that flank angle and potentially make that retake a little bit more doable, even with May screwing up the Showstopper. But it's like the bigger thing here is like on top of all the little mistakes, it's like their nerves. Like they don't have that killer instinct to like get in there and, you know, be like, we're gonna take this over and we're going to win because we know we're better. They're cautious, they're nervous, and you can see it in their gameplay in some of these high pressure moments.
I think you go.
I was just going to say that I think that DFM, they have like multiple different issues, but I think one thing for me was, again, thinking about this team in Kickoff, and like they were a pretty good team, a solid team, and where they are now, I think like the neon nerf has to help this team. Because Akame's neon, it's not even always his fault, by the way. I mean, sometimes it definitely is his fault. Sometimes he's just running in and he thinks, I just got to go crazy all the time, and he doesn't have the aim to back that up all the time. And so he just ends up looking stupid. But sometimes it's his team's fault. Sometimes there was moments in that Lotus map in particular where he's zooming ahead, and I'm like, there was one when they're going for like an aggro C on defense side, and like he's gone in, and everyone else is just completely baiting him.
Yep.
There's 3 people also there, like aggroing C, but they just don't even bother peeking. So he just dies, and then the 3 of them retreat. And I'm like, his neon isn't great, and he's actually been like, if you look at his stats as well, like his stats on when he's not playing neon are still good. Like he's still doing perfectly reasonably well when he's not having to play neon. But they're playing him on neon on so many of these maps, and I think he's struggling. And then, like, for instance, I think on Lotus as well, like he's taking like 8 first duel. He's like 2 and 6, 2 and 8 on Lotus and first kills, first deaths or something. And it's like, you just want May taking first duels. Like you don't want this guy taking first duels. Like your team should be set up May for the first kill and set him up for the second kill and the third kill and the fourth kill. That should be DFM's game plan. And I just feel like the neon nerf was May 6-0 there? Did I just read that right?
Yeah, he was.
Kills. So he's 6-0 and Akame's 2 and 8. That should tell you all you need to know. That's all you need to know. That's what your team should be. But it's not right now because Akame's zooming miles ahead of everyone.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams like this. I'm gonna piggyback on both your points here. There's a couple of teams like this where people keep on asking me in chat like, what's wrong with DFM? This also works for RRQ as well. I would say like if you look at their neon player and you don't consider him, like you're not even considering him to be in the top 10 list of best neons, then I think they just got to scrap it off and go for comfort, because you're just going to get beaten by these other teams. So that's like my thing where, yeah, I don't think they struggle with the meta. So the RRQ, I think that's like a big issue for them. They struggle with this meta. They don't have that prevalent Neon player, and you kind of need that at the moment. And then to back on your thing, Paperfin, as well, it's like their afterplants and retakes, man, on Lotus, like it's just not there. They're just not together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with RRQ, since you brought it up, I think we can talk about them a little bit here as well. It's in this match specifically. Let's start with here. How much do you think this was RRQ eventually waking up, which obviously is a problem in and of its own because they've always had slow starts this entire stage, or was it DFM just not, having the setups and the prep and the skill level?
For me personally, it's like at least if I'm focusing on Lotus, it's more DFM. That's how I viewed it. Like so RRQ had some nice retakes, and it makes sense. But I'm just looking at the DFM stuff. Like you guys are playing the non-Viper, but you're not covering up all the stuff that your Viper like allows you to do. They're kind of playing the Viperless comp like they have a Viper, and not shutting down B early and stuff like that on defense. So I think it's
also
more
like not really like reading RRQ's tendencies, like with Jemkin in particular, like with the chamber, like they did a good job a couple times, but then he just like started taking over, and Monyet was going nuts on the Neon. Like they had no ability to slow him down, and like there's a lot of times where like RRQ, like if you know where Jemkin is, there's like a 90% chance he's alone. And like being able to punish that and being able to at least back him off lines where he's got an op, particularly because if they win the pistol, he's going to have it by round 4, right? No matter what. So you got to be ready for that. And they just weren't. Like there was so many moments where they just weren't really making him uncomfortable so that they could at least gain space or put question marks in RRQ's minds about what's going on with that space, because Jemkin's just got it on lockdown. And there's a lot of like big picture stuff on top of all of that we've talked about that they're not doing very well.
The thing with RRQ as well, because you're kind of leaning towards them, you know that listen in that we had there. I feel like Crazy Guy is trying to micromanage quite a lot, especially for like this, like the simple stuff, which I feel like the other players should know how to do. Like it should be like we're gonna fake A, fake B, and everyone's like everyone should be in charge of their util. Like okay, I'm gonna wall up, I'm gonna flash, I'm gonna recon a lot, or I'm gonna drone. But instead he's like, right, you're gonna wall up, then you're gonna like, surely we all know this stuff, and it should just be other players taking some more responsibility. So I worry for the amount of micromanaging. But I think for both of these teams, I kind of group them in the same category. They're praying for a Senti, like the patch 13 where we get the Senti initiator buffs coming in. They're just praying for some big enough buffs that they can play something different.
Yeah, I think RRQ also, just if you think about their style before as well, like surely they benefit from that patch, right? Which presumably will be post-London with Initiator and Sentinels. But it's funny because, TMV, you mentioned DFM should, they should be helped by the Neon nerf, but I mean, so will a lot of other teams, right? Like, how are we? Is DFM on? I mean, are they going to get better? It's a bit of a disappointing ending.
If you're paper thin and you want the full Hopium Copium take,
yeah,
you can say that they, in kickoff, in a different meta, they were pretty close. They weren't that far away, right? And maybe there exists a meta that's even better for them, right? Maybe there exists a meta that will come about because of the initiator buffs or whatever that suits them even better than that Yori one did, and they can find something. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. I don't think it's likely to happen, but I think that this is like this just wasn't going to work for them. It just wasn't going to work. The solution that they found, it's interesting because Frost was talking about how Pacific, the playoffs, Pacific's so strong right now. I actually don't think Pacific was that strong right now because I think you had a lot of lost teams. I'm looking at you, Chobra, and your team. I think that team was a bit lost. I'm looking at other teams like RRQ, DFM that the meta didn't really suit. We'll come into other teams as well. Like, I think those basically the teams that have the top 4 teams right now, that ended top 4 in Pacific. I think those are the only teams that like we're gonna do anything.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially why we were talking about, because we were on the same page about KRX, and we were just like I don't trust the people that they're beating right now. Like I don't think they've been tested.
Yeah. One last little thing about DFM, and then I'll shut up. I think one of the bigger problems you have as well is who's gonna op, because your best opper during kickoff was Yatsuka, and now he's playing info initiators, and so you have big question marks with the roles. Like May's not that great of an opper. He's a damn good rifler, one of the best in the world, but he's actually not that reliable with the op. I feel like compared to what Yatsuka was showing during kickoff. So you either got to find a way to move Akame back to initiators, which he probably might not want to do, but that might be too bad so sad. Get Yatsuka in places with Chamber. You might have to run some double senti stuff if these buffs do come through, so you do have some really big question marks going forward with how you situate your players in what roles.
Well, they'll have time. That is the one thing that they will always have, is a lot of time.
That's sad but true.
Sad but true. I mean, hey, with time, their ascent looks good once a year, so let's just focus that energy somewhere else, and hopefully, I mean, listen, dude, I got excited. I just want to put this out there. I saw them pick ascent, and I was like, they're back. The ascent specialists are back, and then Yatsuka started 7-0, and I'm like, dude, they're still gonna do it. I was all for it. RRQ still losing map 1. Like, you know what? Take them out of this bracket. And then DFM was just like, nope, here we go again. RRQ's just gonna win. So a bit disappointing, I would say, for both teams. But again, we'll see. I think RRQ for sure should definitely look better once the changes come through, like post London. So I think you definitely wait for them. All right. Well, enough about 2 teams that are gone. Let's go back to a happier place where once more another big surprise. Full Sense. They finally deliver on all the hype that 99%
Potential
of
Man
Plat
No
had
More.
about them. Yeah, Potential Man No More. And they pulled through. I mean, they beat the Koreans, KRX and T1. And then they're going to London. Now, let's get a first gauge. Is this more or less shocking than GE qualifying by beating RRQ Paper X?
Personally, for me, this was less shocking.
Yeah.
But that's just because it's only literally because week 3 and week 4 GE was a thing.
Yeah.
That's
And they were
it.
playing Paper Rex, who they never beat.
Yeah. If I hadn't
Okay.
seen week 3 or week 4, I would have been like,
Yeah,
oh, this is the biggest
Gotcha.
shock. But
Gotcha.
Those
Okay.
did happen.
those weeks happened.
They were
weeks
real.
happened.
That is true. But all right, I mean, I don't know how much we want to talk about the KRX match, because we got 2 people here, which, by the way, I can't defend them anymore either, the way they looked.
Well, no one
the
can.
music. Yeah, I mean,
we were
no
just
one-
right. We were just right the whole time.
We were
It
just
just
right.
came to fruition.
I mean, and then
Even the game
whole-
before against Paper Rex, the first
Well,
game,
Yeah.
they got
freaking put
slapped.
Hermes in again. Like, what are we doing?
You know
What are
what?
we
Let's
doing?
not talk
We're
about
talking
it.
full
Let's-
sets. We're talking
you know
full
what?
sets.
Yeah, let's talk full sense. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna go off the deep end here. Let's talk full sense. They beat KRX, but I want to talk about. I mean, actually, I want to gauge your opinions, because I have a pretty strong opinion about why I think they looked so good in the playoffs. But what do you think it is that clicked for these guys coming into playoffs? Because they do look different. They look very good.
Comfort.
Nobody has any ideas. Comfort.
Comfort, Primi. You're talking about Full Sense, yeah? Comfort for
Yeah, Full
Primi.
Sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude,
Stick on Jet.
I had to go message Minnie, and I was like, bro, look at how much Full Sense just believe Primi is the best player in the world, and then they're just going, right, and now you prove it, because you're holding half of the map as a Jet
Yes.
on your own on Pearl, and we're gonna got this site. It's incredible. It's literally just like, Primi, you got B, because we need all of us over here
Yeah.
to get A.
was
And then I'm
insane.
just watching Primi against a double drone comp, like dodging drones, killing people, dashing out when he shouldn't be able to get away. And I'm just like, holy, this guy's incredible. I'm not sure I could trust any other player to do what he's doing on these Pearl setups, but it's just Primi, man. Dude, his Jet is so sick.
Can I just
You-
bring up
oh.
a point as well about
Mhm.
Primi? That remember when Primi was like first breaking onto the scene? A lot of us thought like this guy, oh, he's such a good player, but he can't op, so you put him on duels. He's insane. He's got
So good
so
at
much
opping.
better. Like remember, he was being put on
Yeah.
deadlock and stuff, right? This guy was like, oh well, what role do you put him on? I don't know. Can we just put him on like ISO or Rainer every map because all he can do is shoot? But like he's insane at the Jet and the opping. Like it's unbelievable. Like he's now one of like the best oppers. I mean, he's just unreal. There was a round. Is it round 9? Which is exactly what you're talking about, Sluggy, where he's holding half of the map, and I remember watching it and being like, T1, I think they go to A, and there's 4 people there, and it's like, yeah, go to A. Go to A. That's the only chance you've got. Because you can't go to
Go
the
for
other
the other
side. I
4.
can't remember which one it is, but they run into a 4 stack and win the round. T1 win the round. I'm like, yeah, I know it seems stupid, but as soon as you see the jet, just run the other way. It's not gonna work.
Well, they were able to establish some really good conditioning, and it was. Yeah, part of it definitely Primi, right? Like with how good he is. But on a lot of those early rounds on this defender side, like Cruz was right there to back up Primi pretty quickly. So if Buzz did try to scale early, then he could use the Vice util or just his positioning to shut that down. So T1 got real scared real fast because they're like, well, if we go at Primi, a lot of times we're dry peeking into him because he's dodging drones and we can't get him, or the drones just aren't where they should be, or they're just walking out of B main sometimes without even droning. That happened once. But the other thing was then there was a round where Buzz like challenged him after they got him backed off that line, and Cruz put up there was a smoke there, and then he walked to the other side of it, and Buzz walked in and died, and then they were like, we're out of ideas, we don't know what to do, and there's a round later when we talk about T1 that I want to look at, but it was a mess, dude.
Sorry, Kurt. It was round 11, but I think we should show this because it illustrates the point so well. If you take a look at round 11, Kurt, on Pearl, it's comical how this round goes. If you just take a look at the map, so they're gonna drone Primi, right? So they drone Primi, they see him there, and now they're just going to go A. Like you can kind of skip it forward a bit, but Primi's just on B,
like, all right.
and they just run A. There's 4 people here on A, and it's like, well, we're not gonna hit towards Primi, so we're gonna come here, and T1 win this round, and this was like this game. Although I should say to the rest of Full Sense as well, some of the retakes that they had early in this half as well were insanely good. Like insanely like well timed, trading off each other perfectly. It was really, really good, some of the rounds that they had on this. This was like this was super high level, I thought, from Full Sense, this Pearl. I was like, holy, this team is cooking.
Yeah. I definitely think the T1 should have. When you got a double drone,
I know, you shouldn't struggle that much. Bro.
You shouldn't struggle that much. But yeah, it was really cool to watch. I agree with the retakes, man. Some of the retakes were really cool. I had that note as well. There's like the Primi one where he had ult and then he went up above and you can see the guy that's in the corner of lane. Oh man.
Yeah.
It was some good stuff.
Very, very well played. It almost felt like it was to their benefit that they got to play T1 in the last week and then saw their new comp, right? Lost to it, and then they just downloaded it, brought their own row changes.
It's a bold choice. I mean, playing like they literally showed the graphic at the start, like 4 teams have picked Pearl into T1 for some reason, and they've all lost.
And they're doing it again.
But it's interesting that because that's why I asked, because I think there's kind of 2 camps here. The Primi camp, which obviously is true, but to me it was Cruz and Leviathan switching as well that made things so much better, because Leviathan could just support, like he's back in his comfort where he can just be with the team and support and trade and put up smokes, and because when they lost to T1 on that Pearl, dude was on Cypher just sitting in the site not knowing what to do, and he would just get run over. But now you have Cruz playing what I would consider, if you're gonna play a hard Senti, probably the role where you need someone to be the smartest, and so Cruz can just kind of control that pacing on his own, right? And then say, hey, go be with Primi or don't be with Primi, like it's A or B.
So they used to. I'm right in thinking before this they used to play the Cypher, right, and then they changed it up to the Vice because obviously the T1 comp has so much stuff that they can break all the util with. And dude, going up against Vice first time without a demo, man, it is hard to know and find where that wall is, especially on a map that's like so big on Pearl. You have to create pressure on the sides. You've also got to add that additional thing. Yeah, this is the retake, dude. That's so sick. But yeah, you got to try and find that wall. So on top of that as well, I had in my notes. That's someone else. Was it Jip Boys on Raze? Was he on Raze on Lotus? That was really good as well, man.
He was
dude, he was really good. And one additional note as well, which was mad, because they carried on losing pistol on defense, and then every time Primi had an op, and I was like, they're saving 400 for the op? No, he just keeps on killing so many people on defense on pistol that he can always buy an op. It happened like 3 times. I'm like, they've got to be saving 400 for this op, right? And he's like, no, he's just fragging everyone. So funny.
Yeah, Jit Boys. I do want to point out, Jit Boys was, his Neon was kind of a role player during the group stage, and then you come to playoffs, and he's currently the 2nd-rated player in the entire bracket. Like, dude is fragging out in what apparently Phoenix and Raze are his comfort agents, which he's never played before, but he's found him. He's finally found him. It took 3 years, and he's landed on it. So he has been fragging. I mean, all of them have been looking so good. So,
the thing is, it's bold. It's bold to have done what they did, because Primi's Phoenix was like unbelievable. So to take him off Phoenix was like a fairly bold choice, I think, because you would be like, well, he's our best player and he's frying on this role. So, but to put him on Jet and clearly Jip Boys is kind of benefit from that as well. Like, yeah, it was bold and it's worked perfectly.
I'm gonna flame your team a little bit because we watched.
You're gonna flame my team.
I'm gonna flame your team.
I've
Yeah,
seen your team.
I gotta try and get some digs in where I can. We watched Primi Phoenix, and then I think in the same day we watched Zeus Phoenix, and I was just watching these flashes like, God, I miss Primi's flashes.
Maybe it's just a Turkish Phoenix because Eternal Fire as well when they play the Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's skipping ahead a bit to EMEA here, but.
Dude,
Maybe Turkish players not too familiar with the Phoenix, perhaps.
Yeah. But I will say it is. We spoke about this with Full Sense before, where like they hadn't lost maps, but sometimes it's hard to know if you're in a bad spot just from wins, and like sometimes you need the loss to tell you, and that's essentially why they lost some games. But I like that what you're saying, like they looked at the Primi Phoenix, and I'm still thinking it's incredible, and they're just like, let's just put him on Jet, man. Like that is a hard decision. So as much as I thought they couldn't make the hard decisions before in terms of like the maps that they'd won that they needed to change, like it's cool that I was wrong and they can.
Yeah. They're running it on Fracture still, but I want to real quick give some big flowers to Cruz too, like as just an overall leader of men. Like the way that he has like gotten this team turned around, because like the biggest sort of criticism that you'd have of this team previously was that once they started losing, then it snowballed. Like their mentality would just kind of leave them, and they wouldn't be able to recover. And like he has got them completely turned around. Like he has gotten like the read on how to keep the vibes good, how to keep the energy good. Like they're insane. It's like they've taken a bunch of like the Riddler's like gas and just like huffed a bunch of it. They're just laughing all the time, even when they're losing like rounds that they shouldn't be losing. Like they don't care. They're just like, oh, whatever, we lost. Like we're next round. Like let's go. Like he's figured out the sauce of how to get these guys playing well. On top of making the choice to go back from being a coach into a player to make sure that they can actually freaking do what they need to do. It's a great story, and I mean he's one of the few players that's going to be playing in this Masters that was at the very first Global Masters back in Reykjavik in 2021 or whatever. Yeah.
You could see how much it meant to him. It was so
Yeah.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, cool.
And I remember saying last year when Frost was there and was the coach, but he was having to translate everything, like that he was the most important player on any team. Because he's essentially having to do everything. And now they didn't have their other coach, who was their assistant coach, wasn't there for these games. So he's basically player coach. I mean, they had Sushi Boys in the booth, but like he's essentially doing everything for him. He's just insane.
I mean, the best to ever do it since Shazam, right? So
Shazam won a Masters doing it. I mean,
exactly. Hey, he could.
Here we go.
He could do it.
Maybe it's time.
The callback. It's the callback. So I think absolutely. You could tell. I think they talked about it as well, just the amount of work they put in. So I think both GE and Full Sense very well deserved.
They did actually say because their coach he's going through surgery or something, right? But apparently he did like loads of notes. I don't know if it's like if he's in recovery, if it's like before the surgery or what. He came in and did the
scrim. He left the hospital to come and do the scrim, and then went back to the hospital.
What a beast! What a beast!
That's crazy, man.
That's awesome.
Well, there you go. Full Sense. So we've got two, I mean, I would say not shocking, but not the expected, like, first two qualifying teams from Pacific. So they'll be going to London. They still have to fight for their seeding. They'll be also playing in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. So that's exciting. I saw Cruz already tweeted out that the accommodations are amazing. So, I mean, I don't know. Bodes well for them, I guess. They're getting comfy
I hope I'm
already.
in the same place when I go.
Yeah, like, that's what I was wondering. I mean, seems a little hopeful.
I don't go until Wednesday, so we'll find out.
But all right, let's go down to the lower bracket again then. We're done with the upper bracket. For some reason there just wasn't a match on this side of the lower bracket in the beginning, right? So it was just BBL and KRX. We were just missing a team, surely. Yeah, there you go. Nongshim RedForce eliminated. Have at it, boys.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great, man. Dude, how are they 6 weeks in and they still are struggling to work out?
You want to know how it really wasn't great? It was bad when I was in the venue and on Haven at some point I started just begging KRX to end it, because if we win off of these stupid heroics, we're not going to get any better anyway.
Yeah,
and then they ended it in the worst way possible, but you gotta take the hit, man. We had 24 rounds of defense
with the Yoru and we use 6 flashes. Like, dude, they didn't get rid of both of the flashes, man. You have a flash.
saying that,
Dude.
yeah.
It's crazy. There's just
What
no
to say.
thought behind it. It's dude, I've never seen a team struggle so much of a meta. It's mad.
It's an identity crisis. Like
it
literally,
is.
they completely lost themselves.
Yep.
And I was definitely of the opinion that like by putting Dambi not on Neon, you have limited your ceiling, and you are not good enough as they like in their old state. I know you disagree, Joe, but they raised their floor.
No.
It raised their floor, but it lowered their ceiling. And for my opinion, like they might as well have tried this, because in their current, if they just played how they were playing, okay, you can beat a fraud team like KRX, but as soon as you reach like a certain level, as soon as you play a T1 or any of the 4 teams who are still left, they aren't beating them. There was no way. They ain't gonna beat them. They aren't good enough. To be fair, first half of Haven, you can play whatever fucking comp you want. They couldn't shoot. They forgot how to use their guns as well in the first half of Haven. They could have done whatever they wanted.
Because I was as well with my chat. Obviously, I'm trying to push the X-Ross Phoenix, and I was watching X-Ross, and I was like, God, maybe he can't be on Phoenix, man. He's missing everything. I was like, even him on Phoenix can't save him right now.
Yeah.
They were.
It's
It was a bad display, man.
I mean, maybe they just heard everyone saying they should put Dambi back on Neon, and the coaching staff was just like, "You want to know why we don't do it?" And he just wanted to prove a point. Like, I don't know, man.
But I agree that if they want to reach the kind of peak, like the best Neon in the world should probably be on Neon. It's just you gotta fix that other stuff. I find it interesting that they went back to the Yoru instead of just putting Francis on Phoenix. My intrigue is just so peaked, man. I gotta see his Phoenix. Because I've seen Zeus's Phoenix.
How bad can it be?
And like
Yeah.
Zeus's Phoenix, like they're winning out there. It's gonna be at least a similar level. Like the flashes,
curious
his
too.
flashes aren't good. But
If he's
he
not
can
using any
shoot.
flashes on any agent, maybe
Maybe
Phoenix. That's why.
yeah.
Doesn't
play
believe in
KO?
flashes.
Can he play KO?
He doesn't believe in
I mean,
flashes, apparently.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
the
maybe
issue.
his eyesight's gotten worse, and he's just like, "Well, my doctor told me I can't use flashes anymore. I can't accidentally get flashed by my own
Yeah.
flash." I mean, I don't know, because the split, it did look like they just straight up didn't have it prepped, right? And it was just like, okay, we'll just have to play this out, and then the Haven, it was like, well, surely because the split, it was like the draft, like you just weren't really expecting it, and that's understandable. But the Haven, I mean, you should have been prepared, so this had to have been a prepared choice, and we didn't see it. No.
I agree with like your first point though. It's good that they go out now, because there would be nothing worse than this team getting to champs and looking like this, because obviously they're going to get to champs because of champs.
Not from
points.
Chobra's
No,
point
will
of
they?
view.
With GE and Full Sense going to Masters, though? See, I don't think that's necessarily
but
true
they've
anymore.
won one, haven't they?
They-
How much
they-
do you get for winning
they-
it? 5 points.
They
No,
won
they have
both,
10
bro.
Yeah,
They won They won kickoff and Masters. Like,
right. But they
miles
came into
ahead.
stage 1 with 10 points.
Oh, that's so
If-
far ahead.
They're so far
Oh,
ahead.
I
Joe.
don't
12
think-
points. What
no,
was the
I don't-
lowest that
no,
didn't make
I
it
don't
last year?
think
It can't
so.
have been more
True.
than like 13.
Yeah, dude,
Yeah,
all
but
they got to
last
do is
year,
win like a game.
all the best teams were still like taking those early points within their region last year, right? Like PaperX was still, getting those points one way
Sure.
or another.
Yeah.
You had KRX, and T1 getting those points. Now it's completely split. Dude, the worst thing that can happen is if T1 goes over PaperX, and then Nongshim's actually kind of like,
No, but you just need one of PaperX or T1 to make the
To
grand
make
final.
first two, top two.
Yeah,
I promise you, they're in a really good
they're
spot.
gonna be fine.
Not on the
I-
server.
They're not gonna go 0-5. They're also gonna get some points. But you're gonna get one of Secret, Zeta, or Varel in your group. That's a point.
Yeah.
is it?
If it's not, then I don't want to see them in champs.
Yeah, I mean, they're still okay. Obviously, amazing start, but yeah, I mean, we don't really have to beat them anymore while they're down,
let's
right?
please
It's
move
just-
on.
No,
Yeah, it's not
no.
great. All right. Well, let's talk about well, now we're getting into the iffy territory. And I call it the iffy territory because we're going to have to talk about both T1 and PaperX, who didn't look great in their upper bracket games when they lost to G in Full Sense. And I don't think we can say they looked that convincing. We'll start with T1 beating RRQ. I mean, Paper Thin, where are you faithful about T1 right now?
No, I mean, like, sort of. It just depends. Like, it feels like sometimes they're day to day, and it's just like, do they have their head screwed on straight? And Is Stacks apparently an aim god again? Like things like that. But they're like some of those bad habits crept up during the game against Full Sense, actually. So yes, they end up beating RRQ great. But I actually want to look at one of the rounds against Full Sense that really had me scratching my head when I was watching it from home, and it's round I think it's round 8. Yeah, he's got it for me. But it's just like
leaked.
It's just like one of those rounds that shows like when they're when they're not confident in their ult decision making and kind of like their macro plan, and when Buzz gets slowed down, like how they can't follow it through. So when we get there, you'll see what I'm talking about. And
this is against Full Sense, though.
This is
right?
against Full Sense. Yeah, this
back.
is Pearl.
Yeah.
This is Pearl. Yeah. And it gets fixed against RRQ. But okay, so they're kind of spreading the map in the early part of the game. And if you could like focus, yes, thank you. So this is another one of those Warfest.
Look at Full Sense's map.
Now, but
So sick.
look at how quick he is, because there's no contact over at A main. So Cruz is like, okay, I'm going over. Like this should be T1 favored all day, right? And they're gonna drone Primi here, and he's gonna have to leave. But they don't scale up off it where they need to. And crucially, Cruz does some damage here. So now all of a sudden they're stuck because Buzz has his ult. He's afraid to go because he has 8 HP. And then they get stuck here. And then Munchkin throws up his wall, but you've got no ability to get into the site because everyone's scared. You're all scared of Primi, and they're not like confident in making good decisions. And then you've got Stacks with his Sova ult who can't do anything because he's stuck in this corner now too. And the whole thing just like comes to an absolute grinding halt. And this allows Full Sense to just get over here, wait out the Cosmic Divide, and now they're just completely screwed. But and throughout the rest of this half, like Stacks isn't using his Hunter's Fury because they're just not getting into positions to do
Old
it, or
habits
he's just
die
not
hard.
doing it. Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's just like all of a sudden I'm like watching like the bad version of T1 again, and it's just like, and then the next game it's very different against RRQ. Like they were playing great. Stacks was using his ults well. His KO on Breeze was so
Breeze.
good.
Dude, there's such a good story, and I know that Riot won't want to build off of it because it makes them look bad. But there was a 2v2. It's 10-10 on Lotus, and one of them times out. Right, one of the team.
Buzz. Disconnect.
Like they did their disconnect, and then they lose the round, and then obviously there's like a tech pause. They lose the map pretty much because of the 2v2. It's an even 2v2. I would actually say that maybe they're in a bit of an advantage in it. So that can completely wreck your mental. No, that can completely wreck your mental. Then we go to Breeze, and I'm like, oh god, these guys are gonna be destroyed. And then Stacks just comes out swinging, picks them all up, and he's just getting multi kills like 3 rounds in a row. And I'm just like, this is such a sick story, man. That he's like that 2v2. We're gonna do predictions later, but I'm so nervous that that's just like the moment that because they won this game, they feel like they can overcome everything. It's like, dude, our PC crashed, and we're still gonna like win on this. And like you. Within such a short time, you hit rock bottom, and then you had such a boost from winning the Breeze, and like especially from one player who hasn't been crazy fragging, like throughout the past year, let's say, like to do that kind of performance, that must be so sick for everyone. You just they're on such a high from that game, just purely because of the PC crashing, losing that map, hitting rock bottom real fast, and then just having that instant bounce back because they lost the pistol. Wait, did they win the pistol or lost the pistol and then won the eco?
Pistol. Yeah, they got the eco.
Yeah, and then they got the eco, and it's just like, man, the adrenaline that must have just been in like the last 20 minutes would have been so insane.
I was gonna mention something similar because when Stacks starts just popping off and a couple of like the clutches and multi kills in the replay, you see Munchkin, like him hyping him up. Dude, I haven't seen Munchkin get that excited and happy in a long time. Like, he was just glowing up. He was like, he was falling in love with Stacks. Like, he was straight up just enamored with him.
But it is just like a whole team's demoralized, and one guy's just saved them. It's so it's such a cool story, man. It's so fun to watch. And RRQ really can't shoot a fucking recon to save their life, man. Every recon
so many Korean teams.
People.
Yeah, they started copying them too. You know, they started to pick up the same habits because the Korean teams are generally pretty bad about it as well. And then RRQ. But I think part of that recon though was also, dude, I was very happy with that Breeze, not just for Stacks, but also T1 exemplified how you should be playing a lot of this double initiator stuff. That it's not just the old cycle util for info, because obviously you can't do that with the cooldowns, but it's actually save it for the fight. Like, it's still just a fighting tool, right? Izu is like not using his recon to check main. He's always using it for the fight. Stacks isn't using his 0 point to check if they're there. He's using it to stop the executes. And there was a stark difference between that and Crazy Guy, where Crazy Guy's just like, hey, let's make sure there's nobody main. And it's like, well, good for you. What, like, how are you going to get into the site now? And because Stack still has his, and they didn't pick up on this, that they have to bait it out until pretty late. And by then, I mean, the half was over. RRQ was pretty much already out of contention. So it was a really, really good. I mean, whoever was like calling for that, or whoever kind of focused on that on T1, I think they deserve a lot of props, because I don't think we've really seen that level, especially not in Pacific, in terms of using that style of composition in the current meta.
Yeah.
If I can
really...
just quickly...
Oh, go ahead. No, you
I was just going to make some general points about T1, because I think Lotus... I think that Lotus map was the worst I've seen Itsu play in a... maybe that I can remember. Like, him on... I don't know if it's just he's not that comfortable with Killjoy, but it looked like multiple times he was having to, like, actually think about, oh, fuck, should I put a turret here? Do I turret this? Do I lombot this? What the fuck am I doing?
He's been going to the School of Meteors, KO. Like, doesn't know how to use his
But that is my other point, which is I think that if T1 make it, I think it's on Meteor. Because I think we've seen Stacks obviously have a very good performance here. I think, you know, Munchkin, Buzz, I think, has been very good throughout this entire stage as well. And Itsu, generally, apart from that one map on Killjoy, has been very good. But Meteor, I feel like, has just been like, you know, not Meteor. You know, he hasn't been dominating games in the way that I kind of like, considering that T1 were like, what, 5-0, you know, and were favored to go through, and then they win this game. But again, Meteor is like, what was he? Was he? Yeah, he's he's only slightly ahead of Munchkin in terms of rating. He's -6 in this game. Like, he's not been the Munchkin, the Meteor. But he's playing Paper Rex. It's time to live up to your name. Destroy the dinosaurs again. It's time to bring it back out for that final game, because I feel like that's going to be the difference. Because if you're going to beat Paper Rex, you're going to need him to be fucking sitting some people down.
I'm so happy we finally get this game though. I've been because I wanted this game, because I don't. It's the first time I've watched both of these teams, and like normally I kind of have like a sense of who I believe is the favorite, but I watch this and I'm like, I got no idea. I actually have no idea. This feels like the like biggest 50-50 game ever, because they're both sometimes teams.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be the grand final. We did.
We did.
Penciled it in grand final.
Yeah.
And instead we're getting it now, which is even better.
I mean, let's talk about Paper Rex a little bit then on the flip side, right? Because again, I think it's just very similar trajectory between both of these teams, coming out looking pretty solidified from each of their groups as the first seed. We're expecting them to get to the grand finals, and Paper Rex dropped from GE, and then you know, obviously they win, but again, it's not convincing. And I know everyone's gonna say, "What do you mean? Like, they absolutely stomped the last map?" But I mean, I think that was much more KRX just not even being in the server rather than Paper
They're
Rex.
against the frauds. It doesn't count.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
The frauds did pretty good on the map veto, and I will say that Mako's lurking on Breeze was like really, really good, man. It was a bit of a masterclass.
It was nasty.
But
he was,
all right. Well, that's the one sentence they get.
That's my compliment for them done.
For me, what was really weird is for Paper Rex on that Breeze, it felt like I wasn't watching the same team that played against GE on Breeze. It felt like all the good things that they were doing, like being patient for retakes, setting up, like checking their flanks, doing all these things, just weren't there. Like, they were just like going in one by one, trying to make hero plays. Like, it's like that weird version of Paper Rex that crops up every once in a while, that like they just get it in their heads that they have to go huge or they're not going to win the map or something. I don't know what it is, or they want to just, you know, have these TikTok reel clips or something. But that was like very bizarre to me. But on the flip side, one thing that I really liked was how just into this game Devi was, not just because he played incredibly well individually, but he was yelling more than I have ever seen. Like, really, he wanted this more than I've seen him want any game in his entire career. Some switch flipped inside of him, and he was like, "We're fucking winning, and we're going to London."
He had a big 1v2 on one of the maps, right? The pistol.
The pistol on split.
Yeah, the pistol.
That was That's a big one.
Yeah, but they were still it was like 10-1 or whatever on split, and they're fucking popping off. Like, yes, come on! Like, as you're decimating this team into the ground, like the game's over, guys. It's over. They're not coming back, and they're like, fucking yes, come on. But I do think there's their breeze. See, it's interesting you bring that up, Paper Thing, because I think you're right. Like they lost both breezes against Global and KRX, kind of worryingly in sort of different ways, I think.
Yes. Yes.
And the one in Global, the thing I was quite interested in that Global game because Global are playing the Sage Chamber comp, and the way that Global were often setting up their defense side was like they had the wall in mid and they had the orb on B, so there was no smoke on A at all. And PaperX actually did end A quite a lot, but they just kept playing kind of what I'll call, they were playing post plants as if they were playing against the Harbor. You know, they were playing like on site, trying to aggro, but they had no smoke. So I was just like, why don't just, I mean, you could sit 3 people in A main if you want to and just laser them if you want to. They can't do anything about it. And so that was a bit of a concern that like that, you know, you would think a team like PaperX, you know, could be able to figure those things out. But you're right. I think sometimes they just get a bit lost in the like, we're Paper-X. Let's go.
I think they also need flashes. They need flashes in that comp. Like there were so many times where Hyunmin could just stand on a box and they had no way to get him off that box that's behind a pyramids. Like there's no util that can get him there. He's just.
You talking about the boxes reminded me that I don't remember which round it was, but PaperX on their defense, it was like the most PaperX moment I've seen where Jing was on top of the box as the Omen. And then someone's coming in from double doors. He gets pinged. You have 2 teammates going to swing door, and he's standing behind pyramids on box, staring at the door, like wanting the kill. And it's like, you guys obviously called for the rotate, knowing that they're about to hit A site. How is nobody saying someone should watch main, right? Like this was one of those moments where they just saw the scan and they're like, "Ooh, kill!" And then they just all started looking at it. And they just all lost their minds and started chasing it. But we saw. I mean, listen, I don't think we can give him too much flack because I think he was absolutely carrying throughout the group stage. But Jing during the playoffs has been quite shaky, like getting caught out a lot, not covering the other angles and whatnot. So
but he's off the. It's only when he's off the Raze.
Yep.
Well, yes, and then he played the Raze, and then he was popping off again. So whether it's a comfort thing or whether it's a comms thing, obviously they still need a little bit more to iron out there for sure.
I just wanted to touch on the Ascent as well because it was kind of, I mean, it was interesting from both teams essentially, but it's nice for them to actually like prove that the Yoru's not Nongshim bad.
Nongshim level Yoru.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't sure to be happy or sad because like I believe in the Yoru, but then they made us look even worse. So
Yeah, I mean, we use flashes on defense, but I like when he would use it over towards middle to like re-peek middle. He'd wait for the recon drone to like clear middle, and then he would shoot a TP out, then re-explore middle. Then obviously he's got like 15 seconds where he can go aggro, and then like it's good for re-clearing. And he actually used the flashes. I do think DRX messed up their defense. They're playing against a solo Yoru. It's hard for them to get out through chokes, and they decided to play front B main all the time. But also understand why they're playing front B main all the time. They're trying to. It's what the Sage comp. It's pretty much just got on attack when you're struggling. You just use the big move as what I call it, like where you Sage boost up over towards B main. And so they did a whole game plan trying to stop the big move. So I was waiting for the big move, man.
Yeah.
The big move never happened. Everyone was dead.
I was
Jinx got the wall ready.
They're gonna go
like,
B most of these
dead.
rounds, guys. Get ready for that B exec. And
Yeah.
Just like,
Jinx like, can I do it? Can I do it? It's like, mate, they're all dead.
He was just holding it for ages.
Yeah, get inside, bro.
Join us. I also want to like and to build on what Sliggy's talking about. Another thing about the Yoru that I really liked was they were using the clone to pop the Vice wall a lot. Like, and it's a really good counter to Vice, which has found its way back into the meta. So that's just a little.
Yeah, that was. It was.
But
a
also,
very
I think
unfortunate.
Chobra, your team helped them. Your little team, I think, by playing Yoru helped them.
Wow.
DRX were playing
little team.
We did something.
because DRX were like playing a pretty slow attack side in general, and they did against Nongshim a bit. So if you watch something, he's not putting out a TP until like 20 seconds into the round, like his first TP. Like he knows they're gonna play slow, so like he's giving them the time, but so he can actually use it. So that was quite cool, I thought, as well, because they were doing that against your little team.
Yeah.
Stop it.
No.
Your
I'm glad
little
our
team that won Masters.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm glad our VODs will be of use to somebody because it's of no use to us for the next 2 months. So it's gonna be fine. But yeah, it was funny. It's funny you mentioned that because I saw the pick and I was like, ooh, KRX thinks they like have something on Ascent and they brought out the Vice, but then it was like, well, they're just gonna play the old comp with Yoru, and it's like, well, that loses a little
And
value.
Alex is just like, why did you pick the comp? We didn't have time to practice.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's like, we didn't
Yeah.
have time to practice.
Yeah, that doesn't feel too good for KRX. So
No.
TMV and Sliggy smiling, correct about the fraudulent calls on KRX. They get called out by PaperX. But PaperX, I mean, well, you know what? We'll find out. We'll find out when we get to the predictions, how much we believe in them versus T1, because it's an interesting one. So that's all the matches. Obviously, VCT Pacific has a road show, so now the remaining 4 teams will be playing in Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam, which is really, really cool. I'm very happy for the Vietnamese fans. I've heard the player base there is really big, so I'm kind of excited to see what the turnout is like. And also, man, dude, the PaperX T1 game with everything on the line to get to Masters is gonna be absolute fire. So let's talk about our predictions then. We've got just 2 matches to talk about. But before we do that, of course, we always have to check in on how everybody did. If you had your heads on, screwed on straight, thinking about the match of the week last week. So let's check the report card on how our viewers did for VCT Pacific. And... ooh, 70-30
That's
for
fake, that is.
GE.
70
Yeah.
high as well. Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's higher than I thought it would be.
Mm.
Well, welcome. You guys all got on board before you could get called bandwagoners. So good for you. You made it on board before it was too late. All right, well, let's see how it goes through this week. We have 2 matches. The first match is not match of the week. It's kind of a victory lap, but obviously matters for seeding. It is going to be the Talon Derby, GE versus Full Sense. And we are split down the middle. You know, it's interesting because I was looking at this matchup and I consider it the Chobra versus Plat chat matchup, because at the beginning of the year, you all bigged up Full Sense and I bigged up GE and we just wouldn't budge. But now we'll know.
And look at us now.
We were both right in the
Look at
long
us.
run.
We were both right. We were both right.
All right, so we got Paper Thin and TMV on Full Sense, Sliggy and myself on GE. Sliggy, you've been converted to GE, looks like.
I am bandwagoning for sure. I'm going over early. My only thing for this is, again, I think it's like pretty 50-50. My thing is, I think that Frost this is like one of his, it's been a while, basically. It's been a while for both of the teams, but I feel like Frost is very determined to, like, he wants like a trophy, a legacy. He wants that stuff. So I feel a lot of teams say you don't mean to do it, and I'm not calling any teams out. Like, it doesn't happen. You don't realize it's happening sometimes as well. Once you like qualify for an event, something that you've wanted for so long, you naturally take your foot off the pedal. I don't think Global will take their foot off the pedal. I think they got to watch the games the other day, and I think they're probably back working right now. So I have more faith that they will stick to just being so laser focused on, guys, we win this, we get top 8. Then all we got to do, it's just less games to win. Like, he'll want the best chance route. It makes sense.
Yeah.
I just think he's committed to that. So it's like the only reason that kind of in my mind gives me the thought that I give them the edge of winning. So.
Well,
For me,
Full Sense defenders,
fair.
yeah.
Premi.
Yeah.
Premi's quite
Pretty
good at
good.
this game, you see.
Pretty good actually.
And if he has a good game, I think a lot of the time it's good luck, especially if the rest of Full Sense, can play kind of how they did in their most recent game against T1. I think if they play at that form, I just have faith that they are good, because like when you've got like Primi, I mean, now that they're going, he's gonna end up in the top 5, top 3, maybe even higher of these top 10 lists. Ooh. I'm just going to put out, if he doesn't, people probably trolling. I mean, we'll see how he does in these games. But from that last game, I mean, he's pretty good at this game. And so, yeah, I'm just kind of believing. But I do agree, it's a pretty close game.
I do
50
have
on
a
49.
counter argument.
Go on.
Patman.
Patman is also incredibly good at the game. I grant.
Top
I
10
grant.
status
But Primi is
right
more
now.
in a role where I think you can do it more often, more or
Yeah,
less.
but Primi hasn't lifted a Masters trophy, you see.
No, hold on a second.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Nongshim going to this event as well.
Yeah. there's some global experience across both teams, so I don't think there's too much of an advantage either way. Two things. One, I flipped a coin. And that is how I landed on this because I truly don't know, but I can make justifications for it. Yeah, Primi, best player in the world, but I really am impressed by the way that Cruz is setting up conditioning, like knows his opponents and their tendencies and how to work against that. So I think there can be some level of him maybe outcalling Javi, and if Javi kind of gets in his own head, I think this is going to come down to the IGLs in a lot of way, like who's kind of maneuvering around the chessboard. It could just come down to Primi going crazy and just diffing them so hard in first kills that it just doesn't matter. But because you're going to be looking at Autumn a lot of the time to be taking those first kills for GE, and he's been a little shaky at times, but he's been picking it up. So if he can keep it up, it's going to be okay. But I just want to throw this out there: is Primi not like? Of all the teams and players that we know that are going to Masters London, is he not the best player? Is he not number one?
Put him
Well,
6 right now.
yeah, I mean, I think. Well, it depends on well, hold on. I think. Well,
These guys
yeah,
have got 5 players, buddy. These guys have got 5 players.
Yeah.
Rest of the rest.
Oh, how could I have gotten that wrong?
Yeah, it probably comes down to like history as well. That's crazy that you put it 6, but I mean, we'll find out. It's. I'm glad you brought that up because I used to rate Cruz as like a top 3 minimum IGL of Pacific every year. And Javi's the guy for me that like takes that spot in my heart now. The way he's been calling, the way he's been the quick pivots, and as great as Primi is, I think Cruz is working with a more limited toolbox, right? He's catering to them, and I think that's obviously what they need, given the style that Full Sense has. But I think Javi just has a lot more tools in the toolbox, and I think he's now getting comfy to that part. And you can tell he's locked in. Like every time in the post game interviews, he's like, "Dude, my hands are shaking." But in the server, we don't feel it, right? In the server, he's making the right calls, like last minute calls all the way to the end. So I am excited to see. I think it's going to be a very big prep and IGL battle, but in that sense, I'm gonna have to move on from Cruz, and I'm all aboard the Javi train. So I'm also just excited to see him grow into a very, very good IGL. But 50-50, all right. I think this is fair though. 50-50 is fair.
We did great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well. No, we did great. The self pat on the back.
We did great. Our own backs here. Let's go.
All right. Well, next, we only have another match we can predict. The match of the week is going to be PRX versus T1.
Okay.
Damn, look at us go.
Wow,
Let's go.
50-50 again.
Good. Very
so
good.
Paper Thin and Sliggy for PRX, TMV and myself for T1. Okay. Sliggy, I mean, anything more than the usual for PRX here?
Not really. I just think that so I would say 2 weeks ago I would have picked T1, but if I'm actually just looking at how the teams are playing right now, I do think the PRX look a little better. My slight worry is map veto. T1 are going to get rid of Fracture, which I think is PRX's like the map they would just perma win. But then we kind of got like the Lotus splits that I think will be in there. Then I think they'll be okay. Should be 2-1. That's where I'm at. It's a 50-50, man. But if you asked me like every other day for the past like 2 weeks, I would have said different on each day. Like I'm flip flopping everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's fair. TMV, don't you usually? I mean, I know you said you were kind of.
I've normally
converted,
been, yeah. This team normally has been high on the fraud watch for me. Not necessarily in terms of getting to Masters. I mean, in terms of like winning stuff. Normally, but this time I think group stage they proved they weren't fraudulent. They went for that. Then, okay, I think they ran into a very good Full Sense. Yes, they didn't play great. They had some problems. Don't get me wrong, but Full Sense I think played very well. And I think it will come down to the map veto. You know, Sliggy's trying to push this. Oh, it'll be split Lotus. I'm worried. T1, they're probably going to have to play split. They're probably going to lose split. I accept that. But if they can get Breeze in there, PRX seem to have struggled there. If they maybe work on their Ascent, you know, and see, they know. I mean, PRX, to be fair, probably will come out with something different, assuming they'll work on it as well. But that could be a bit of a coin toss. Obviously, Pearl is a map that I know they lost to Full Sense, but historically, you know, they've been very good at Pearl, and PRX have lost a Pearl or two. So I think it'll come down to the veto somewhat. But I do think T1 have chances, and I'm backing Meteor. I'm backing Meteor to lock in, essentially.
Okay.
And if he doesn't, then he's let me down, and this team is fraudulent again.
Wow, the final test to get
The final
TMV's
test.
approval. Here. All right. Paperton, anything else to add for Paper Rex?
I mean, yeah, I think I agree about the map pool stuff. I think like when I was looking at how this would all shake out, right? Like it should be probably Breeze being picked by T1, and then you can go split, and then I am assuming Lotus will end up being the decider. Maybe
that's where I've gone for. Yeah,
that's and then I think I slightly favor Paper X in the long run across that. So, and a little bit more to that. Oh, I had another reason. Now it's gone. Oh no, I do remember. I'm going back to the religion. I'm going back to preacher thin here. Like I'm it's like nothing but crazy upsets in all of the regions. And here's the thing: normally Munchkin owns Paper Rex. Like he throughout his career,
True.
he has absolutely slaughtered them. So it's time for Paper Rex to beat him. It's just one of those tournaments. I don't know what's in the water. I don't know what's going on in the world right now, but something's happening, so Paper X is going to take him down. There you go.
All right. I mean, for me, I agree it's a 50-50, but dude, the way that they were looking like on camera during that Breeze, like Sliggy said, I really do think that round after Lotus, that was when the switch flipped and T1 is now.
That is what worries me.
Yeah, they're riding that
me.
momentum. And it's funny. It's very interesting because we all are quoting the map draft, but each of us are using it, for our own agendas. So that just goes to show. Because I agree, I think the map draft, but I think T1 has a little bit more to play with, like a little bit more to try to bait things out with in terms of the draft.
Yeah,
so if they win, the skirmish, because this one should be a skirmish one as well, right? Because there's no seeding.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I think T1. I mean, it might even come back to the skirmish. I mean, who knows? So, I think
big 1v1.
Alex better be
in.
practicing, man.
Yeah,
Alex better be practicing.
Yeah. So
Also, I
think-
would just
I
say
think it'll
that
be
I've
interesting.
picked T1. I picked T1 in part because I want FUT to do well at this Masters. So I want teams that I feel have the least chance of winning to make it, and my predictions will be showing that from here on out.
Oh man! All right. Well, you've got a bigger picture, but I mean, surely also T1 probably HQ telling them they have to win because otherwise Tens ain't gonna have matches to coast through at Masters London. I mean,
Pressure's
he's-
on.
Yeah.
In fact,
so-
John Riot is going to pressure them.
John,
to-
yeah,
to
because
make
they need
that
that. They need that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Can't have Tens be the only Korean org representative at Masters London. You gotta have some actual Koreans there. All right, well, 2 50-50s goes to show that it's going to be an absolute banger weekend. Well, we're about to wrap up here, but just really quick then, out of these 4 teams, who's winning? Paper Thin? This isn't in Kurt's front of show. This is just me taking over.
Full sense.
All right, Sliggy.
Paper X.
Ooh, boring. All right, TMV.
Full sense. Lock it in.
Full sense. All right. Well, I'm going GE, so we know that T1 is not winning. So- All right, that's gonna be it for us here on VCT Pacific. That's gonna be myself and Paperthin exiting. Paperthin, we'll see you on the official broadcast in Ho Chi Minh. Hope you have a safe travels and enjoy the final matches.
I'm looking
And-
forward to it. Never been to Vietnam, so I'm really excited to go.
Ooh,
I've never been
nice.
there, and I've heard the fans are amazing, so can't wait.
Awesome. Well, TMV and Sliggy, hope you enjoy the EMEA section.
Oh, we will.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's a lot to talk about in here.
Oh,
There is a
boy.
lot, yeah. You
All
could
right,
probably skip
catch you
the
guys
FUT
later.
segment, but
Yeah, we already had it in Pacific, so we're
That's
good.
exactly.
Oh,
See you
no.
guys later.
Later.
We'll take
Bye-bye.
goodbye. Take an hour on this first segment, I believe. Full hour,
There we
and then
go.
we'll do 10 minutes
15
on the
minutes
rest. I
on the
think.
other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're all here. Wonderful. Minnie, Kakuka, welcome to the show. Minnie,
Hello.
as always, first check in. Where are you?
I'm in Berlin in a.
Mm.
I'm in probably the worst hotel I've ever been in, but it doesn't look as bad as my own room, so that says a lot.
It's got a light, I see, so that's positive.
There are lights.
That's only
yeah.
some improvement.
You don't want to see the view. Do you think you could see the view if? No, I'm not going to dox myself.
I
I'm
was
not
going
gonna
to
dox
say,
myself.
that's a bold one. It's a bold
I don't
one.
think anyone, no one will have any reason to come here anyway. Like,
Mm.
they're not going to be able to do anything.
Paint a picture for us. What can you see?
Grey. I see what I see. I can't even describe what I can see because it will give it away. Like if I'm truly concerned about
Oh.
doxing myself,
Damn.
but it's a lot of grey, a lot of
Okay.
grey, and a motorway.
Okay.
Get in,
Yeah.
boys.
Good
That could be literally anywhere in Berlin.
Wonderful. Okay, well, let's talk about EMEA then, because there was a lot going on, a lot of unexpected things happening, a lot of craziness happening, a lot of crazy maps to get to as well. But we're going to start off with the greatest team in all of Valorant, my team, Foot. Because, Mini, whilst you may hate on the broadcast Foot as much as you want and say that these games, oh, this is a little warm-up game for the one, this was the main course right here. These two Turkish teams going at it, and my team Foot coming out on top. I'm actually going to start with you, Kukuka, though, because I don't want Mini to besmirch this game, and I want some positivity off the top. What do you think of Foot? Are they true contenders? We'll get to that in a second. I've got something funny about that as well.
Okay, you need to choose a question. Okay.
Are they good?
You
Well, tell me they're good.
For me.
They're
like,
good.
You first
Kukuka, are they
teased
good?
me, now you
Tell me
ask
they're
me, but
good.
you've asked like 3,000 things. You want
Tell me
positivity?
they're good. Just say they're good.
Okay. Positivity.
Whoa.
I'm joking. I'm
Jesus,
joking. I'm joking. No. There's a lot of things to be positive about. I really like the Ascent. I do think that it was a mistake for Eternal Fire to be playing the KO, especially the way that they were playing it. I understand the intention behind the Waylay. I also like the fact that they decided to move away from it. And I think that Foot played around it very, very freaking well. Sociable, fucking amazing throughout the group stage, keeping it up in playoffs. It is amazing to see someone change teams, become an idea, take the leadership of the team and perform the way that he's performing. Sop standing up at the end, my favorite freaking moment of the week. It was absolute cinema. And it was a very fun match. I would say anything could have happened on that last split, but honestly, I do think that to some extent, Eternal Fire, I'm not sure how prepared that map was because of all of the hits that we saw on their attack being the exact same and them not really knowing what to do in many of those situations. But I do think that I do like that Foot has been a team that has, tried and tested some things and has been able to come on top even when the series has gone the distance. So good.
Thank you for that. I will now come to Mini, who I feel doesn't like Turkish Valorant being EMEA's representative. Am I wrong?
No, it's just that when you're on broadcast, your reality-wise, you have to pitch FNATIC Vitality as the main course. You can't have the two Turkish teams who are running around like maniacs who probably won't win London as the main course.
There's the clip.
Keep down, buddy.
There's the clip.
The thing is, if there is ever a time for a team to win that event, I think that Valorant is the most random it has ever been. Because we have had a kickoff that we said that was impossible to predict who was going to win Santiago, and Nongshim did. And where's the top 8 of Santiago right now? They're all at home doing nothing. And now we find ourselves in London with a bunch of teams that we didn't expect to be there. So I do think the meta and the overall randomness of Valorant is at an all-time high.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I think that the teams the problem is I think that if you only take my statement there out of context, you don't realize that the amount of times I've said positive things about Turkish Valorant. Then
that's true,
of course. But
but look at this.
I mean, that is aura, and Sop is one player I was looking
at. The fact that everyone on Eternal Fire was taunting him throughout the entire match, you could see them sending out Fabian with the mouse, just pointing at him, do you know how to use it? And it was just looking at him. Absolute cinema for him to close it like that. And when Foot changed their profile picture on Twitter, I was 10 out of 10.
I think it's again, I think my overall takeaway is that the Turkish teams are playing Valorant how it's supposed to be played right now, and that's not to discredit them at all. It's just that, when I'm looking at London now, there is now a different standard and expectation, and I will be setting teams to a much higher standard than what I am in EMEA. In EMEA, it's Turkish teams doing quite well. That's nice. It's good to see. When the rounds get a bit sloppy, and I don't really pick at them as much. But now they're at London, it's okay, I'm going to be an asshole every time that you're doing something that is very Turkish and is losing you rounds.
See, it's interesting because if we just talk about this game, Foot versus Eternal Fire, I mean, even as a Foot supporter, I would say the story was much more about Eternal Fire in this game, how they played, especially on map 2. Ascent, I just think their comp
It was muddy.
I mean, we did a
was
bit
muddy.
of breakdown of the Ascent
Couldn't stop an A
defense.
hit.
The A main, it was they were going into A main and trying to fight A main. And I think the line I used in broadcast was that me and Billy could have defended the A main better than Eternal Fire. And I stand by, I genuinely stand
was pretty
by
bad.
because
Yo,
they
Fabian
just
couldn't
walked,
use a flash to save his life.
they just walked into A main and then just died. Like, it wasn't like they did anything. And so that's what I mean about this kind of variance of Valorant. And I was like, that wasn't a pretty map to watch. It was just Foot basically won that. They got given that map completely.
They did.
Foot did
I
nice
agree.
things,
They-
but like
they
they
did,
got
yeah.
given that map 6-0
They
up. Like, they didn't have to do anything.
I think the
Um,
last round sums it up pretty well. But yeah, it was muddy.
I mean,
And
I
then you
think
go to Split, double pistol.
And then Split, let's come
Split
to you,
was-
Sliggy, about Split. Because
Split
again,
was
Eternal
muddy.
Fire, I think, are more the story.
Yeah. Well, kind of, because I actually think Eternal Fire. Okay, this is maybe a hot take. I think they had a better split, and they just got bailed out. But if I look at both of these, both of like the attacks on Split, I mean, even the defenses, to be honest, like I would love more pre-barrier plans, and then at the same time, when something isn't working, I would love us to like actually go do something else with just like spamming sites over and over again, and it's essentially like both the teams. But I will say, kind of backing on what Minnie's saying, the meta does suit fast team fights right now, and everyone being on the same page and swinging together, and EMEA is not used to that, and they are farming a region that can't deal with what I'd kind of describe as like 2022, maybe PaperX, where there is no hesitation. We are always pushing forwards. One person's fighting, we're all fighting. You got to have your gun out. You might get caught out with util if you're not used to it. Does it work in London? I think it might work against a lot of the Americas teams, but maybe the Pacific teams, I think, will be more used to this. But I will say, like, the duelists are nice, and again, they're all on the same page. And even though I like Yetta J, I feel like he makes a lot of mistakes, but at least they're all fighting to save each other. They're all like, they know as soon as there's one fight, it's going to be 10 people fighting. So I like that they're on the same page. I do think Foot have like a deeper strat book. I feel like Foot can fall back on a more methodical style of play than Eternal Fire, whereas I think Eternal Fire is just the one. It is one dimensional, but they're so good at the one.
My overarching kind of narrative for the year was like, these are the type of teams that should have been training our, teams that you would put bets on at the start of the year to win events or go deep at events. And instead they just turned around and just punched them all in the face and won. And that is a little bit concerning for our region, but obviously I'm not going to take away from the fact that they've played very well here and they have done everything that this meta asks you to do, even though I don't know if it's truly like conscious or if it's just them playing their own style and it just suits this meta.
I think it's it definitely
I
suits
think
them.
also that at the beginning of the year, Foot looked like a completely different team. Like, we didn't even consider them as contenders for anything in kickoff. It was an absolute
But
no.
then
So
SOP.
changed a lot. I mean, Vlad
Well,
also.
I think Vlad
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Social
sure,
as well
yeah.
deserve a lot of credit. I think you
Sociable's playing
mentioning Kikuko.
very well, man.
Yeah,
He's
like
playing
for
very
to
well.
come in as an IGL as a new team with a new coach as well, and then also personally frag as hard as he is, it's kind of crazy. But yeah, don't worry about Foot Mini. You can not believe in them all you want. There is one thing that I do
do
want to.
believe in them. It's just
Oh,
I
great.
don't like
Good.
who do you actually believe in for London? I guess would be the counterpoint. Is
That's
like
the whole point.
yeah.
Everyone's.
open.
This is
It
an
is
open
open.
tournament now.
The
When
thing-
T1 beat PaperX, don't you worry. We're gonna win.
The
We're
thing
the
that-
favorites. It's over.
You're the
It's over.
favorites.
It's over.
I do think that a lot of the stuff that can be improved from Foot that is going to help them out is like the pre-barrier calls as well. But I think that's like relatively easy to do. It's more just like when they're one away from an ult, like what do we want to do? And maybe they're like a little too passive on defense. So I think they qualified, and there's great demos to be like, we can improve on this as well. So, dude, I agree with you. London's crazy open. Like if you told me Foot won, I'd be like, I get it. I don't think they will, but I
You'll
get
be
it.
there.
It's-
You'll be
it's so
there.
open.
And I'll be there.
we'll
You'll
all
be in that little
there.
booth crying, and I'll be in that booth. Anyway, there is one thing I'm desperate to ask you, Mini Kukuka. Something that they played on broadcast after Foot 1, but before the FNATIC game. This was so interesting to me. There's this video of Mitch like going, "Oh, it's 1,000 days since the EMEA has won a trophy, but now SOP's going to London." But then he says at the end, and FNATIC are back. And I thought this was insane because FNATIC hadn't even played their game. They hadn't qualified for London. But production have made a whole thing of like, we're going to win London because we got FNATIC and they're going. Now, we'll get to that later, but spoilers, FNATIC aren't going.
Maybe
What the
that'd be
hell?
So what is the question?
Like, how did that come up? Why are production playing a video being like, FNATIC are going to win London
So
when they haven't even qualified?
So a little bit of background in this. There is a lot of pieces that are pre-recorded weeks ahead, you know? Like this is not something that was pre-recorded that day and then aired. This was recorded prior. There is a lot of things actually that have been in the making that have to be canceled because of teams not attending events. Player profiles, things about the entire teams. And I think that Mitch's like acting in that video is super, super good. And I think that it set up the day very, very well because at the end of the day, those were like the narratives that had coming into the day. So that's when we play it there, no?
But this was after FUT had qualified, but before FNATIC had qualified. I just thought it was a little strange to be like...
two games away as well.
Yeah. To be like,
Yeah.
oh, they're gonna go, guys, surely, right? And look, normally they do.
But this is
We'll
like,
get to
this
that
is,
later.
do you know when, like, for example, when in all the music videos and things that we have for events, you see a lot of players that are not attending the event. And you're like,
Oh, I
oh, why is
understand.
this
It's
person
not-
here when they're not
I
making it?
understand.
Because there's things like they take weeks of work and there's people like editing and there's like the writing and everything. So most of these things are just,
That's
it was
fine.
a
That's
shot,
fair
in the,
enough.
not
That's
in the
fair enough.
dark. It was.
I just thought it was a bit disrespectful to Vitality, who then went on to win that game. We'll get to that. But first, let's talk about FUT's opponents. Let's go back. Sorry, that was a crucial moment. It made me laugh on the broadcast when FNATIC lost. And that is
Maybe
Eternal
we'll bring
Fire.
it back for next week.
Yeah, I'll talk about it when we get to FNATIC as well. Eternal Fire. They've been on a bit of a journey. See, FUT, because they're good, only had to play one game to make it to Masters London. Eternal Fire have been on a whole week's worth of games. They've played Team Heretics to begin with. They're going to start next week playing Team Heretics again. And they beat Team Heretics in their first game. Then they lost a FUT in a bit of a crazy game. And then they beat Gentle Mates. Now, they're going into this Heretics game now. Obviously, again, they're one game away from making it to London. And we've kind of talked about the Turkish style. But Sliggy, do you think that in a rematch against Heretics, the fact that they are kind of, a bit one note, do you think that that's going to, that's going to be a detriment now that they're playing a team that they've recently played?
I would say maybe. Like, I know if the map view doesn't change too much, then Heretics are for sure winning Fracture. But then my thing is with this is you can plan all you want and you can be like, guys, let's keep our gun out every single time you see one. But it's so hard to get practice that is to the level that Eternal Fire will W key and run at you. So I think you can have the best planning. You can understand like what's going to be happening. You can probably run a lot of fakes. You can maybe tactically abuse them. But when it comes down to like the actual fights, they still got to be firing, man. They're five like kids with a lot of confidence right now, and they all believe they have the best aim in the world. That is so hard to play against. I'm telling you, it's the classic Bren, you get shot, you die thing. Like you can have the best plan in the world, but if they just swarm you and you're not hitting your shots, you're gonna lose. So it's gonna be a close one, man. It's hard for the coaches because again, I think there's a lot of stuff they can do with the strats and the fakes because it's definitely gonna work. But dude, they got to be firing because these teams, Eternal Fire is like the best at team fighting right now, just because there's 5 of them on your head.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the biggest things is going to be whether Heretics can keep their mental if that shit starts happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do think that in the comms and stuff, they are very hectic, and you can tell that like the mood gets down a little bit, and they're going to obviously be thinking about this game the most of all the games this year. And I think they're the team that like Eternal Fire, if they lose a round, I don't think they're going to give a shit. Whereas if Heretics like lose some city rounds, like I think it will affect them more, and they are going to lose some city rounds. I think that like everything for me this week is just about that rematch, like framing it through that way, where it's like I expect a very similar veto, and so I can see where like Eternal Fire could change things on Fracture, and I could see where Heretics could change things on like Pro and Lotus. Especially that Lotus, like I feel like if Heretics switch to like Vice Viper Lotus, they're gonna have a much better time and things like that. Like they could trap Eternal Fire here with some of the map picks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say on like a positive note, man, it's so fun. And I'll put foot in this group as well. It's so fun to watch these teams. Like, thank God we get these teams in EMEA. Like, I go from Pacific and I go to EMEA and I'm like, holy hell, the day feels like it's 2 times longer. Like, yeah, the actual broadcast, even if you get like three maps on each, it's still like 2 hours longer just because of the style of play. It's mad. So it's so sick to seeing these teams, the teams just running at people and at the same time just winning them. Like, it is cool to be like, guys, you're overthinking right now. Look at how we're beating you. Like, you're actually overthinking.
Like, it's a nice balance in the EMEA right now. I think that people obviously like. I was getting like a little bit more Larry on broadcast this week about like people like saying EMEA is like shit and slow or whatever. It's like I get it. Like we haven't been the best so far, but this playoffs to me was filled with teams that are either got history, they have the extreme talent, or are playing like a really fun style. Whereas in the past, I feel like it was just history with good players and then teams imitating that and just doing a weak, tepid version of it. Whereas now it's like a lot more interesting, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's one side of the most important game next week the second most important game, because any game that involves this team is way more important than anything else. But their opponents, though, Team Heretics, obviously lost that first game against Eternal Fire. And at that point, it was looking kind of ropey. You know, I mean, it still is ropey. But then they went and beat BBL, and then they went and beat FNATIC. So, Kakuka, what came of this turnaround? How did they go from losing to Eternal Fire to then going on this little run here, where now they're only 1 game away again?
One word. Rians. I think that on the first day he wasn't feeling his best, but my man, he's absolutely insane. I really like they were turning around some rounds that made no sense, like winning 2v4s, winning 3v5s, like time and time again. The confidence was on their side. I think that Kushmaras is still playing brilliantly. I really like, for example, when they played the Breeze with the Sage. Boo played also amazingly, like him and Wood on Breeze. Like they played so much. They played so freaking much. There's no way that they could play more games in the playoffs. And I don't know. I think it's a good prospect for them. I'm happy with the Heretics that we are getting. I don't know. It was the last match, especially against FNATIC, was absolutely insane. Like the crowd and everything that was in the studio. Like I was literally physically shaking because I was like, anything can happen here. Saves are super high. The Lotus was amazing for them, and I think that I don't know. FNATIC was a bit lost in situations that I have never seen them being lost before. Even against the problem is like you were asking me about a team that they've played so much throughout this week that I don't know even where to begin with.
We'll come back to FNATIC.
Yeah,
go on,
the Ascent was just, I felt like it was just so intense, man. It was so fun. It's so many clutches just from both teams. It was just so awesome. And the fact that we had like both the UK boys, and you could see how much they wanted it in like the replays and just their faces. And you could just tell like how, like every time Benji was on screen, you could tell that he had like that extra like nervousness almost of like how much he wanted to win, and then I started getting nervous because I'm looking at how nervous he is. So I was enjoying that. At the beginning when they played BBL at the beginning, I think the main thing that I took away from this was that Kosh was looking really nervous, like at the beginning, like he looked really nervous, like he was very scared to lose. And then I didn't see any of that in the in the FNATIC game. So that was like a big takeaway from me of just, okay, he's kind of, sometimes it's good to get the loss over and done with, like they did with Eternal Fire, and then be like, oh, that wasn't so bad. So I think he's kind of got rid of those nerves now, and he's actually playing like more to his own game. But man, I think Heretics are playing really good. I think they have been for a while now. I think when they're playing at their best, like actual just top, I still think they look, in my opinion, the most consistent in EMEA. I said it like, I said they looked better than FNATIC a while ago. I'm not saying they would beat FNATIC all the time. It would probably end, if they played 10 times, it would probably be 5-5. But I at least think they're like up there on there. And I do think this fracture that we had, it's a shame that like both of these teams might not make it, because I think this was like the highest level fracture I've seen, because I think a lot of these teams don't understand reactions at all. And
what was that America's fracture I watched yesterday? It was so bad.
The Sentinels, NRG?
The NRG one, yeah.
Dude.
Sentinels, NRG, two teams that with good coaching staff who's supposed to be good. And I think Team Heretics and FNATIC would blow them out of the water.
I think they would 13-5, both of them. Yeah. Dude, I was slouching in my chair. I was losing my mind. And then Sentinels finally did a good reaction. I just started sitting up.
You can get to that in a second.
Yeah,
Can I just ask you, though, like, if you're you seem very high on Team Heretics. So why in your mind did they lose that first game against Eternal Fire? If you can,
I went
recall.
with Nerves and
Okay.
Pistols. I went with Nerves, Pistols, because they lost 5 out of the 6 Pistols, right? So they got snowballed a little bit, and it's a team that is very, very hard to snowball. And then I also feel like they got caught with util out a little bit, so that the kind of team fighting style is
like a style diff, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a style diff. We used to always practice against Turkish teams as much as possible, like early on in the day, just to get used of people doing crazy stuff, man. I think they need to try practice some Turkish teams, because they will just swing you for everything. It's such a, no one plays the style in EMEA apart from like 3 teams maybe, and it's not to the extent, so it's just a different style, I would
I
say.
think for me, like, Heretics have a bunch of maps where I consider them to have some of the best theory in the world, but then I don't think they have it across all their maps. So, like, I think that the maps they played against Eternal Fire, I'd say Fracture was up there. Pro and Lotus, I just don't think they are as good at them. Like, Lotus, I think that they would be, again, they played Viper Vice, they're going to be very good. I think they played that kind of style in the past. And then, like, Breeze, their theory looked pretty strong. Ascent was okay. Like, it's like, they have like 3 or 4 maps where like I could just rip it for like me and Siggy's Patreon 1-to-1, and it would be like pretty good for an Premier team, like straight off the bat. And I think for most teams right now, that is not the case. So it would be disappointing, but at the same time, it is only half the pool where they have that, I feel like.
Okay. I mean, I think we should give this Ascent some justice, because it was an insane map. So we would be amiss to not dive in. Okay, if you just show round 17, the end of round 17 of Ascent, from this point on, I think it's round 17 where they win the 2v5. Yeah, when they win the 2v5. Yeah, from round 17 on, if you count that round, the 7 clutches just after, like, from that round on. Think about that.
Insane,
like,
yeah.
this is from
map.
round 17. We're towards the end of the game already. And from that point, it just descended into madness. You know what this round from Heretics made me laugh, though? They're going to end up in a 5v2 here. You can kind of skip on a bit, Kurt, just to get towards the end of it. But you know how they kind of talked about, like, there was this mysterious, like, oh, comeback, we disagreed about how to play certain situations, and Heretics want to, you know, maybe comeback wants to, you know, just swing people and all that. And we end up in a 2v5, and they are going to play this scared. They are scared to lose. We end up with a double stack and a triple stack. So you would think, yeah, you're fine. There's no way you're going to lose when you're in a 2v5 with a double stack and a triple stack. But maybe you come back at a point. Maybe just go and swing them.
You're about to watch Benji get a red card, that's for sure.
Yeah, he just swings on his own.
I think as soon as he was in the interview of the post-match, he immediately was like, oh, sorry for the 2v5, like, straight away.
Dude, I was saying as well, because it's like, it's such a big pressure game that this is one of those things where everyone talks about being in the present. This can just take you out, and you're thinking about that one round that you lost here, because he just swings main right earlier from this, and it's like, holy, you just gave him a freebie, and they had no vision block.
It's very small, but I think Rian's peaked this very badly as well. Like, he peeks it close to the wall instead of just like going back.
It's a 5v2 into a 1. I agree.
Yeah,
but
like,
it's a 5v2
like
into
I know, but like, I feel like, I don't know, like, it's Rian's. I'm gonna hold him to the standard that's different, you know?
Yeah.
Dude, it was such a cool map. Can I do 2 clips there? Kind of just some cool stuff from Heretics. I lost my mind at this recon. It was against BBL. I had to ask Rians if he meant to do it. Kyle, you have the clip here, but he's like running to rotate. It's 12, 11. So he meant it for it to go onto site. So he kind of knew roughly where to go. But man, this recon, the fact that it scans the guy at the back here is insane. So you can just keep it like this. This one here, double bounce at the back, goes through the arch doorway and lands behind this guy. This is on the ceiling, so slightly, bro, and it just scans him, so they literally know where their one is, and then they can just trade him out, and then obviously it's a 2v1. This had me going crazy, man. At 12-11 to do that, I was losing my mind. And then I got another Lotus clip, which is actually just demonstrates one of the reasons that I'm like pretty high up on Heretics early on. And we heard it in their listen-ins on Fracture as well, but their plans are so good right now. They're making very good plans, and I think this was the best demonstration here. They got a Vice ult, they go fast over towards here. They kind of use the retake Vice ult that you would normally use to clear sight. So they know that they're going to be most likely playing retake because they have the Killjoy ult as well. And then they save all of their util because they know, again, FNATIC are going to use that Killjoy to retake. They realize side's clear, and they all get close, knowing that they're going to retake this area. As soon as this Killjoy ult goes down, you see a stun, a tether, and a nade. Obviously, for a combo, and at the same time, you're breaking the ult.
And Paranoia.
Yeah, dude, look at how good the plans are right now. We're thinking like this is when you're at your peak, and you know you're at a high level of just like thinking when you're thinking of we're gonna do this, and then they're gonna do this, and so we're doing this. And I think their plans in terms of mid rounding and pre barriers are really good, but I also think it's a little map dependent on the moment. There's definitely like certain maps that they feel great at. I would say Lotus, Fracture, and then there's other ones that I think they're just trying to get it to this level.
I think a lot of that alt interaction stuff is definitely missing right now, and it's nice to see that like someone is at least thinking on that wavelength. Like,
yeah,
it's so random right now.
So
that's
some
really
ridiculous
right
moments also in a sense. Like Wood was getting away with murder. Like I remember him getting doubles like in mid across the cages. He also got a double pushing A when he's thrown a grav net and he's able to get to. So there is a universe where we would have gone to a third map and maybe the story would be different.
I mean, again, Ascent. If you haven't watched the map of Ascent between those two teams,
you gotta watch it.
That was I mean, I can't remember every single map that's happened. I mean, there was some banger Gentle Mates games when they were qualifying and kickoff as well. Those games were really good, but like this is just a map. I mean, this was incredible watching the two teams elimination. It was insane.
Yeah,
it was the rhythm as well. Like it looked like Heretics were gonna
Alfia
bash
versus
them,
Riens,
and then like FNATIC like sneak a couple of rounds in, and then like I feel like the defense was just like after that 5v2, Alpha holds a B site hold with like a 4K or something.
Yeah.
And then there was a timeout, and after the timeout, you could tell Heretics are just like, fuck that, let's not go to Alpha again. But then like FNATIC also know they're not going to go to Alpha again, so they're stacking A site, and there's like an A site stack, and then from then it just feels like a chess game of like which team is putting stocks in the fact that they might go to Alpha or not, and then the interactions around Kayak kind of playing in front of Alpha, and then Alpha kind of rotating, and it was all kind of very funny to watch to me.
Yeah. And then it's Riens in a 1v2, and he's definitely going to win, is how it played out for a couple of rounds. And then Alpha's in a whatever, and he's going to win. It was a truly insane game. But let's take a look at the other side of that game, and that is the FNATIC side. Because FNATIC, did it say on the broadcast that there was FNATIC haven't missed back-to-back internationals?
Probably.
Pretty sure that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, like ever.
It is ever.
It's kind of that. I mean, that's an insane stat of itself, but obviously that's not true anymore. Mini, you're the resident FNATIC guy. You are biased towards this team on the broadcast. Against Foot, it's fine. Sell it as the main course guy. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever, cool. But I do want to ask you one thing. We've talked about Ascent quite a bit, but one thing that I think maybe is a bit of a concern with FNATIC just in general is if you take a look at like their last 4 games, in 3 of the last 4 games, and in both games in the playoffs as well, their map pick they got destroyed on, right? A 13-2. So they picked Lotus, they lost 13-2. They picked Breeds against Vitality, lost 13-4. If you scroll down a bit, Kurt, against Giants, they lost 13-3. I don't remember FNATIC. I mean, you were on the team for a decent portion of this as well.
Oh, I know what you're gonna say. But
I don't remember FNATIC getting like brutalized especially in EMEA. Maybe in an international, you're playing a great team.
In 2025, when I dropped to assistant coach, there was a period with that. That was the first time where our map vetoes were like we would pick a map and we would just get brutalized. So I think it has happened before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember talking to Bosa. He seemed quite comfortable in the map pool, and he was like, in a way that was like kind of good. He was like, I don't know what to pick in a way. But you're saying it positively rather than negatively. But yeah, I think I don't know. I think the story for me is basically we kind of bigged them up as this team that was untouchable because they look so good with the subs, and then playoffs hit. They haven't been too tested in the groups, and oh wait, you are actually playing with a sub, and no, your map pool isn't immaculate, and yes, there are problems in some of your maps, and you're playing against good teams, and it just kind of, I think. Maybe we set the bar too high, our expectations too high, but yeah.
I think that's a fair point as well. Because I do think they struggled in groups again. I think they should have lost to Eternal Fire. I think that Vitality,
for sure.
Was it the Breeze that I think Vitality should have won back then as well. So I think they got away with quite a lot, and then I agree that people kind of built it up in their heads of just how good they are. But dude, every time you get a standing in, they're not like they are miracle workers to an extent, but you gotta. At one point,
the Vitality game was pretty bad. Like I think that the Breeze was.
Yeah, let's start with the Vitality game.
Yeah.
Breeze to me was them just meandering around on the attack side, and Durka was able to just. He wasn't running around, he just stood on A site, just killing them with an outlaw. And then whenever they retook B, just easy peasy. It didn't really feel like there was much of a threat. And we get to Haven, and Haven right now is defense at Haven is like the most funny thing to watch right now because no team is getting any rounds whatsoever. So it's becoming like a very coin flippy map. So yeah, I don't think they played particularly horribly there from my memory, but I don't think it's, you know, inspiring either.
Yeah,
Coco?
dude, I mean,
sorry.
Breeze really, they didn't look good at all, man. Like they had the same game plan for so long. They didn't change it up in terms of B hits. That after plan with Crashy's ult where he was just missing. He's aiming for you.
Oh
maybe.
yeah.
I'm not even sure he would have ulted you actually in the server. Would have missed you as well, maybe. It was wild.
It's
So
like Kiko's paranoia.
yeah, dude, that one's crazy. Yeah. And I don't know, man. They buy light armor all the time, and then they didn't learn, and then they're just getting wrecked by an outlaw. He had like 25 outlaw kills or something mental.
Yeah. I think that more so the outlaw was great, but he fucked up FNATIC's economy so fucking much. I'm sorry, that was a lot of cursing. But even in the later rounds, we saw FNATIC buy in a lot of Guardians and whatnot because they just could, like, every single time that they played with a half shield, someone is going down. So they have to like keep making that investment. And if you put that on top of like rounds being incredibly close, you cannot even close them. Derke playing on Jet because he's not really enjoying the Neon at all, and just seeing him play like this, it was such a nuisance for them. Even like later here in the half, like, he had been on the other side of the map for most part, and the fact that he takes that position, he was so comfortable. I like the ideas that FNATIC had for taking B. The problem is that they didn't expect that Vitality was just not going to be flooding, and they were just going to be retaken the way that they were. And it looked very good for them to just not even trust that those duels were going to go their way. Derke also had like some insane rounds. Like, didn't they win like a 3v5 or like a 2v5 also retake on that side? I don't know. There were some rounds that were simply disgusting from the side of Vitality.
And the other thing that I would also note is like Lotus, for instance, still playing the Killjoy. I think that it's kind of obvious that Vice is the S tier pick right now on that map. And if they played that against them, I think they would have done a lot better. Obviously, there's some other things going on, like Sivov hasn't played Viper before or whatever. But I do think that it's now very easily a narrative that FNATIC haven't been ahead of almost any meta for a long time now. I think it has been a long time since the compositions have like been like FNATIC are the like what is a FNATIC comp nowadays? I don't know. I can't remember the last time someone would be like, oh, they're using the FNATIC comp, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. Give yourself some a kind of sly pat on the back there, mate.
Well, I don't think it's like just me. Like, obviously, I worked with, like, I had people around me, like me and Boaster worked. Boaster always wants to do wacky things in the past. Like, I had Anders helping me, SOK helping me. Like, it wasn't just like. Usually, I was the idiot saying, "Fuck you guys, I want to play something normal," you know. So, if anything, I was probably the opposite.
Humble king.
I
There you go. That's
end
why he's the best.
Can I end the FNATIC?
I can't win. I can't win. Like either I'm like, yeah, I'm the fucking.
That was genuine. That was genuine.
Okay. But I'm like, I'm very well aware of the fact that like even when I'm humble, then people are like, oh look, like I watch coaches sometimes. I watch those coaches that are humble, and I'm like, I know what you're doing right now. I can see what you're doing, you fucking little bastard. You know what I mean? Like I know you think you're good, but you're doing that. Oh no, my team around me, they're just so good, and I'm like. I know straight after this you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm the king, you know.
That's so good. I
there
will
were
say
some cool rounds on Haven though. Like from the attack, I remember this round, I think it's on the 20s, might be 21, 22. I'm putting my money on 22, where there's like this double fake from Vitality. And it's like they use very little util, the kind of like thing that FNATIC would never buy. And then they're about to hit a side, but that is actually the second part of the fake. And then there's the mid-run call to go on to B, I believe. There was some entertaining rounds. I liked it.
FNATIC.
There were also some rounds where I saw players like Boaster on the attack dying on A alone at the beginning of the round because he's not watching sewers. Like things that were just uncharacteristic and weird to see, you know?
They have to come top 2, else they don't make champs.
Wait, how does? Oh, so they have to get like. Is that the automatic qualifier anyway? You get top if you get top 2.
You get
top
top 2,
two.
you go to champs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 2
so
go
they
from
can't go through points is basically what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean,
much.
you say that it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but there's a
They would need to go 5-0 basically.
there's a small chance they could maybe get furned, but you got to look at all these other teams here, like Eternal Fire, Foot, all have a chance to get extra points. Vitality
Yeah.
can have a chance to get extra points. Heretics maybe.
Christ.
Like they're
It's a
probably
mess
not
right
making
now,
it 3
isn't it? Look
points.
at that.
So they at least if things go their way, they could maybe qualify from getting furned, but most likely
Yeah.
top 2.
Yeah. I mean, that would be crazy. I mean, it's from going from like second place twice to not making it. If they didn't, that would be insane.
But
And I felt
that's
I
been
felt
the story for quite a while now. Like in the last like high pressure matches that Fnatic has had, like they've kind of like crumbled. You know, when they've gotten to the moment that matters the most. In kickoff, it happened 3 times in a row.
yeah.
But they just
That's tough.
they just couldn't get through that.
Do you think there
could
is
argue
something
that it
there?
happened at champs, even though that final could have been a 3-0? It was very cool to be in the arena when it was not a 3-0. It was a very nice moment to live when they started verse sweeping. But same in kickoff, also like third-party events and whatnot. It really looks like the pressure is getting to them. And I understand like it must have not been easy with all the changes and whatnot, but
Do you think there's actually like you notice that like you think that's an actual narrative that like they are
Yes.
stressing out in those moments?
yes.
What
Yes.
makes you say that?
The expressions, I don't see the confidence in them when I see them anymore.
Mhm.
Again, like for example, losing the 2v1 against Rians. I know that Rians is amazing, but there were many situations that I just didn't expect them to act like way, or more so not to react in a specific way. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there you go. We've got our long-term narrative for Fnatic. If they don't make champs and choke, then they're the chokers. They inherited it from Paper X. There you go. They've taken it now. Let's flip back to a positive though. Let's go back to a team. Let's raise the roof.
Foot Esports once again.
We're going back to Foot again. So this time Sliggy. No, we're talking about Team Vitality, a team that probably again most people, especially midway through the stage, had probably written off. And you know what's so great about this is I feel like in particular, you know, I can't remember what game was it where, you know, it was the comms listening and it was a disaster and everything was terrible. It was that
BBL
was it BBL or Eternal Fire? I
so.
can't
It
remember.
might have been BBL.
Okay,
It was
let's
BBL
just say it was
'cause, yeah.
BBL. It doesn't matter. It
Sure.
really doesn't matter. But either way, they had hit rock bottom, right? They're getting memed on. You know, like, oh, can I speak? Oh, please, sir, can I speak this time? Like, you know, it's not looking good. And now, I'm not going to say out of nowhere because they did also win a 13-0 before this happened. But I don't think many people certainly would have had them being Fnatic. I want to talk about Yampy because in particular, he was the guy that was getting, you know, a lot of shit for that week, you know, because it was kind of like him, oh, guys, we need to do something. You know, he was the one getting a lot of shit. And when they qualified for this tournament, I just felt so good for him. I mean, it was Sliggy, you've worked with him.
Yeah.
I mean, just talk to me about Yampy.
I mean, it's awesome. The thing is, he's such a hard worker as well. So it's like it was really cool to see all the hard work that he's done actually pay off. I thought it was cool that the coaches were kind of saying that it was more just the other players maybe not giving him like the room to speak as well. So like some people maybe being a bit too vocal. You've seen the clips where Durka was saying that it sounds like there's 5 XQCs in the chat because they're just non-stop commenting everything. So I do think like lowering the amount of comms that maybe other people make to give Yampy the space has been cool. I think the main thing that happened with this team as well is just that buff of, well, we're out, guys. Unless the Eternal Fire do something, it's out of our control. We fucked up. Like having that, the rock bottom, I spoke about that with T1 earlier, hitting the rock bottom and then getting the second chance. It's so cool for them, and I do think that they fixed a lot of this stuff when it comes to like Yampy mid-rounding or people mid-rounding, and then as well we look at their PAL, like their defense setups. We got a lot of good defense setups. We've got KO flashes for everyone. Like we actually, the stuff that they were missing is you can see them working on it. You can see it on the server, just looking at the minimap, they're working on it. And like their setups in terms of PAL was really cool against Liquid. The Kron's doing nothing, essentially he's just holding B long, but him having all of that space and having that angle means that they can stack the other site so heavy. So I thought it was just really cool to see the things that they were missing and all of that hard work that obviously Yampy and the coaching stuff and all the players put in just on the server without even like hearing too much. You could visibly see it.
I'm a little bit confused why that stuff was missing in the first place. Like, I think that like
Mhm.
they're obviously doing a lot of good work now, but like I was still a little bit confused. It felt like it took that loss for the coaches to just be like, look, this ain't fucking working. Can you listen to us and actually do some shit? And they actually then brought out the Valo pants and were like, hey, look, this is a set where you sit on a site decker, you know, and we're gonna do that a few times. And like it did feel in some ways that simple on the defense, because their defense win rate was the second worst in the league behind Pacific. And I presume now it's a lot higher than that, because every defense I think was looking a lot better with, you know, actually looking like there's some kind of system or structure. So that was nice to see the kind of turnaround, and they actually did buy into it.
Mhm.
But yeah, again, it's still a little bit confused why it took so long to get to that point.
I think they just had a misunderstanding of how FNATIC worked. And I think they thought it was like relatively loose, and Durka and Kron would take care of or bring over a lot of the stuff. Or they would just like name value, man. Let's give these guys the freedom. They're the best in the world. We can't challenge everything they say.
Yeah,
That's how I
or
view it.
maybe a misunderstanding even from the players of how things
Of how it used to work.
happened, or
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's really cool as well is that Profik in the Haven against Fnatic, like he was stepping up a massive time on and you would think, you know, of the players on Vitality, he's going to be probably the last person who you put like, oh, he's going to carry us to a map. And so I think it was really kind of cool that he was kind of the one that was carrying them to the map. But Kakukura, I want to know, going forward, I mean, you'll somewhat reveal this with your kind of picks later on, but are you like Vitality obviously have the kind of like, they should be, you know, they have the talent to be one of the best teams in the world. They've now made it. I expect we all agree that they still are going to need some work, you know, to get good. But considering that London is quite open right now, do you actually have hope that like, yeah, this team can lock in and actually, you know, finish top 3?
Wait, you
It's
see
better.
my prediction already?
I haven't seen your prediction, no.
Oh,
But
well.
I don't know what you're going to
Because
predict.
I have an
Maybe-
agenda with my prediction. I thought that
Okay,
that you
well,
meant that.
let give out the agenda.
Yeah, I see that they would, I think, be surprised to some extent, but I think that at the end of the day, this is kind of like what we were promised. Sayonara played super well during playoffs, in especially in the match against, well, both of them, both between like against Liquor, he stepped up massively. So it's so good to see, because at the end of the day, Vitality, like, quote unquote, sacrificed their kickoff in order to prepare everything for Sayonara. Like back then, Yampi was playing Euro. Like it was kind of like all over the place. We didn't really know where things were going to end up, and it's good to see that he's playing like that. That they have already been through having all of these issues, and I want to see how high the ceiling can be for them. I do agree. Like Profik played super well. Like sometimes, like
Yeah, it's a good round to
pushing
show.
through
He
garage
pops off it.
and whatnot, getting some crazy results, winning like some crazy post bans and whatnot. I like it. I think that they could be contenders. Why not? If they keep going in this trajectory.
I do want to settle a debate that you and Minnie had about what Sayonara's best agent is. What is Sayonara's best agent?
The debate was never what his best agent is. My argument was that if I was Vitality and I have the players that I have, and there is something that is obviously OP that you could be abusing and things are not working, why are you not abusing that to at least give you some confidence? Because you can win.
Okay. And Minnie?
I think he's pretty good at server.
And Viper. It's pretty
So
good.
if you wanted to
Viper's
put, so if
a
you were
little
doing
bit
their
more.
Haven comp, then would you swap Yampi and Sayonara?
Well, no, of course not.
Oh, so not that good?
Well,
Well, I
not
mean,
put him on
Yampi ain't
server?
gonna be fragging on Phoenix.
Why not? He
Whoa,
did
whoa,
alright on
whoa.
Yoru.
Whoa.
Did he
Well,
not?
I mean, come on. Like, I think that, like, you know, in terms of Yampi had a good kickoff and he was doing one on Euro, but like,
Yeah. Seen a lot of Yoru's
if
go
you're,
to Phoenix.
you're about to
and
go
do
to
alright.
London, like, okay, I'll frame it this way. My expectations for Vitality are now, yeah, good job. You did exactly what the bare minimum is. You got to London. Now it's time to actually lock in and actually, you know, be the super team that, you know, was promised.
Well,
Profik, you highlight
keeps-
Profik. I
keeps
think Profik
raising
was
the
one of the
bar.
best players in EMEA last year. I think
Yeah.
that, like, because he dropped off a little bit and people who didn't necessarily watch EMEA as much didn't know as much about him, doesn't mean that, like, my standard is he's still a very good player. So
Yeah.
to me, I think Vitality should be aiming for a deep run at London, and I think anything less is probably still.
Do you think they
know.
will though?
I think they will. I mean, The problem is it's fucking again. London is going to
Say
be
yes or
impossible
no.
to
Go
prevent.
for something.
All I
man.
need is
Go
a yes
for
or
it.
Go
no.
for something. Are
Yeah,
they
go on.
going to? Yes, they should.
Holy.
If they don't, then
No,
I'm gonna
don't
be
back
flaming.
down. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like if they continue to actually add stuff that they should, because right now I think that some of the setups are quite, it's fairly routine, basic. The Pearl was actually quite nice. There was layers there. I think on some of the other maps, I don't think the layers are quite there yet. And it seems like this turnaround that's happened has put them back to like a baseline, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to add to that baseline, and if they continue to add, then they should be really good.
Okay. Cool. That was positive time over because now I'm looking at you, Sliggy. We're gonna talk about Team Liquid because
Yeah.
there isn't nearly as much positive going on here. It must be said for Team Liquid because they lost to Vitality. You know what? The loss to Vitality, sure, whatever. Gentle Mates have not been good. Gentle Mates are as lost as Nongshim, I think, or at least were during this entire stage.
Yeah.
They've been very lost. Losing to Gentle Mates was bad. I think that was quite bad. And the manner in which they did it was also quite bad. Now, I'm going to come to you with this, Liggy. Okay.
Go on.
We've given the Team Liquid coaching staff quite a lot of credit, I think, and rightfully so, over like the past however long they've been there. They consistently make masters. They make good decisions. They make the best of kind of, what their team was. I think that this game, though, in terms of their approach to Fracture,
Oh,
and
dude,
maybe
don't-
even the veto as well in terms of picking Ascent,
Yeah, their
maybe one of the best
Fracture-
choices.
I mean, just look at the Fracture comp.
Yeah.
Where is my breach meant to be stunning? How does he ever know? Is Mini Boo just a human drone and he's meant to get the info that so you can stun? Like, you're not going to get many rounds on attack. You're essentially just gambling. I get that your defense can be good, but they ran out of ideas, and I don't even this comp can only go fast. You have to stun at the beginning, have a preset stun, and you take that space. As soon as they get set up, there's some kind of op or anything. You just what are you meant to do? Jiggle peek, jump him off, pray that your stun is a 1 out of 4 stun that would take him off an angle. Yeah, you're just guessing. Yeah, it's a bad look for them. They do this sometimes though. They have like these bad maps. Like Pearl used to be a really bad map for them. I thought they fixed it. Then I saw
think they had the
Pearl and
Cypher
Vitality.
here instead of the Killjoy. The comp
Would
isn't
help.
as egregious as because I
Then
can
got
I can,
Boombot and camera.
I can feel
Thanks, Nats.
when the community. I know when like your kind of agenda is hit because I could tell in other people's chats that there's like flame. So there's a lot of flame for this week for a Team Liquid's comp, and I think it's not good. Like I don't think playing breach is good, but I don't think it's quite as bad as it should lose 13-2 kind of.
No, it shouldn't
That's
lose
like
13-2. You should get like 4 rounds going fast. But that's all you have. Do you not agree? As soon as an op comes out,
No, because the Neon can just bait the up shot. The Cypher Camp can bait the up shot.
Yeah, but they don't have the same. Mate, you're
they
talking
don't
about
have
changing
Yeah, that's
the
what I mean.
cipher.
Like that's the problem is that they should have a
Okay,
fucking
sure.
Cypher. Like
Yeah, they should have a cipher.
And they also have, as Kakuka said, they have nets as well, which is
And-
another reason to play
and when-
Cypher.
And when they got the Killjoy, or they decide to go underpass, and it's just so
Oh, and they just got
readable,
pushed out,
and it's
yeah,
got pushed out. And I can't watch Fracture at the moment. I think there's only like 5 good teams on Fracture.
All right,
Kill
APAC
them.
any good at it right now?
No,
Not really, no.
Nongshim, who are out, are
Say
good
they
at
aren't
it,
that good at it.
and PaperX are good at it.
Yeah.
It's,
And,
I'm
I mean,
telling
this
you,
could have
no
been,
one's
by
good
the
at
way, the first 14-0. I mean, we got robbed. We really got robbed of a 14-0 here.
That's
it.
true.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true.
We got the first
Oh yeah,
ever
we got the tech
13-0
pools
half.
as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, I mean, this was rough when it was a gigantic tech pause and it's 10-0.
Yeah, it's
Team
like,
Liquid,
guys, it's
this
over.
game's so over, but now there's a giant.
I'm sat
tech
there
pause.
wanting
It's
to
over.
go home because
Yeah.
I know it's over, and I gotta wait there. Like I've had a long week at that point, and I'm just like, you Team Liquid, please. Just,
But I felt like
just
ev-
accept.
even the admins were like pitying because they didn't restart when it was Gentle Mates, right? They didn't
Yeah.
have the spike. They didn't do a restart for that because it's like
Yeah.
a close game. This one they were just like, guys, you're 10-0 down. We'll give you a round. Like we'll give you a rollback. Have another go at it.
Have a
Like, it was
try,
actually
and they
just a
lost.
pity rollback. It's kind of crazy. I don't know
Maybe
what
they
the
were like,
audio
we
is.
cannot have mates making it, please.
I don't know what the audio is.
Let's just give Team Liquid another chance.
I don't know what the audio is like, and obviously there definitely will be issues to like try and make a statement for that. So I imagine there was audio issues, but if they're not rolling back for a spike, not spawning,
It's because of the
Yeah,
time when
there's-
it's reported, I believe.
yeah, but you
I
gotta
mean,
just,
I think there's
you
a
gotta roll
huge
that
thing to
back.
be taken
I'm
about
not
tech
saying I
pauses with Americas.
I'm
like,
not saying I agree.
Like I remember, Stiggy, we had this debate once where it's like you were like, "Oh, the players should be able to like pause it or something." And I'm
Yeah.
like, I do think that the the system needs to change, because the fact that yesterday we saw that like people are pushing out on Breeze and they know what the setup is afterwards, and then the whole Ethan drama or whatever, but like it just seems like the system doesn't work right now.
I'm actually going to go on a rant here a little bit. I'm sorry to take like 2 minutes out of this. Is I don't understand now, and apparently teams aren't allowed to type in all chat, which is just moronic. We have a thing that has been in games for years now, years and years, tried and tested. Like you should look at the history, and you don't have to repeat the mistakes that other people have made, because people have done those mistakes. You don't have to be Blizzard and learn for yourself and mess up Overwatch and do all of that crap. That's what they've done. You can learn from them. In CS, like someone drops out, you type not live, everyone stands still, you're done, the other team isn't going to show anything. In this, what happens is everyone stands still, and then people are like pushing, they give away their pistol, or Ethan's running around trying to spot the setup. Like, guys, just let them type not live, and then everyone just goes, oh, it's not live, maybe I won't push down middle and show my pistol. Like, it's been proven that this is good. Like, it's okay to have team chat there. The worst thing that's going to happen is Vanity, when he killed you with a shotgun, is going to do a little smiley face. That's pretty funny. It's okay. Like,
the only counterpoint is that I think it's because there's those gray areas where it might not be so obvious it's live, and they don't want to give players that like independence of typing not live when they clearly could just abuse that in some way. And I think that is a problem, that they don't trust that if a player drops out, you should be able to tell them that type not live. But those gray areas where it's like a player's lagging or something, they shouldn't be able to just type not live, if that makes sense.
I think that we are missing protocols in general.
Yeah.
Because it also
for sure.
I don't think it was visible. It also happened in the FNATIC game when there's a tag pause, and then you cut to Desmo and Milan on the camera, and you see that they have the headset out and that they're talking to comp ops, and then we go into a tech pause. And I believe that they didn't even get like the full timeout of it, just because there was a medical issue on stage, and we're missing, like, there's some protocols that are missing.
You got to set some rules. We have to set some rules that make sense, because at the moment it's the Wild West and people are doing whatever they want, and I get it. You do what you can to win, but it's like, let's just, dude. It's been literally solved in CS. You just type not live. If your PC crashes, and it has to be like, go. If you've got a blue screen or your monitor turns off, there's no damage. Just type not live. It's the first 20 seconds. That's all I want to see. Pisses me off.
Okay, we took a bit of a detour there. Didn't expect us to go there, but that's
yeah,
fine.
sorry. It's been on my mind so much, man. It's annoying.
That's fine. Maybe honestly.
Name a more iconic duo: Team Liquid and a tech boss.
Optic, NRG. Anyways, I do just quickly want to. I don't want to talk about these teams because they're so painful in my mind. But Gentle Mates and BBL. Mates did actually win a game against Liquid, as we just kind of talked about, but then quickly got dismissed by Eternal Fire because Eternal Fire are just better aimers than them, and they just destroyed them basically. And
in that, sorry, go on.
And BBL are just in a sorry state, to be honest.
For sure.
Looking ahead to stage 2, though, for both of those teams, do you have hope for either of them? Any of them?
I have more hope for Gentle Mates because they worked out that Martin can just be on Phoenix. And then BBL need a meta change.
Gentle Mates are probably going to make changes too after stage, I would believe. And then BBL, it's like, I don't know. You can't really point, like, Lovers Rock hasn't been performing as well, but he also did perform before. And I know it's the Yoru, but still, it feels a bit weird. So I don't know. I am just disappointed at BBL where, I keep saying it, like, I don't think I explained it very well, but to me, the case study of a team who just plays and acts like how I used to, hate as a coach, but I saw it as like, oh, this is a fun time to see a team doing it and it's working, and then they lose one game and you can see why that approach doesn't really work. And
Kakuka, any hope for either?
No.
Hope
for either. I do agree with Mini.
Yeah,
I think that there will be changes in the Mates side. I don't know, it was weird, like even when we had the coach confession after the first map, they were like, oh yeah, they changed the comp in a sense. It's like kind of similar to what we run. Yeah, we just didn't, I guess we knew, but we didn't know. It's like
that was the most honest, like, because I know you guys were like flaming it, but I think that's the most honest coach confession I've ever seen, where it's like, well, we know what they're doing, it's just we're not good enough, was basically what it's saying.
See the difference,
frankly,
Mini,
like, that is
that I saw Kundi before and after that match. So I was like a little bit like in my head about it. I don't know. I like the fact that they've changed their priorities. Like they just put everybody in comfort. People being like, I don't want to play Neon. I'm not a good Neon. I'm just gonna go play Jet. And Minnie's like, I'm a great Cypher. Like seriously, you do not know how good I am. And just put Martine on. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Martine on Phoenix on Fracture was the freaking way to go? Who would have thought that? No, veto. Before that, I don't know. There is hope for both of them. I guess we'll have to see where time takes them, because especially for BBL, they took such a hard hit with the Yoru. I want to see what they do with some time, because at the end of the day, they were straight from Santiago into the stage, and I want to see if there's some depth to the team and they can step up to the rest of the region.
There's a group of teams right now, and BBL and Gentle Mates come into it, where when Yoru got nerfed, they just couldn't find the fix, and it should have gone probably Waylay. Does the Waylay work, or the Waylay got nerfed Phoenix? But other teams just went all over the place, and then some of them worked it out week 6 playoffs. Some of them still haven't worked out.
I think there is a common denominator here, even with Nongshim maybe too, where these are teams where they probably had the whole off season to practice. They're not one of the teams that like. How do I explain? Like the deep run teams usually don't take the off season as hard, and then the kind of teams coming up are going to be practicing that whole off season, and so you don't like as soon as then they had 5 months of practice essentially is what in my head is what happened, and then you get to VCT and a change happens. You get 2 weeks to practice, and there's a stark difference between watching a team with that several months of practice versus oh shit, we got 2 weeks to figure out how we play.
Yeah,
and I think that probably is what happened.
Okay.
Can I just say something very quickly?
You can.
Because like before coming in today, like now that we're talking about hope, KC have started putting a rate on Phoenix. I see the light. I see the light with Avis out of the
but if
with
they
Avis
lost,
out of
if
the
they lost though,
but they just won against Giant X. They just had an 11-1 half, and I was like, whoa, what's going on?
I mean,
So,
that
yeah.
is you're reaching deep there for the KC hope. I mean,
I mean, Sasha's not here. Someone has to do it.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. Anyway, let's talk about the games that are upcoming for EMEA as we enter the Final Four. Before we do that, let's see what the viewers predicted. Last week's match of the week was Team Liquid versus Vitality, and surely Sliggy. Oh no! Oh,
We guaranteed this.
77%.
yeah, you can't blame them.
I mean,
Can't
that's
blame
pretty
them,
high.
honestly.
77.
Yeah, it is pretty high. It didn't be that high, but I mean, Vitality up until that point hadn't been great, man.
I mean, they did win a 13-0. I kept saying this to Sideshow when he was streaming it, like, I don't care about 13-0 against Pacific. I was like, well, they won 13-0. Anyway, you got that wrong, viewers. So do better this week. This
even
week's
when I
match of the week will
impli-
be.
even when I implied I wanted Vitality to go to the event, Sideshow was like, "What are you talking about?" I was just like, "I want to send the teams with the highest ceiling possible, and Vitality are that team." So I'm really glad they are going.
Anyway, I'll let this speak for itself. Let's talk about who they're going to play. Let's talk about those two teams.
If they
Fuck.
bomb out in the London, holy.
Well, I mean, isn't that the truth
Yeah,
of the
that's expected.
expectations?
I can't lose this, Liggy. I'm just
Like-
going to
Yeah,
say
no,
what he
I
says. Like,
yeah, I
it's
agree. I
expected.
agree. Yeah,
There you go. You agree as well, so you
Chronicle,
can't even
they're
flame me.
famous,
No,
yeah.
you said it. I'm going to just play that clip. at you.
Erica's a animal.
Anyway,
He just has to make it.
Foot versus Vitality. Let's see what we predicted. Oh,
Ooh.
snap! Holy! I thought I was going to be defending against the Wolves. I already knew that those two would be snakes.
Yeah, but
We're
Bear's
getting
actually has
wolves.
Hey!
Snakes over there. Snakes.
Bear's an agenda.
Yeah.
What's the
I do.
agenda?
I want to see more Vitality. That's it. That is my agenda. I want them to play more.
What?
That's why you
it?
picked Foot. You just want to see.
Yeah,
more
I want them to get
Vitality.
some fucking best of 5 experience. So I want more experience for them. Pues ya está. That is my agenda. I trust food.
Don't you think it's weird that we
Good.
don't do best of 5s for the qualifying games? And then we
That
do it
is
for-
Yes,
It's
that was
such
actually
a
one of the
big
main
game.
benefits of kickoff. Is
Kickoff.
all the qualifying
I
games.
really like
So I
the
was thinking
format this
about-
year.
best of fives.
The
Yeah, it's fun.
APAC games, it sounded like there was a team that would win if they played the full map pool. But then in the BO3, it sounds like they wouldn't win, was basically my takeaway from one of the parts of analysis. And then I was looking at like Heretics today and we were talking about map pool. Why? Yeah.
Don't know.
Why?
Yeah,
Hopefully
I
next year we
agree.
get a better format. But hopefully. I mean, we don't know it yet, but
It will be different.
it will be different at least. But yeah, hopefully we do get best of 5 qualifications because that would be good. Anyway, this game, go on. Either of you snakes, tell me.
I'll go. I don't
Go
think your map pool looks good. So
I'm not part of it.
Your
Well, I
map
am
pool
part of the
shit,
team, but I'm
mate.
not on it.
your map pool shit. Dude, I can't feel comfy about how you're looking. That's it. I think Vitality overall look better. Dude, I was watching that split. Like, how are we here? How are we sending one of these teams on that split?
Just you wait.
I mean, it was messy. I think my
Really
pick is
messy.
whenever I pick Vitality, I'm just thinking I'm trying to set. This team has high ceiling. If they keep improving the way they do, then they should be our best representative at EMEA of EMEA. I think that FUT are a good team, and I like the fact we got a team like that going. But I think they should be our spicy, like second or third team, not our. This is our hopes and
Big hope.
dreams team. Vitality are our hopes and dreams team.
I will say though, FUT getting first place would be nice for them to sort their map pool out. Like they could get into a pretty good spot. I kind of think they need first seed. That's where I view it because I don't think the map pool's good.
Look, if you want to
Could be wrong.
believe what those frauds have just said, then you
Could be
believe it.
wrong.
But you're going to be proven wrong again and again. Well, actually, for getting first seed would be good. But actually, I kind of want to see them in group stage because then I might see more of them. So
That's true.
either way, I win.
They can
Yeah,
get
it's a
second,
win-win. Yeah, you covered all your
so
bases.
they win
man.
this one and then they lose the next one.
Possible
also
too.
good.
Possible. But also, if they win grand final, they get more points, champ points, and more likely to go to champs. So I gotta do one.
I think
Anyway,
that you're getting greedy now. I think you're getting greedy.
match of the week. Match of the week is Team Heretics versus Eternal Fire to qualify for London. Who've we picked? Oh, now I am surprised, particularly by the guy all the way over there. That way. Minnie, you've picked Eternal Fire. Why is that?
I'm just very worried that Eternal Fire just punch Heretics in the face. And that's what's gonna happen. Like, I think that again, like Heretics on a few of the maps are extremely strong, but I think that the veto is gonna go similar to before. And I think in that way, I think Eternal Fire might be okay. They will probably lose the fracture, but then the other two they would be okay. I'm just Heretics has stung me a few times before. Eternal
They have with
Fire
everyone.
shooting people.
Don't worry. They have with
Yeah.
everyone.
And I just went my gut said Eternal Fire.
Okay. Kakuka? I mean, I know that this other guy is
This
a
man.
massive Heretics fan, but Kakuka?
This man.
What?
Before I go into why Heretics, I mean, it is Heretics. I think that it is the team that makes me the most emotional. Like seeing Gen.G crying the other day, it would make me incredibly sad for them to fall into the lower bracket and just keep fighting and fighting. And what we call in Spain an orillada, which is basically you're dropped in the middle of the sea and you swim, trying to save your life. And right before you reach the shore, you don't make it.
I mean,
So all the swimming was for nothing.
that has its own word.
Orillada. Yeah, we have expression. You're lacking a lot of expressions in English. But that's not the topic. The topic is I also think that I want to see the same Heretics that we saw in the past. I think that Koshmaris is playing very well, that he's abusing what needs to be abused. And Rian's, man. And no, like seriously, like Gen.G might have fucked up a little bit on Ascent, but the previous two maps and also the previous match that they had against BBL, he played so well. Like he really, really wants it. And Boo, I think is calling some sick things. So I am on the Heretic side to the surprise of absolutely no one.
Just before I come to you, Sleggy,
Mhm.
you just reminded me about something because Sideshow was talking about this. If the Neon nerf turns out to be, substantial, are you worried for Team Heretics and Koshmaris that like?
Because the thing is, I don't know enough about Koshmaras to tell you that, to be fully honest, because I have only seen him play. Bueno, the Chamber.
The chamber, yeah. Well,
But so many things could be different.
Yeah, it doesn't
Maybe
impact Eternal Fire a lot less, right? Because Izzy's Neon isn't like the defining factor of that
No,
team.
yeah, he could play
so-
Jet and it'd be fine.
Come on, we need Eternal Fire then.
Sleggy?
I don't think the neon knife's that big.
No. I'm
just
kind of
saying
with
if,
you there,
yeah.
but just if it turned out to be.
My pick here is Heretics are a map up, so surely they can squeeze out another one.
It worked
'Cause
last time, right?
What
You
if?
got, you got Eternal Fire permaban Haven, so they either float that and that gets picked and they lose, or they're gonna lose on Fracture again because they won double pistol. It looked bad at So I just have faith that Heretics can squeeze out at least one of the maps where the 10-person brawls
What
are
if they
happening.
just change their comp to something that's just like a kind of rankers vibe?
They don't
just
understand
run
the
it down.
reactions.
Fair
They'd
enough.
still lose.
Yeah, I think
It's like,
Fracture
dude,
is
it's
a map
Fracture, man.
where
It's a reaction
yeah.
map.
you gotta.
Yeah, but
have
in my
those
head, like
anti-
a reaction map where if you just play like you think you're a Turkish team, you just push. It's
Yeah.
a pretty good response.
I
I
think
mean,
that's their
Fabian
best
doesn't
play.
even have an S on his keyboard. My man just goes forward. Doesn't matter if it's
But
a 5
Fabian on
2.
Phoenix right there.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
is he off that
should
way
be-
there?
Yeah, that should happen.
See, here's the thing. There's something about this matchup as well that is like, it's kind of like Roman Empire for me. When the pressure is this high, I look at the game that Heretics just won against FNATIC, right? And he brought me back to at Champs when FNATIC and Alpha couldn't play, and they brought in Doma and they won, and players were incredibly emotional after that because it was like, holy shit, we did this, and that was like the mountain that they had to climb for that. And to me, like the kind of like their tournament run ended there. And I don't want to feel the same way for Heretics in the way that their biggest opponent was FNATIC and they put all the fuel, everything that they had in them into just winning that match, and then not being able to overcome the actually important one, which is this one as well.
But couldn't we just say the same about Eternal Fire? Like they probably should have beat Foot, losing both pistols in that split
Yeah.
game.
Fuck off.
Minnie, would you have more faith in Eternal Fire or Foot going further in London?
That's a fucking good question.
Careful what you say here.
And what about Eternal Fire?
Historically-
Yeah.
I might see you.
historically,
I
you
might
would
see you there,
say-
son.
Wait, Eternal Fire Foot. Oh, I thought you meant Eternal Fire Heretics.
No, Eternal Fire or Foot.
Do both?
Both.
Oh God. I think to me, I always get confused between them. That's how like genuinely
Similar.
I think of them. I think the Eternal Fire have more like they're less reliant on specific individuals than Foot, so that might be a narrative.
Okay, whatever. Anyway,
stop.
we split
Stop it,
50-50. We did that in the 2 Pacific games as well.
Yeah, we're doing
Split
great.
50-50. No, this week, no one knows what's going to happen. After what happened last week, no one's ever guaranteeing anything ever again. So yeah, that was the EMEA. We've got a special treat in store. We've got that was serious. That was serious.
Yeah, it
wasn't
is a treat.
We got
That
Bren coming in to host. I mean, that's a treat in and of itself. We got Zikz coming in.
Jeez.
And we got the place where I thought this was the place where casters, analysts, co-streamers.
Pro
I thought this was the place
coaches.
when you're washed, you come onto this thing. That's when.
Benchwarmers,
But we're
yeah.
getting FNS on as well. Now, don't let FNS. Don't talk about football because he's an Arsenal fan and he will be insufferable if he gets to. So have fun, Sliggy. Thank you,
Thank you, Bren,
Minnie.
thank you.
Thank you, Kukuka. Thank you,
Pleasure.
me. And have
Thank
a
you,
nice
guys.
America
Thank you,
segment.
Kurt.
Thank you, Kurt. Where surely there was no big upsets in Americas, right?
Yeah, nothing happened in Americas. Don't worry about it.
No.
Set up to
NG
6
versus
a.m. for
MIBR
that.
didn't happen.
I'm gonna swap the cameras behind
See you
the
guys.
scene. See you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Be back in a sec.
All right, let me swap the cameras so we can hear everyone. Sliggy just left, so perfect. I'm gonna give it a 3-minute timer here, just to make sure we're all set up.
Hello.
Yo.
Yes. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yeah, let me get Finesse in here so we can hear him. Nice. You
You guys see me or no?
Oh, we
can't.
can't see you. We can't see you.
The hell?
We have time. We're chilling.
Sorry.
Yeah, Sliggy's AFK right now, so we're gonna hang out for a bit.
Okay. You can hear me, but you just can't see me. That's weird because I enabled my camera,
Let's see.
but it's I don't see myself either. To be fair, I don't know why though. I don't see anyone for that matter.
You don't see anyone.
No,
try
no.
reconnecting
I
to
don't
the
see
call.
anyone either.
Okay.
Do you just
I
see
think
the?
that's normal.
Yeah. Do you see the be right back screen, Zikz and Bren?
Yeah.
Okay,
I see the
that's-
207.
that's-
Yeah.
I'm just looking at my back end. I just see a black screen for Finesse. He's reconnecting, so All right, we see you now, Finesse. We're gonna swap cameras if we're ready here.
Hello.
All right, cool. Let's do
Hello.
it.
Yo.
Okay.
That's better. Hey guys.
Holy,
Yo,
how's everybody doing? Platchet episode 264. I'm talking like I've just introed the show, despite the fact we've just done 2 hours of whatever else it
Yeah,
was.
you keep going. It was good.
Yeah, sure. The Americas segment. Here we are. Now, if you're wondering why I'm wearing a hat, if you are a young man below the age of 30, I'm about to show you your future, which is balding jump scare. And not just that.
What the fuck?
The Envy logo on my
Brother.
forehead.
That almost
Wow.
looks.
Who drew this? It's not great.
It was Alex. I won't tell her that. I won't tell her that.
Okay.
No,
Sorry.
they
No, I don't know what he said. I don't know what he
fine,
said.
It's fine. No. They were saying how good the logo looked. The Envy logo looked. They were saying how good it looked. They weren't saying anything bad.
Alice, it kind of looks
Does
like
it-
a swastika.
Who said it?
FNS, I think.
I heard
Anyway.
the same.
It's probably
Anyway,
the most believable one here.
yeah, I don't have any proof for this. And that, listen, I would have set this up ahead of time, Kurt, but also I had to delete the VODs because I got DMCA'd. So there's no evidence, actually, of me making a bet. But I said, there's no fucking way that Envy are going to win and beat MIBR. And guess what fucking happened? So here we are. This is the world we're living in. We can brush past it. We don't even have to acknowledge it, actually. But it's just going to be on my head for the entire show. So
I like it.
there we go. I want to jump straight into this, to be honest, and just start tackling these topics, man. Let's go for crew, because there's a lot to talk about with this crew EG game for the week 5 games. Before we start talking about playoffs and the teams that are actually qualifying and everything else, crew, I'm pretty sure they already made it, regardless of the result of this. But this is an interesting one. I mean, EG made a bunch of changes with a bunch of their players, right? If they swapped out 2 of their players. And so they got in Pancakes and Serona, and then they got an assistant coach too with Faded. And they brought him in for presumably long-term rebuilding. I don't want to talk about EG for ages, but I do want to touch on it briefly because I don't know what you guys are thinking. When I was watching this, I was like, I'm seeing promise here from this team. I'm seeing them anti-strat crew pretty effectively on Lotus. Like Lotus is a map where I felt like they should have won. Crew basically skimmed past it because they got double pistol, and that's about it. It's a 13-11 win. It's not great when you win a double pistol. I don't know about you guys. I was feeling pretty good about EG overall, like for the future of this team.
Same for the first time in a little bit here.
Yeah,
For sure. I mean, no, there was like a honeymoon period. It almost felt like because 2 new players coming in, right? So, they're gonna you kind of have to see how they settle onto the stage. Thankfully, the rookies have been owning, like in other teams as well. When you first get them on stage, somehow, like the guy on Loud, or is it Erdi?
yeah,
Yeah, he's frying as well. So like all the rookies in general, last like year and a half, for some reason they get on stage and just fry. So that was the hope, and it kind of came into fruition there. They almost, like you said, they almost beat Lotus and lost both pistols, which was pretty impressive to see.
I thought they handled the whole like getting new players in pretty well. I originally looked at the map Vito and I was like, what the hell are they doing? Why are they not banning Lotus?
Yeah.
But it's actually pretty smart. If you think they had 3 days practice, you have your map pick. If you leave Lotus open, they're picking it. So you got 3 days practice. You can just go 1-1. You could even go 1.5 and just focus on both those maps only. And I'm pretty sure that's like what they did. They could have got away with it. They actually nearly got the 2-0
they
here.
almost
So
did.
I got a lot of respect for the map Vito. I saw at the beginning, I was like, they're mental. And then I was like, oh, actually, wait.
It's all a lot of info on crew too. The Lotus info, it's like
Yeah.
a lot to
They played
anti.
it like every week almost.
Yeah, and
Every single week they played it.
in one of the listen-ins, you heard, I think it was DG's in saying something like "keep it moving," and it felt like that was kind of like the mentality of the day. Like they came in with a very clear theme from like a coaching perspective of like just trying to be proactive. Like they didn't always make the right decisions, but you saw, especially on Haven, they were like constantly re-pushing shit. They were constantly re-walking, which re-walking like short or long on Haven, to be honest, on A is like pretty hard. You usually die. But they were constantly finding gaps. So even if it wasn't like the perfect decision, you could see they were at least kind of like flowing into the game, which was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as we see some kind of proactivity, I always like it in any team. But to
Yeah.
see it from a younger team that kind of has nothing to lose, basically the envy thing, right? They're just kind of running it
Yeah,
down.
literally.
Similar situation, they have nothing to lose, and those are 100% the most difficult teams to play when they're just playing. You know, no real game plan.
There's no pressure at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're purely just seeing what you can get done. I was pretty impressed as well, though. Like we were talking about a coaching aspect. I think EG highlighted some weaknesses, I think, of Crew personally, because they've given up so much footage on their Lotus, and their Lotus was how they were looking like one of the best teams in America. That's what we were all calling them, essentially, right? Because they were looking like it. They were dominating teams. But they were looking incredibly good in terms of just the way EG would cut noise over towards A, because Crew are big fans of contacting up in initial fights. They don't like to use a lot of util at the beginning. They like to hide the intent, walk up as much as they can, and then set up Dante for big engagements. And EG were very ready for all of that. They were playing anti in some positions. They were just always ready to jump on the chance to punish the kind of micro plays that the Crew were really sailing ahead with. But my question is this alarm bells ringing in anybody's head for Crew moving forwards for playoffs? Because a lot of their wins were coming off the back of Lotus. Has that just been cracked open now, highlighted that actually the map pool isn't as fleshed out for them?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because I was like very high up on them like first 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then, yeah, now you're starting to see this, and they're starting to play like other maps. And obviously they lost when they kind of had the Lotus vetoed against them. So I still don't think their Lotus is like bad by any means. I think their Lotus is still like for sure their best map. But I'm more worried about the other maps, to be honest. They've just been sailing through with this map for sure.
I'm not too worried about Crew, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Just because their protocols are good. When they're down numbers, they refight together. They take space together. They figure things out together, and try to go for info very quickly. They don't really stall 5 to 10 seconds before making a decision, which allows the opponent to then have the 10 seconds ahead of you. They kind of instantly come up with a plan to figure out what they want to do next. So their microplay is really good in the mid round in comparison to a lot of teams I've watched this split any region. So I'm not super worried about them, but I do agree that they were just frying on Lotus. Like that Lotus pick was their home pick, and it did get figured out a little bit. So it can't stay that way. You know, they need to expand a little bit.
Yeah, I think a lot of what I'm worried about with Crew though is like, to kind of go into Sliggy's point, the map pool stuff is kind of big. If you could play the clip, Kurt, there's this moment in Haven, as I was kind of saying before, re-clearing long, re-clearing short, I think is super, super hard. Especially if you give them all the space. So here you'll see they basically drop into this long re-clear. You can see a shit ton of audio cues. And we might have to play it twice, but if you look at the mini map and you see the Sova and the KJ in this play. So there's a bit of a freeze here for EG, which is great. Going for a long re-clear, already super low success rate play, but they full drop into this play, make a shit ton of audio cues beforehand. So like look at Sova and KJ instantly join the fight, and it ends up being Sova and KJ that actually get success in the play, if that makes sense. So I don't know. It's like a lot of execution stuff for Crew that's kind of like worrying me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where like I don't think they have, the thing that I like about Crew is that they have intent to do the refights, to do the re-clears, but it comes down to like these moments where they were composed before, where they weren't showing their intent, that now it's like, for whatever reason, it feels less calm and composed. They're giving away their intent more. It's easier to play against. That's kind of making them crumble in a lot of their like micro situations where they were playing pretty flawlessly before.
Do you think in that situation, but in general, if they had just chilled and waited and accepted the hit instead, because they have 3A anyway. If it is an A hit, they're chilling. But I think I like the fact that they refought personally. But
I don't mind the refight. It's just the audio that came with it.
Yeah. It's how they did it was rough for sure. So many audio cues. I agree completely. But that's the one thing I actually like about Crew, that proactivity of refights and figuring out instead of guessing where the opponent is going, which so many teams fail at doing. And it's the only thing that doesn't make me worry. But I do agree, like they need to polish up how they do those things, because Lotus is perfectly polished. Like the way they refight A behind the Viper wall, it works every time. I don't know how it works every time, because when I'm watching them the second time or third time I watch them play Lotus, I'm like, how have teams not figured out that they refight this? They do it every time. They do it, especially on bonus rounds. They do it on first gun no matter what. They won't fight A, but they'll refight it every time. So I like it, but I do agree on other maps it's not as polished. Yeah, exactly.
The intent is good. Like that's one of probably the only things I care about in most cases, is just that teams have clear intent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, that's kind of like where it feels like it's falling at the seams, is like a little bit of the execution side versus like, the great example is Lotus. Like you don't really know that the refight's coming because it's full zero audio and then a big explosive moment.
Just a paranoia comes out
exactly,
of nowhere.
Exactly. Compared to where it may be faltering a bit in terms of, the execution. But I think there's still good signs. There's some bad signs, but I think it's kind of easy fixes.
I still wish EG had won, man. If EG had won, that would have been.
That would be crazy.
That would have been cool.
But it
yeah.
was so confidence, so much confidence for the younger players too, you know, just to build off of for next split.
I still feel like they'll get a fair amount of this confidence anyway. Like that,
Yeah, for sure.
You watch that back and you'll be like, oh, this was so doable.
100%.
Like it's good
absolutely.
signs. I feel way better now after watching it, honestly.
Okay, well, we can move on to the other teams as well. The next game up that we saw in week 5, that was 100 Thieves. Again, they're continuing their streak of upsetting teams. I wasn't on the episode last week, but I was on the one before when I said, I think we were doing our predictions and that we guaranteed every game in Americas for week 4. And then I said that I think 100 Thieves could beat Crew. I got laughed at. Just want to point that out. They fucking beat them. So where are we at now? And then they do it again. They beat FURIA again. I mean, at that point, I don't know if we're going to consider it an upset because 100 Thieves have... I think they've cleaned up quite a lot of their game. They had some pretty sore spot issues in terms of Cryo getting ran down as an anchor player, I think, in prior weeks. They've definitely fixed that up, I think. They're improving. This team looks pretty good right now. I've got a lot of faith in them, I think, to do some damage in playoffs. I don't know about you guys.
Someone else can start this one.
I can start with faith. I got faith just purely because the coaching stuff and the signs that I'm seeing from the coaching stuff is like really, really good. I think the Breeze switch up of the Neon and the Phoenix of Asano going over towards the Phoenix look pretty cool. So that they could maybe lean on to that in some other maps. But my main point when I watch them, and I have some clips if you want to play them, Kat, is when teams are studying this team, they'll always have like a game plan that relies on their old demos that are out there. They did a similar strat here where they walled up over towards door and they pushed in towards
NRG.
Yeah. They pushed into the bottom of like if you just go to the minimap and maybe restart it. Like they just use this wall here to just like the Phoenix wall to cut this off. And normally they fast flooded and they get in towards spawn. But this time they go fast over towards art, trying to make it look like they're going heavy through door. So they're playing off their old game plan, and their first big buy run that matters is just trying to make it look like the same shit they were using last week, but actually it's completely different, and they managed to insert one into their spawn within like the first 10 seconds. So I thought that was cool. And then I saw a similar thing on Haven where they did like a set strat with an Omen ult where they faked A last week and then they ended C with the Omen ult. I think Bang was a little lucky to get the kill, but this time they did it again, but then they double faked. They did the Omen ult to the back of sight. They still faked the A, but then they actually ended up going over towards sorry, they faked the A, then they ended up faking the C, and then they went back over towards A. So I just feel like these little nuances of just them using the demos that's already out there and just like the coaching stuff, looking at all that and being like, oh, it's just this same strat. Like this stuff gives me a lot of faith that they can just snowball, win pistols. And I think snowballing's so big at the moment, man. Like that's just the whole game, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I like that when teams are able to like watch their own games as well and just ante themselves essentially. Like they know what the opponent is going to expect, and then they counter that, which I think is really good. Like I think Crew, speaking of, we're talking about Crew should do that. Don't refight sometimes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I'm overall pretty positive on like their intent in game plans. I think my only hesitation around them definitely comes from like these small like micro fumbles, like from man, I wish I actually got the clip for this, but on Pearl they had like a lot of moments where like it was very clear as 3 they could just do something together, be a bit, I don't know, wide swing and angle toward mid on Art. I think it was a very important defensive round. They had 3 people Art. They end up trying to contact with 3 people, and then they just kind of die one by one to the guy that was in window.
It was near the end of the game, I think, right?
Yeah, alongside, there was another round on the crunch. They could have played it a bit better. But overall, like I said, I think I'm overall positive on them, but some of these moments of micro kind of falling off, I think is my only real concern. And that really only showed super hard on Pearl, if I remember correctly. But outside of that, they looked.
They won both pistols on Pearl as well.
Fine. Yeah.
and then just got snowballed on attack.
Yeah.
They definitely struggled in that aspect. One of the things that I've been wondering at quite a bit is Timotino with his ults.
That dude is fucking high sometimes. I swear to God, he will throw them. I don't know if it's because I've seen a lot of pro players do this actually when they're playing the Phoenix, but they are just throwing these ults out. Maybe because you just build it up so quickly, but at times it's just in the most bizarre situations, and I'm like, oh, this can't be the most optimal way to play. That's one of the only other elements. I mean, other than that, I've been very impressed with 100 Thieves overall. And I don't mean this as shade to Timotino because it's. I think the logic behind it is you build it up so quickly that you can just throw it out, but sometimes it does look silly.
They're trying to be a little too smart with it. They're trying to do like preset plans where it's like, we'll make fake noise here, then the Phoenix can walk down. But then when it goes wrong, it just looks like idiotic, essentially. I think that is maybe the coaching staff trying to overcomplicate it a little bit. We're in a very simple meta right now. So I think if you just want to play retake on a site, and then you can either fast flood if they like come to your site, or if you can just use it for retake, I think that would be a lot better instead of the instant barrier. Guys, you make noise middle, and then I'll walk up A. And then you don't see anyone. You're like, shit, man. We're essentially a fade prowler right now as a Phoenix. So I would like them to have simpler plans for some of that shit.
Well, for FURIA, they ended up losing that game versus 100 Thieves towards the end. And they didn't, I mean, the cap on their season, they could have had a chance to potentially get number 1 seed right in their group, but then ended up dropping because that was left out of their hands overall. They ended up in the 2nd seed spot. What kind of warning signs are we looking at here for FURIA? Are we still confident in this team? I know they're still a good team, but when I'm watching them, they're a little bit too static for my liking on the defense. I think this meta needs, you got to have a little bit of proactivity because of how just lackluster mid-round information is, the cool around these days. Initiator Utah got nerfed, Yoru got nerfed. You don't have the same luxury anymore. So teams are getting around that by fighting areas of the map proactively on defense to find out where players are. They're not doing that. They're remaining quite static when I'm watching them play. I mean, they are fighting occasionally, but not as much as other teams. That's a bit of a warning sign to me, I think, for this team heading into playoffs. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Yeah, especially with the amount of talent they have on the roster. I mean, they do initial map control a lot on defense. Like, they will pressure mains, but they kind of go back into becoming sitting back merchants, but also not getting proactive with any other util. So they end up kind of in 2-1-2s on hits sometimes. Or the rotates are too late. You know, they're too spread thin a lot of the times. And I think they do screw themselves. They also rely on, they rely on their initiator a lot to live, and play the retakes a lot. Sometimes those retakes go their way, sometimes they don't. But I also think Koala kind of had a rough game as well, which is rare.
He's been having a little bit of a harder time, and I think it's pretty warranted just because he switched his role so much. I kind of have a question for you two, because where do you view, because I think he's best with an op, and I think him re-clearing stuff with an op could be pretty good, even though the agent isn't optimal on it. Where do you kind of view a Phoenix op? I'm not saying all the time, but just within the first 6 rounds, so they're scared of it. Are you guys fully against that stuff, or are you okay with it?
I don't mind it. Not the end of the world if you do it, especially if you have escape plans as well. If you're bottom sewer on Haven, I don't care. It doesn't matter who's opting that. It makes no difference. This depends on your positioning. So in my opinion, it doesn't really matter who is opting, because teams swap over ops on controllers sometimes as well.
He plays the Omen.
So that's perfectly fine. It just comes down to if you have an escape plan and if you are playing a more passive angle, it's okay. I just think I don't think there's a law of not doing it. Let's put it that way. I'm completely for it. It just kind of depends. It's situational.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not super ideal, obviously. But I will say, yeah, probably the biggest difficulty for FURIA, and my biggest kind of red flag, I guess, is within their identity, it felt like so much of their success kind of leaned on the op. And now Kualanu basically lost that entire part of his identity because they're trying to fit the meta. Yeah. So I mean, I think that
bringing it up. It feels like it's such a big part of it.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, they could probably find some way to get more value with Operator on Kualanu, but for example, on M80's Lotus back in the day, he would op on Omen consistently for that team. So I think that there is definitely ways that you can do it. They could get creative with it, but I think Alum is using op at times, right, to at least have some op pressure, so that they can't just contact freely.
The outlaw too. You like to pick up the outlaw. They love the skull weapons.
So I mean, it's not ideal, but and you don't really want to change comps, right? You're so late into the season.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
I think the one big benefit for them, though, kind of outside of this topic, is that FURIA is largely going to benefit from the map pool changing, because Bind is going to be out, which is their current permaban. Breeze It's obviously something they've been struggling with. The fact that they went from Jet to ISO to even more so go away from Kuala Nu bopping is kind of crazy. But I mean, they're probably just going to permaban that shit if we're being honest. Get that out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think
In general, they're solid though, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
in
100%.
general,
I think
almost a lot of what they do is good. And it's not, they are like, it's similar to crew. Like they do get proactive at times and it is good and it works. And then they just fall away from it sometimes. I feel like if they lose a couple of rounds, they lose their identity. It feels like if they lose a couple of rounds on a set play that they shouldn't have lost, especially on defense, they'll turtle up. And I don't like that.
Yeah, I think they, to glaze them a bit, I will say, I think they have probably some of the best like slow play micro of any team in terms of like them being able to do call freezes in the middle of the moment, walk around in the middle of a hectic scenario and actually like try to find good duels rather than like forcing some, you know, run scaling in scenarios they don't have to give away free audio to your opponent so that you can get like peaked on timing. They actually like hard freeze front side. They're like one of the most controlled teams in those scenarios, which is kind of why their attack is so good. But I agree. The biggest issue for them kind of is defense. And it makes you wonder, like, was the operator solving a lot of their problems on defense or kind of masking it?
It does. It makes you a lot more stagnant, I will say. I've been having my pet peeve currently is watching teams in Americas. They'll be winning, doing what was working, which is fighting proactively. Right now, Americas is so far behind on Fracture in general, I think. Just in terms of the way they're playing, man, it's embarrassing. But that's the reason why teams have been permabanning it, I guess. We're
I
seeing
feel like
evidence
they
of it.
default well on them on Fracture though. The default part is good.
Oh, attack.
Yeah, the default is
the
good.
post plants just fall apart instantly.
Yeah.
The protocols and the post plants just don't make any sense to me because everyone does the same retakes. You know, similar at least. You either triple flank or they're heavy spawn stuck.
Yeah.
So I guess it's because they don't beat the rotations, so they panic and then it just falls apart instantly.
Dude, no one's triple flanking in America.
No, not anymore.
Yeah, the only team that does is NRG. They perma do it. They will permanently do it. And then, yeah, you're right. Nobody else really does it, which hurts defense. But even then, attack side post plants are falling apart, which makes no sense to me.
I think it might be just because. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say the one good thing about obviously like the listenings are something that we got this year, man. EU is very vocal. Every plan every time we listen in, he's the guy that makes the plan. He's been great with it.
He's
It's good
mad
because he's
impressed me.
initiator. You know, it's off of his
exactly.
util as well, so it's even better when it's your initiator doing it.
His stocks are just his stocks go up and up every time I watch this guy.
Oh
So.
my god, I have to talk about this. The other thing on retakes on Haven A is when teams are in a 5v5 retake, right? Your defense retaking Haven A site. And the opponent has it and they have paranoia that they never used. And you didn't like bait out much util. Why are they teams still retaking through spawn? When you're supposed to retake through heaven. Like it's obviously you retake through heaven. It's like ABCs.
I feel like they're not coming flashes. Then they don't even do it.
Like
But more importantly, more people are coming out of spawn. Like neons are coming out of spawn when you should be hopping out of heaven to default every time. And they just don't do those things. So these little things just piss me off. Because I'm like, dude, there's so much talent on the roster, and then you do the last thing wrong. Even if you like, your whole plan, by the way, was to play retake on A, but then you didn't retake
You
it.
did it right.
Even you didn't even do step one correctly,
Yeah.
and that bothers me because I'm like, I don't get it. But yeah, sorry, a little tangent there.
No,
Anyways,
all good. No, I was going on a tangent about just operators. I've been noticing a lot of teams just slowing down. I think that the game plans all work. There'll be proactive default pushes all over the place, like on their defense. And then they'll pick up the operator, and then suddenly they just start losing round after round after round after round.
the human law, man, it's real. I'm telling you, it's real.
It's tough. It's tough watching it. It's tough watching. Did we have another clip, Sliggy, that you wanted to show on?
Nah, I think I
know
nailed
go
them
through
all.
all of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about G2 then. G2 played up against Cloud9. They did. Yeah, they did. G2 versus Cloud9, and that was Bro, I don't know what the fuck to think about this Cloud9 team. Cloud9's another team where they're building for the future, aren't they? They I don't think they know what they're doing. Bro, they're changing the player every single week. But you know, all the best. Honestly, Godspeed. No, had a good debut. I'll say that much. I think this team, I can definitely see the pieces potential there with this squad for Cloud9. I mean, we don't have to talk about them for long as well because you know they're not in playoffs. But
as the person that watches probably the most tier 2 NA, I would say that Note and Jack are both incredible players. There's a lot to be excited for. I think like, though, if you had to like compare 1-to-1 EG versus C9 and their implementation of like a 1-game prep, it felt like night and day, like genuinely.
So, do you think it was too much put in to this one game? Like they felt, or was it just?
I just felt like I just felt like C9 just game plan wise was really off, like crazy off. They were taking a lot of first timings against Vice. It just felt like, like when we watched EG play, it felt like there's always a crazy amount of like clear intent. The pacing makes sense.
Yeah,
the pacing makes sense.
They were well
it had a
ready
very
for the
clear
game.
like 1 week plan. Like we don't have much time. Let's try to make something work. Clear theme on the day to keep it moving. Like clear intent,
Yep.
And I'm just kind of concerned about like some of the pacing stuff, because they didn't change IGL, obviously.
Right.
Sure.
They didn't change coach. So yeah, I was just surprised to see when you slot in 2 players that are not the most important in terms of like your systems.
How you play, yeah.
Yeah, the game plan was still not great.
Was this the game where C9 played like really slow on attack? Like really, really slow?
The
And
pacing
then-
was just all over the place. Like they're playing slow, but they're not breaking the Vice util.
Yeah.
Then they get to the Vice's site, they try to pop through the Vice util. I think Oxy died 3 times to utility in the first like 6 rounds of attack.
Yeah.
I'll cut them
Because,
some
like, they're
slack though, because
forcing
you're
through
chopping
utility.
and changing players. I mean, you brought in Jack week before.
I don't
Bringing
think
them
it's
up to
easy.
date.
I don't think it's easy for sure.
If I'm EMEA, I'm like really pissed off, man. To be honest with you, like Penny, bro, just tell me you're quitting 2 weeks ago. I'll get Demon 1 right now. Like, bro, he waited till Demon 1 got snapped up, and then he's like, oh, by the way,
in the
I'm out.
podcast though, he literally. I'm not trying to shade Imi. I like the guy, but
Sure.
there was a situation where in the podcast they claimed that Penny wanted to. Was it Penny? Pretty sure it was Penny wanted to. Oh, it was Vic. Never mind. I think it was Victor or Vic. He's like wanted to leave last year, and he convinced him to stay. And I told him, you should never want to convince a player to want to be there in the
that's
first. You
not a
should
good
never
fuck.
be in a situation like ain't no way I'm sitting here going like, please play. Like, please. Like, there's no world where you because that has to be internal within the player. Like, you have to want it. If I see that you don't want it and you are telling me you don't want it, that's completely okay. Let's just leave. It's all good. You know? But
You gotta have that fire, man.
yeah.
That makes
It's
sense.
like Ardis when his bank account's full. He ain't got that fire, man. But you get him when that's at all-time low. Holy, that guy's putting in a lot of hours. Gotta get that fire.
Artist mentioned.
Artist mentioned
Yeah, like, you have
It
to.
makes the player, man. It makes the player. I'm
I
telling
was
you,
not
that fire.
expecting that.
I just don't. I completely disagreed with him on that. I even told, and he told me himself. He's like, yeah, I should have probably just never asked him to do that. But I feel like it just hurts the team so much long term because you will always know in the back of your head, and that player will have in the back of his head, I already claimed that I didn't want to play. I have this stuff going on, whatever it might be, and they need a break, and it is what it is. You have to move on instantly. Doesn't matter even if it's Oxy. If the guy doesn't want to play, you can't sit there and make them.
Yeah.
Is how I see
Yeah,
it.
you're not going to get the best out of them.
Yeah, never.
Yeah. G2, though, on the other side of things, right? I'm still, whenever I watch G2, I'm still never really convinced of this team. And this didn't really help because Cloud9 were
really?
tripping over themselves. Yeah, I think that, I think out of all the teams right now, a lot of them have got good ideas in terms of how they want to fight. They're either setting up their Neon really well with some util and proactively trying to re-clear the map. I feel like G2 rely a lot on hero plays, even still. I like the move
Really?
away from the Neon. I like the move away from the Neon. I think Jorgamo looks way better on the Raze, but yeah, I don't know if I'm still convinced. Yet to be seen. I mean, they're going to be going into playoffs, right? But I don't know where I would rank them because Americas right now looks pretty hyper competitive.
Sure.
So
I thought it was a good turnaround, though. Really, like I'm looking at these teams that went to Santiago, and loads of them are trying to they're having an identity crisis, and it kind of felt like G2 were doing that, but at the same time they kind of identified it early and just went, do you know what? Sack this off, man. We're not playing the harbor anymore. Let's put VALORANT on the normal smokes that he was farming on.
G2 did the opposite of a lot of different teams. Like you saw teams falling off. G2 started rough and have slowly progressed throughout the season.
Yeah.
And I feel like other teams have maybe regressed. I'm not sure because every match is different, but it feels that way in terms of form at least. I feel like G2's ramping up and other teams are ramping down a little bit. And which this is something they've done other seasons as well. They start a little bit slow, everyone doubts them, and then they make it anyway. So for me, because Bren said he feels like, they're relying on hero plays. For me, I feel like they just have too much chem. They are the one reliable team I will always know is qualifying, no matter what.
I see.
And I feel like Baby Bay has slotted in perfectly on this team. As much as people say like this guy needs to get replaced because of international performances prior, I think he's a top 5 player in Americas
he's
again.
He is their best performer.
Right.
Like, he is just fragging so heavy. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think if Kirk can pull up the clip, I think that G2 overall, like their defense had a lot of really, really good intention, like within their setups. Like you could always tell exactly what they wanted to do with the Vice. And I think this was a pretty cool listen in. Obviously, we're not gonna listen to it, but if you guys remember this moment, it was a lot of like pretty much every single stopping point that they got to, they always 3-2-1. Every single stopping point that was a little bit scary in this moment when they drop into ropes, they're gonna say, "Do we have anything for this?" So every single step that they take that they know is a threat, they always try to come up with a solution. Here they just say, let's just silent drop. It's fine. They take the risk. That's fine. Then they kind of do the same thing at every single stage. I think in these calm and composed kind of scenarios, they're very good. But you can keep playing this clip because like I think that this is kind of the weakness of G2 or where I'm a bit worried is if you could go mini map, we don't even have to see the actual fights play out. Okay, like look at Leaf or the Viper and the Vice in this situation. The way that they play team fight scenarios off of one another, like Leaf is optimizing basically to fight the flank, and Vice is, I believe, dropping into hell now. And there's like absolutely no team fight that comes as a result of this post plan. You know what I mean? Like
they fall apart.
Yes, they
in
fall
chaos.
apart so often
Yep.
in these scenarios. And then this is where I do agree that they kind of rely on hero plays because the way in which they like kind of preempt these team fights is not it. Like if you could go back to like basically the beginning of the team fight before the retake, like what you would expect to see is a bit more like, I don't know, I would want to see all of the players of G2 a bit more optimized for the team fight. For example, Leaf not optimizing for the flank.
I don't know that this is where the retake is coming from. I think.
Well,
Until
yeah,
it's too late.
yeah, that's
Until
kind of
this
like the
happens.
implied thing. But in my opinion, the way that people should position in the current meta, you're not winning this round from post. So Leaf should position for the team fight. Baby Bay should position for the team fight. Be near the choke so that they can, you know, kind of flow into the fight. They have a pre-planned way they're going to deal with the fight. Whether it be, you know, this person gets contact, we have counter util, et cetera, et cetera. We'll kind of see a really good example of Loud doing this later when we go to the Loud part of the segment. But there's a lot of like defensive team fighting scenarios, and we've seen it from their past listen-ins, that their comms in these moments kind of fall apart, where they're like doing a lot of narrating, not that much action, where it could be like they just call, you know, let's fight front side, 3, 2, 1. Everybody kind of flows into the fight.
Or even just a better plan before the bomb, as the bomb is going down.
Yes,
just,
exactly,
okay,
yeah.
let's get a little aggressive at, like, take A ramp. Let's take A ramp with 3 guys.
Yeah.
And then play for heaven.
Yeah, I think like game plan stuff, super good for G2. Intention when it's calm and composed, super, super good.
Yeah.
I'm so worried if they play against good team fighting teams that they're just going to get ran over in so many of these scenarios.
It's my concern. I think a lot of the top teams in Americas right now are phenomenal at just setting up for really good fights.
I do agree that, like, they do fall apart in chaos. Like, if there's chaos at any point in the round, not just the post plants, it feels like the opponent usually gets the edge on them. They scramble in those situations a lot more. But I think it also has to do, I think it's a problem with their play style and the way they play. They try to play as close to high percentage as possible, and that leaves them, again, very thin around the map because they're spread out so thin. And those players that are isolated get overwhelmed and can't run away.
Yeah, you guys remind me of a listen-in where it was like a chaotic situation. I think Trent came up with a plan, but they didn't like listen to it.
Haven,
you could see that he was furious about it.
Yeah.
No, you guys bring up a good point. One thing I do really like about them is, when they hit their B, it's like when you hit the B side on split, they keep saving their vice wall for like the after plant. That stuff's cool, man. I don't see enough teams do that.
I agree.
I haven't seen that ever. So
NRG would do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were doing it on Lotus.
They did
I really liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would use it to delay the retakes and stuff. I think it's nice when teams do that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm yet to be convinced of G2, but honestly, they're still a good team. You can't doubt that. So and
too much chem. They've been around for too long.
Yeah.
They have set protocols that they've had for years. They've improved on them. Too reliable for me to think that they won't improve as the season progresses, especially in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's move on to the elephant in the room, which is the MV speedrun of MIBR and the fastest match in America's history, which I'm pretty sure the record was set last week, or was it even the day before? I don't even know. It was the previous week or something.
Yeah, I think it was the
remember.
previous
2
week.
weeks ago.
Dude,
Yeah,
it is just ridiculous. I mean, if there was ever an example in like a little case study you want to do of what happens when a team plays with absolutely zero fucking pressure versus the team with the most pressure in the world to get #1 seed, because that was what MIBR were fighting for in this match.
Yeah.
Look at what fucking happened, man. This was unbelievable. I mean, you got these guys playing fucking Reyna, Clove, Yoru on bind, and they're
She was
beating
opping on
MIBR
Reyna too.
33. Like, in what were we looking at, man? I mean, this is unbelievable, but okay.
Wait. Can you look at the first bloods? Can you go back to the stats
Oh,
page
it's
and look at the
ridiculous.
first
Yeah.
bloods?
0. Yeah,
It's disgusting.
Just go look at everyone's, like, look at this.
So insane.
It's disgusting.
It literally
Like
makes
those-
0. When I saw this, I kept staring at it because I'm like, this is a glitch. There's no way this many advantages were thrown away.
This highlights, though, one of the things that I've been this feeling in my fucking gut when I've been watching MIBR this entire stage, which is that they've been skirting by off this firepower, individualism. They have such a talented roster, but the team sometimes is just not on the same page. It'll be Zekken and somebody else, Zekken and Verno, just on a completely different fucking planet sometimes from the rest of the pack of the team. They are desynced often. And I think that it's just manifested in the stats, basically. I'm seeing that with the eye test, and it's proven in the stats there where MV are dismantling them despite the fact that they're losing first kills because they just default into just taking pretty bad engagements, I think, all throughout. And now they've finally been punished for it. I'm feeling a bit validated in terms of just even thinking about that opinion, to be honest, because this is an MIBR squad that was, you know, the expectations are sky high for this fucking team. And they've got #1 seed. They got a #1 seed with a -1 round differential somehow in their group, but they've got it. So it's theirs. It's up to them to now prove it. But for me, this is glaring weaknesses. I know they're not going to be happy with their own performances, obviously, because these guys are hyper competitive themselves. But yeah, it's definitely got me worried, I think, for them in playoffs as well. And a little bit worried as well because they're in a spot where they just need to win one game and they make London. And I'm like,
Right.
I don't want Americans to be sending the weakest. You know what I mean? And not to say that MIBR are the weakest, but you know, it's like I don't know. Watching this left me worried.
I think they'll level up on LAN anyway. And I do think getting a tournament under their belt will only improve their chem regardless. But the one thing that had me worried was actually last split when they didn't qualify, where they choked many rounds to
3
not
best of
qualify.
5s.
Yeah, like that was way more worrying to me than one NV group stage game. That realistically they ended up getting first seed anyway, luckily for them. But even if they hadn't, I still think they probably chem-wise just need to improve slightly and they'll be there. There's too much talent, I feel like, to fail. But that was what was worrying to me. We're going to talk about a team that falls apart. They fall apart in advantageous situations more often than any team I have watched, which blows me away for the amount of talent that they have.
I feel like a lot of they were doing this against Loud, where they were playing against Loud and they knew they were going to win, or at least they thought they knew they were going to win. Obviously they did, but they were doing this thing where they're like just half buying, and like
Just
some of them were
forcing.
buying, some of them
Forcing down to
eco.
zero money.
Yeah, and then I don't feel
Money's
like they
all
have they scut a like super dodgy line of if they do go to the other side, I feel like they don't have the mental to recover sometimes on this, because I'm not sure they have like the biggest vibes guy. And then I also watch things like in game where I feel like a lot of people aren't doing their roles properly at certain points. You got Aspas sometimes who definitely needs to send it in a little more fearlessly, but that's always been part of his play. Maybe Zekken can do it also, but they kind of need to find a middle ground. But also like Mizzino, man, loads of these retakes smoke the spike, TP over, like start diffusing, where everyone's just going for jewels and trying to fight together. It's like, bro, I need some people to do the boring crap, man. Smoke the spike and stick it. I don't care about your score. Just be that guy.
Yeah, towards the end of rounds, it almost feels like they start relying purely. I think, Bren, you brought up the fact that they're just purely relying on talent. I feel like it happens most towards the back end of the round. Early on, their early game plan, step 1, step 2, step 3, before they get into the sites, is almost always pretty solid. They default well, they gain advantages, but then they fall apart on the easy stuff. And this reminds me of like a team, and I was glazing them, was Heretics when I was watching them against FNATIC. It was what you just said, Zikz, when it came to G2. Every single angle is triple peaked. Every single angle throughout the entire round, especially towards the end of rounds when you get the bomb down and they're in weird situations, they will always find a way to have 2 people beside each other and are peeking together. MIBR does not. It's Zekin fights, then Aspas fights.
Yeah, exactly.
Aspas gets dinked. He drops down. Then the next guy fights. Aspas is too low to peak, so he doesn't. And then it's just 1v1v1v1 until they lose the round.
Yeah, it felt like they were kind of like the quintessential, like they're under stress, so they're crazy tunnel visioned on their like own individual screen that they can't find a way to like bridge the gap between players. So
someone needs to take leadership. No, at that point, like someone on the team. It doesn't have to be Verno. It can be anybody taking that leadership. And then what I feel worst about is Tex gets the short end of the stick. Everyone blames Tex at the end. He is in the worst retake positions. What kind of miracles do you expect from this guy when he's in a 1v4 and a 1v3? Like they haven't even done any damage in certain situations. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it's rough.
There was the only criticism I have for Tex would be whenever he's like the solo player on weak side, like most commonly that player will typically try to jiggle, stay alive, put pressure, but get info. There was a lot of times during that match where he was going way too fast. Right. I think he gave away the advantage in a few. Yes, the retake B, full audio cue inside the smoke before he peaks. Yeah. So of course he's gonna get instantly sat down. Garage, he's like jumping up garage while his whole team's doing a C retake through flank. There was like some moments, but I do generally tend to agree. He gets probably over criticized. Yeah. Given like he does make mistakes. Right. I'll concede that, obviously, but for sure, like I think overall on a fundamental level, like across the board, MIBR was just not connecting.
Right. Yeah. If they had the same chem G2, if they did the little things that you were saying that G2 has done, and like throughout rounds, if they played even slightly like G2 in terms of playstyle, but I think that requires a lot of chem, like I said, they would be so good, man. They would be so good. I don't know. It's sad. It's sad to see them fall apart in these situations and choke away advantages as much as they do for how good they are.
It was funny to see like every MV replay was just like Russ being like, what the fuck are they doing?
They are confused too. And then the funny thing is they doubled down in interviews after. They're like, actually, we came up with comps 15 minutes before. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It just gets worse and worse and worse. Like the loss isn't even the worst part.
Yeah, the fact that it was just, I don't know, celebrating extra. Let's fucking lock you in. Who cares, bro? Yeah, that's a tragic loss. I mean, for MIBR, the expectations are so high for this team in playoffs. I don't even want to speak this into the air because we haven't even started playoffs in Americas yet. But surely if they don't make this tournament coming up, and that's highly unlikely considering the first seed, surely they end up making changes.
No, Ian's gone. They're guaranteed. There's no way. They will always it's always the weak link. It always is. This is how it is. That's VALORANT.
Yeah.
It will always be. There's no chance. I would put my whole house on it. It's just one guy's gone for sure. Maybe even more people.
Surely this is the wake up call though.
Yeah. Well, I thought Cloud9 was going to be the wake up
free
call.
Wake up call.
I thought it was going to be Cloud9 when they lost to them.
Yeah, should have been.
They didn't look this bad.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Envy played insane though, I will say.
They did, yeah.
Like, that was unreal.
The craziest
is unreal, bro.
Yeah. The craziest thing to me, because I'll give props to Envy, was the thing that I was saying about FURIA, how they kind of calm the chaos, full walk around. Bro, these guys were walking into bomb sites, getting spotted, and instead of speeding up, they would just keep walking. And it got to the point where it was so deeply in their head. There's one round they walk into the B side on bind, and MIBR is so confused about what is happening in the round that they just all go to A. Like they're spotted on B, fully inside the site. They're like, I have no fucking idea where these guys are.
Because there's no util thrown.
There's no util thrown. Fully walked in, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm going back to the other site. It was just a little too funny to watch, and like I guess good showcase of how a lack of audio is just probably the most valuable thing that you can really approach this game with from a micro perspective. Yeah. It was just like there was a lot of good moments.
Did you see the Kesnet one on C when he jiggle peeked, saw Aspas top C,
took timing,
threw a cage top C. Any normal human is leaving C.
Yes,
he just walks through his own cage. Even as I was like, if I'm Aspas and I die, I'm typing to this guy.
I'm shocked that Aspas cleared him.
Yeah. The diligence from Aspas has always been like, in my opinion, that's like his greatest trait. Yeah. He will always be full diligent. if
Yeah.
even a millisecond of a timing was possible, he's going to
Yeah,
hard
yeah.
clear it.
Yeah.
Dude, I was impressed with this round just because, first of all, I found it funny as fuck that he's just has the confidence to do this. But I'm also like watching Demon 1 and like all these players are pretty, like, so obviously they play a lot of ranked, man, so they're used to like chaos. But like Demon 1 then goes bottom of B mids to like see if they're going to be crossing for the rotate because obviously he's made a lot of pressure and there's going to be a duel there. So he's trying to kill the rotate. It's just like, it's fun because this is the ranked style, right? And we don't really see ranked really in team play. So it's just cool to kind of just see like, man, these players are actually in that environment. They're just so good at this instance.
It's just not going to replicate it. Probably you can
you would
never replicate it, right?
You would
It's not
never.
consistent. Yeah, it's not consistent.
It's just a funny result because it can never be replicated, but it's
Yeah,
it's just so funny because of
You got to
that.
play like it's Exeter's retirement game every time.
Yeah.
And then suddenly you'll make playoffs. You just got to keep
just walk
convincing
into
them that
every
they're just
bomb
not
site at
playing
that
for anything
point.
real.
Yeah.
Like every single time, yeah. Let's move on. Let's talk about Loud because they actually they turned up, man.
Do you know what it reminded me of? Sorry. Do you know
Go
when
ahead.
you know when you were like playing a prac and people are doing this against you and you're like, oh, just blacklist him, man. No one would
No,
ever do
literally.
this.
If I'm Aspas, I would have typed to him in a scrim.
Yeah,
I would have been
yeah.
like, "This is a waste of my time. What you're doing."
No one's
here.
ever going to do this
Yeah.
in
No
an
Wanted to do this in
official.
a real game.
Yeah.
Except they did. All right, let's talk about Loud then. Moving on. They beat Leviathan. Now, this is a big one, to be honest, because this is Loud finally getting a full team together. A bit of reps under Erde, too, with him calling. I think, honestly, this team is looking impressive, I think. They got some. I'm glad that out of all the teams to make it, Loud ended up making it into the playoffs, to be honest, just because I want to see them play more games.
They
I want
fought,
to see
man.
how the evolution of this team keeps going.
Yeah. This is a big win too, by the way. Like a huge win for them.
Yeah.
And they were on the back foot twice, right? 9-3 both times.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
they came back from
huge.
9-3 twice. That's impressive, especially for an 18-year-old caller that's shooting everyone. Like he's a shooter, man.
His Haven was impressive calling
Yeah.
us.
This guy's a beast. Luke Shaw has help.
Loud's
Yeah,
Loud's ability to just walk around quite literally, like once again, kind of similar to Envy and Furia. It's like it feels like that is the micro meta, quite literally.
It's
you
so
just
okay.
walk around
I don't mean
on
to
bomb
interrupt.
sites instead of scaling.
But it's so fucking funny to me. I casted a console Valorant tournament like 2 years ago, and none of those motherfuckers were using util, and they were walking around the map everywhere. And I was like, "What the fuck is going on? Like, this can't be how Valorant's been played." And now I'm literally seeing it in tier 1 as being like it's just optimal to hide intent constantly.
Right.
Just
Yeah, no,
always.
literally.
now.
Because
And it's
everyone's
like-
gotten better at noticing what's happening based off one
Yeah.
piece of util.
Yeah,
One
yeah,
piece
yeah.
of util, you instantly know it's an A split. One piece of util, you know it's a mid split, whatever. And that's if you hide that for as long as you can while progressing in the round, while taking map space, it's better for you because you have max util for exec.
Yeah.
And you potentially catch off the opponent and get the entry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Zeke. So you had a clip, right? You wanted to talk about?
Oh
I don't know
yeah,
if
yeah.
that was what you were going into, but
We can go into it, yeah. We can go into it. Okay, so what I was gonna say about Loud, because obviously the walk around stuff has been super impressive. They've actually had that for pretty much the entirety of the split, where they've just full walked around on all of their hits. So even with Bati, they were kind of doing that. And I think that the good thing about just the walk around glitch, I guess, is literally just, yeah, as you said, you hide intent. And Valorant at the end of the day is an instant time to kill kind of game. So whenever you give the advantage of now, instead of it being a prediction game where you're trying to figure out where people are, you know exactly where they are. It's a little too easy to like peek that on timing or take a fight against them. So we can kind of go into the team fights because I think that this is the point I was alluding to with G2. If you guys watch Loud's approach in this post, actually, could you go to minimap? Okay, so here you'll see, if you could pause, you'll see they have like a pretty clear intent on like how they're going to play out the team fight. So they know that the retake's coming from spawn. I think that most people in Erde's position, which is the Omen, are going to insta-blind when they see the enemy's Phoenix Wall and drone come out. You can play it. But Erde actually decides to delay his blind here for the actual hit timing. So you can go back and show it actually with the not minimap, yeah. So he waits until basically he's not baited
neon
by
wall,
this
right?
utility.
by the drone.
He waits
yeah.
for the actual stun neon wall to come out. Their intent is to kill people with the util rather than
Delay.
delay. Yeah, and then you see a
I
double
love
peek
this.
garage. You see
Yeah.
a flash into double fight backside. Like we'll just play it one more time just so you can see kind of all of the layers. But greeting the flash super hard instant refight into backside here from Verdi and the Phoenix here.
The immediate zero hesitation off the back of this to call a 3-2-1
Yeah.
swing into garage.
And then the double peek into garage. The two players sacked the Omen. It's like Loud is doing so much well here. Where if we had saw G2 here, for example, we might see, like, for example, people committing more into their own individual fight and a little bit less of like the counter util on good timing plus proactive double swing into garage.
Two side guys probably die in 1v1s, and then they play
exactly.
from
They, like,
bottom C.
They stay focused on their own individual screen rather than like trying to find a way to get as many people on the enemy screen as possible in a proactive sense. Like, for me, Loud has some crazy good signs. Some crazy good signs.
I feel like it's all because of this guy. And you can kind of see with how drilled they are that when Batty was here that they were probably practicing with Erdi as well. I think like you can kind of see they split up a good amount of time that they were actually practicing with him because they're pretty drilled. I got 2 clips as well kind of highlighting Erdi and then moving into my next point where I'm like a little bit worried about Lev. So this is just 2 calls from him and it chimes in pretty well with what you guys are talking about. Like when you see one bit of util, you kind of know the whole setup. They slide fast over towards short with the recon. Obviously, you can try to get a kill off of it, but he sees the trip over towards short, right? So he breaks the trip. They instantly go, oh, it's a short trip. You know that you only do this when you play solo A, because obviously you're trying to cover up the info over towards A, and so they instantly just go straight over towards this, pivot into C hit, and then they win the round over towards C, and then next round. Straight after this, because Lev don't change up too much, and this has always been a thing with Honor teams, he gets anti-stratted like relatively easily. They kept the same trip, and you have a whole set strat with shock to break the trip here, and then they just go up and take the timing. So I just thought this was cool in terms of his calling, but also like worrying signs for Lev that maybe they're too readable. That's
I think Verdi called that. I think Verdi saw the trip the first time, and then he's like, yo, can you break the trip for me? I'm just going to take timing.
Yeah, I think so.
It's good. That's so good for our duelists to be able to do that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. How can we blame it on Verdi, though? That's what everybody's wondering.
He's so good, man. That's the thing. It hasn't been showcased yet. That's the heartbreaking situation of it. Is like just gets shit, but he is solid, man. In terms of at least shooting.
It's not a good meta for him though, right? If we're just focusing on just him, if you do a stack comparison of his Neon to his, I think it was Raze and Jet that I was looking at.
His Jet specifically is insane.
It's not even close. Like his Raze and Jet are good, man.
Yeah.
His Neon's not statistically great.
And yeah, like the fact that Loud is doing this while like they're not sitting there dominating with their duelist only. Like they are playing good as a team. Probably the best in terms of teamwork out of almost anybody at the moment, which is crazy to think about, you know, just being Loud and young players that are relatively unknown. So it's impressive.
They're a treat to watch week to week ever since they've got Erdi in. I'm really looking forward to watching them in playoffs, to be honest. They should be looking good. For Lev, though, I feel like I've been leading into every single playoff team saying, is this warning signs? Is this something to be concerned about? Because, again, dude, it's got to the tail end of the group stage, maybe to foot off the gas for a lot of these teams and all the brilliance that we were seeing. I mean, I think you know, part of it comes down to VODs, reps, teams getting antied as well, a lot more. But yeah, how worried are we for LEVIATAN here? Because I think that this squad, I'm a lot less worried for Lev compared to other teams in playoffs. I think that they're still like just pure individuality. This team is unbelievable, man. I mean, it's actually King and his little group of just absolute zoomers just fucking ripping off everybody's heads. It's just unreal, man.
I actually think they have a potentially higher ceiling than MIBR. Crazy to say, I know. But I actually do.
Yeah, you might be onto something with it.
Their players are so good, man.
Yeah,
I agree.
I'm not worried about them, to be honest, in terms of, I think do you remember we were talking about, like, I feel like G2 ramps up and Lev looks like they're ramping down a little bit. They were also up 9-3, man. Like, both maps, they were up 9-3 against Loud, and they could look back at those VODs and figure out exactly what went wrong in the macro and the micro. I feel like those are smaller issues to fix. I feel like the team's talent, though, and how they win rounds, how they don't win close rounds. Like, a lot of the times they dominate the opponent when they win rounds. Like, the 4 guys alive, 5 guys alive as well. So as far as I'm concerned, like, Lev has a lot of the good stuff, like the harder things to get down. Little things, I think,
the
are
less
the problem.
coachable kind of topics. Yeah.
So I'm not too worried about them getting better. Like, they will get better. It's not like they're going to regress down to just shit. I don't think that will happen.
My main worry for like just playoffs is they lose bind. That's for sure their best map.
I see. Yeah.
I was gonna say the same thing. I think that them losing bind is pretty massive because it seems like no team really
What
was
about 100
able
Thieves
to-
then? Same thing, no?
to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me, we're gonna get there eventually. When we get to the predictions, but no, I think them losing bind is really bad for them because I think their Breeze game plan on defense as well. If you just saw that, like how they use Harbor was probably the most egregious use of Harbor that we've seen. Which form clearly showed its face here that they were able to like kind of make it close regardless because of form. But man, like for example, if they're throwing the wall on the same timing the opponent's using wall, but they're not even trying to take the space
Fire
back.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was 12 out of 12 that this happened.
It
This
was
wasn't like
by the
a
time they were starting to
1 or
retake, the
2
wall
round
went
thing.
down.
It's like the wall was already gone before any retake happened. It's like, so why are we playing Harbor? What's
it
the
was
point
so
of playing
dumb.
Harbor?
They used it as like a Viper wall that just popped up, but then
Yeah,
they could use it, they could
exactly.
reuse it again for the
But
retake.
it's just
like
gone, yeah,
it's
like-
like guys now retake. It's like oh shit, I've used the wall, man.
Yeah, and then
it was crap. It looked especially crap because you got to see the game, the
Sen.
NRG,
yes,
NRG
Sen's
doing their
use case
cool-
of Harbor
yeah.
was wonderful compared to that. And I was like, I'm just only concerned with Lev because they do kind of give vibes that they're a very set strat and set game plan, set structure. Like, I don't know how adaptable the team will be. Obviously, I mean, part of their game plan was doing this Harbor wall. It had to be. And it's
Not enough
just not
looks.
good
They don't
enough.
have enough
It's,
looks?
yes,
It's a
it's
bit
just
bizarre.
not good enough. I think the defense bind proactivity each round could be good, and this is kind of jumping ahead against a team that is slow, kind of like Furia, but it concerns me like greatly. Just kind of the game plan stuff, the fact that like they have like their first phase kind of figured out on defense, and then is it going to crumble after? Are they going to be able to adapt? Those are the only things. I think mechanically, this is probably the best team that I've seen. Like the group of 5.
Yeah.
It's like they're in
They're
a good
solid,
meta for
man.
them. If they figure out some of the game plan stuff and they can figure out like solid game plans on these maps, maybe they have a good ascent. We'll see.
Yeah.
We will see.
Any
Time will
of
tell.
these players on Lev, if they're in a clutch, I'm not turning away.
Yeah.
I'm seeing them.
100%.
The way they're playing it, I'm like, okay, there's an inkling of belief that I know that they can win it every single time with this Lev roster. The talent's never in doubt. I hard agree with the Harbor though. Dude, these teams anchoring on Breeze with the Harbor. Oh my
It
god,
kills
bro.
me.
Like, what are we? Okay, it's fundamental. We got to go back to the basics.
I mean,
of
I'm
this shit.
okay. It's okay if you're playing for
leave.
retake. It's
Yeah.
annoying when they play on.
They stick
And it's
around.
even worse
yeah.
when one plays on and the guy that's
One,
with
yeah.
him leaves. That
Yeah.
tilts me to no end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
not
it's
a huge
happening a
fan.
lot. It's
Yeah.
happening a lot. I back everything you're saying about Lev though. I would love to just see one round where without a timeout they change like a good amount of stuff. I have a clip of NRG later where they go up against the retake wall that Sen do and then they push further deep. I would love to
Yeah.
without a timeout. I would love to see the next round have an adjustment without any interference from the coaches. Like once I see that, then I can start fully believing in this team. Until then, I just think they're gonna be too structured and teeable, basically.
I mean, we can talk about NRG now. We can move on to them because
Do you want to go straight to this clip then?
we can go straight into the clip. NRG are tiered up. NRG beat Sentinels. This is the longest match in America's history, even without the tech pause, by the way. So I mean, it was a long ass game. It was
Yeah,
a
it's
long ass game.
Kind of crazy. So, Kai, you could probably show the Sentinels retake because NRG did this one as well. Seems we're talking about the Harbor. Like this retake's so nice. This is the good thing about Harbor. You don't have to do the normal like Viper walls you're doing. You can actually isolate smaller parts of sites. You can use a recon behind it. Then you can take all of this. We're saving our cove for the afterplan. I think it's the round where they put the cove a little lower as well, so the diffuser can be crouched and you can duel above it. So if they're spamming the cove, you can fight above this. This is one of the nicest Harbor rounds I think I've seen. It was so cool. NRG do a similar thing as well, so I don't know who came up with it first, because maybe it's just a thing that's happening in practice. But then we have the next round, so NRG are like, damn, we've seen all of this, they're doing this close wall, we either have like Lux, or we can do what they do here, and they decide to push more aggro. They did this without the timeout, and I just, when I see teams do this, I'm just like, yeah, okay, we're actually
elite,
thinking,
yeah.
man. Yeah, we're thinking we have some players that know what the fuck they're doing, man, and it's just so nice to see them go, well, we're not just going to carry on essentially like what King was doing with the wall. We're not just going to carry on doing the same thing. Be like, why isn't this working? We're gonna adapt. We're gonna go further. And like they actually take, like, look at the space they're taking. Like now you do that wall, you're still fighting like 4 people and it's in a different place. And like they're making the plans, you're bringing the fight to them.
Funny enough, I like this in general too. Like that this should be your general post plant, not just an adjustment. But yeah, I do agree that with you what you said about it is elite when your players can figure it out for themselves. It's very it shouldn't always be a coach interference.
And then because then it's readable as well. Like when you do the timeout, it's like
exactly,
it's fucking obvious what I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
It's so cool to watch.
They have a lot of people like that, man. NRG has, it's not just Ethan. That's what I was trying to tell people is like IGLs get so much credit that it's not like they don't deserve it. It's just they get credit for things that, because I've gotten credit for things I had nothing to do with often. It just goes to show, like, if you have players that you have 3 or 4 players that are very, very capable of communicating, also just figuring out what's going on and have the balls to actually say it in a match or in practice. And you as an IGL give them the confidence, like, it's okay, you can make a call too. And you have essentially 5 callers on the team. Life becomes so easy for you as well.
Yeah, when you can trust them, holy shit. Yeah, it's the best thing ever.
Yeah. You had a clip as well, right? Talking about the NRG team fighting.
Oh, yeah, sure, we can go to that.
Yeah.
But this is more of a negative clip. If we're
being, no, listen,
we went
from foil to us, man. We've all been agreeing with each other, so this is good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I will say, like, the one thing that does concern me, once again, very similar to G2, because it feels like a lot of teams, this kind of separates them from the top level, is on the defensive team fighting. It kind of, once again, wavers. So, like, in post-plant situations, can NRG get more proactive? We saw a great adaptation there. So I liked that. The round-to-round adaptation was there. And once the clip is up and showing, I can kind of talk over that. So here, as another example, I think if teams were to almost simplify and say, like, how can we get as many people on the same screen as possible in a post plant that's not going to be one on time, they just had that simple approach, they would probably have more success. Okay, can you play the clip? You can actually watch it not from minimap POV, because I think most of it is shown, actually. So once again, kind of this idea, it feels like every team that kind of struggles with this is super focused on their own individual fight, that they're not really finding a way to get on the same page. So retake Cove comes in, wall goes in as well, stun into backside. So, like, you could pause here. This would be like a great opportunity. You can't really see it on minimap, but like this would be a great opportunity exactly to like basically high-low, have a 3-man face. If you could show minimap, because it's kind of cutting off a bit. Brock is hiding behind the wall rather than being part of this basically naked double swing from Sentinels into backside.
He's watching an area that you don't need to care about at all.
Exactly. So it's like they can have a 3-man high-low holding here. And like Mata makes a small mistake here on how he's holding the smoke against the Viper, but you can see how they are so close to being in a really easy winning position. And it's very small adjustments that they have to actually make in the moment to recognize how to get the good fight here.
If they were high-low, they probably just win, even without Brock.
100%, yeah. So, yeah, it's like some small moments like this that they're not naturally flowing into that a lot of teams right now are currently kind of struggling with.
Yeah.
I think it's just the defensive kind of scenario where the enemy's coming into you. It's so easy for the opponent to play. They clump up together, they hard scale, they trade each other out. If the enemy's playing individually, then yeah, you're not able to play off one another. Because you can even go back here as well and see Scuba's interactions in the round. Scuba's back deep window in a long range position with Sheriff. And you'll see Scuba also as well, like peeks on the right side of window, trying to like, once again, kind of similar to the Leaf clip. If he's just closer B main, he can actually enter the team fight. They're probably not winning on time because the retake's happening pretty quickly. It's just like one of those things where NRG is a team that has always kind of leaned into like they're playing every post with like the time mentality.
Yeah.
When it doesn't always apply like that. I think that's like my one thing that I'm kind of looking for improvement-wise from them, but that's like, it feels like it's like a thing across all the regions that every team is pretty weak at this right now.
I'm glad you brought it up because it's the only thing I've been talking about in any and all watch parties. I'm telling you, these teams this is one thing that hasn't been figured out by most teams in this game. retakes, and post plants. They are
Yeah.
constantly broken up without opposing util often as well. It's not like the opponent is saving a bunch of util for post plant and then the retake is just bad because the opponent has too much stuff or too many ults to counter the retake. A lot of the times it's 5v5 post plants or retakes, and on one side or the other, it's just so broken up. There's like 4 mistakes in a row from the setup from step 1 all the way through step 4, and it's like I'm telling you, these teams need like a post plant coach or a retake coach, and everything would change. Like this is not talked about or focused on often enough, in my opinion. This part of the game, post plants and retakes fall apart way too often, and it sucks because a team will play the round out well, and they will pick the right site. They did everything right, and then it all falls apart when it matters most at the hardest point, and it's the post plant or retake.
And you're right. It's mad as well. Like considering how the game plays in comparison to CS. Like you literally the amount of times you played to retake. It's like the whole part.
Yeah, and that's why I'm glad Zikz brought up. It's happening everywhere. It is. It's happening. Yeah. I call it RRQ syndrome. They are the worst at it, but everybody is doing it. Like that's why I was glazing Heretics, because I watched yesterday against FNATIC or the day before, and it was gorgeous how they're triple fighting, playing to win the round, and playing to win the round after the bomb is planted. You haven't won the round when the bomb is planted. This isn't not the Teo meta. Like, but they're still playing like it's the Teo meta. Everyone's playing either scared or 1 or 2 guys are fighting. Like, there are so many protocols you can have to avoid this happening, and it bothers me because you've done all the hard work. It's supposed to be the easier part of the round.
I think it's made even worse by Harbor becoming meta too, because a lot of teams are just so used to, I think, being able to get into a position where time is ticking. Right. But as the Harbor's up, with the Cove up, and they manage to get the Harden off too, it's like, well, actually, that snakebite and your spam from the Sheriff is actually not going to be getting the job done. Like you're a lot of, I think they're probably used to winning in situations like that, where it's now getting used to. Harbor also fucks up retakes as well.
I don't think teams are recognizing whether it's a flood or not, like if they've beaten the rotates by long enough to be able to play time or have enough ults to play time. Too many people are playing to odd time too often, and then sometimes they're playing to fight too often 1v1 though. I'm completely okay with a team planting the bomb, and as long as they're fighting together, I don't care if they lose the post plant. But it's the non-togetherness of it. It's just so separated, isolated, that it makes no sense to me. And I'm okay with like the Neon staying island on a bomb site B, for example, B Haven post plant. You leave the Neon in there. He gets as many as he can, because you have such a strong outside the B position post plant that even if you have less players, you probably still can win. But not every bomb site's like that.
Yeah, well, they did end up playing against Sentinels, and it was close, man. I mean, actually, they had many significant chances to end up winning it. They're probably going to be kicking themselves. I was wondering how much drama was going to be coming up off the pistol round pause at the beginning of Breeze, where they saw their the deep walk down, because that pause lasted like 5 minutes. They're probably arguing about like, well, we showed our pistol, whatever. You know, they ended up winning the pistol and bonus anyway, Sen. So it didn't matter too much on that map for them. And then Lotus, we had another pause, and Ethan's B hopping all the way throughout the bloody map. Like, there was a lot going on. There was a lot going on.
I about it earlier, Bren. I can't handle it. Dude, I wish players could just type not live, man. It kills me.
Like CS.
Like CS. We solved it.
Yeah.
We solved the issue.
I don't know what the issue is. But for Sen, I mean, go on.
Can't players type though? Or did they recently change that? Because
no, that's what I'm saying. Just let them type not live.
Yeah, but nothing happens even if they type not live though. Oh, you're saying like all the players.
I'm pretty sure like players. It's not like all chats disabled. They can. I'm pretty sure they can still type.
They can.
Unless something has changed in the last.
Dude, and just type not live. Everyone hands off keyboard, but you only do it if a PC's crashed.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I do think the craziest thing is there's no ability to freeze the game state. Isn't that kind of weird?
It's because they don't. It's because the Riot's rules might be different from a player's. Player might abuse that, thinking it's okay to freeze in a moment where they don't agree.
What if an observer does it instead, as an example? Like
maybe
trusting Prius now.
But then an observer.
You know what I mean? Like because the refs are in those observers. Yeah,
that's true.
I mean, I know that there's. I mean, it's kind of undefendable to say there isn't some messed up protocol here that the only thing we can do within the system
it's not perfect at all, for sure.
is have everybody take their hands off their keyboard, and there's an honor system, and like now we have to go relay to our ref, which relays to the back room, which relays to their ref.
Yeah.
Then the ref relays to their team. It's like, what is this like 5-step process of trying to?
It's so
Need some
dumb.
You know,
NASA
just-
comms to get it
Yeah,
all done.
like
so
how
dumb.
like why is it not? Oh, there's a player crash. Let's freeze the game state.
Yeah.
Now it's a full pause, like kind of similar to, I guess, when a timeout happens legitimately in game. You know, when you're in an online kind of setting, you
Yeah.
press the timeout button, it full freezes the game state. I wonder why there isn't some level of capability there, because then it would full deny any information. If you want to restart, you can. You know.
Imagine what's going to happen next year when people are playing at home in open qualifiers.
Exactly.
Oh,
I'm
it's
sure
gonna be a
there's going to
shit
be
show.
even more funny scenarios like this.
Yes. No, I mean, I won't cut them slack on this because I do agree. I don't know what the issue is because I don't know how it works internally, if there's too many moving parts or what. But I have been there, like after works, 10 p.m. and the comp ops team will typically have post-mortem meetings pretty often, almost after every single game. So they do look to improve the process. But yeah, that was, I don't know if it was a weird situation where it was called on one side and then one team just ended up playing it out or what, but it was just bizarre because both teams were clearly upset at the situation. But we can get on something more positive. I want to talk, even though Sen lost, I do actually want to talk about Sen as a team. Because for me, my expectations of this team were just, I mean, I didn't have any, basically. They've completely chopped and changed their roster up for stage one. I wasn't expecting them to really make playoffs. Wasn't really expecting them to make the improvements that they did. I was thinking this was going to be more of a long-term project for stage two and things, but they really impressed me. I think that they were punching way above their weight. They've implemented these players rapidly, and I think it shows by how closely they've been playing a variety of opponents. Like, they have been absolutely, you can tell they've been putting the work in. That's where I'll leave it. You can tell this team has been working hard every single week.
Yeah, for sure. I think, dude, Redux is such a nice step up from him. Like, getting him just on the duelist, letting him loose a little bit, letting him buy
His
an
raise
op
is
as well.
unbelievable.
Yeah, dude, his op on raise is just nice. I feel like he's just such a highly skilled player that it's cool to get him the like full fragging role with Joe kind of just making the space. The fracture still annoyed me. Dude, they won pistol and then on defense they pushed against the ecos and then never pushed after that. Like, dude, that's the one round you shouldn't push on, and
Did
then
you
any
see
other
how
round you
they
can
pushed,
push.
dude? The round that they lost at
Holy
9-4?
shit, yeah,
They did the same thing there on pistol round and got away with it. I was talking to Tarek about it. Cortesia's pushing, but then he stopped, but the other guy kept going.
You're talking about Fracture?
Yep.
Yeah.
Where it was so slow that they weren't even thinking about plays and underpass. And
so second pistol round, so they were up 9, what was it, 9-3? Or
9-3 half,
yeah,
right?
9-3 half.
Yeah.
They won pistol, or was it
Round
8-4?
14.
Sorry,
No,
Round
8-4,
14
sorry.
of
It was
Fracture.
8-4.
8-4.
They won pistol by double pushing B main. That was the plan, and they got away with it, even though they separated the two. It's the weak side, two guys B.
Yeah.
So they have to be to play together because they're trying to fight for B main, not for arcade. But they separated, ended up working out. The next round, they made the exact same mistake, fought completely separately.
It's really
What is
weird.
this?
Dude, why are we late pushing this as well?
Oh,
Because
yeah,
this
yeah.
is the beginning, so they can't get
You
up to
either
the left
choose
side.
to go or you don't, because these guys are also pinching. So
Yeah.
you commit to B main there, you have a much higher chance. I'm not saying it would have gone perfect, but at least they have a chance to trade. Here, they just didn't give themselves a chance. But the worst part is they made the same mistake in pistol. So I was like, wait, you could talk about it at least and just not do it the next round.
The Fracture's been bizarre to me to watch because I think it's just a symptom of teams running double duelists and not having the luxury of double initiator. Like,
Yeah.
I think
just-
teams have forgotten how to play this map, honestly.
you gotta
Like,
push,
I
man.
agree.
You gotta take space.
I agree.
I'm watching, legit, I only think 4 teams are maybe good at this map. Like, that's it out of the entire world. that I've
Mainly,
seen.
did you mainly think that of attack or defense, or do you just?
I think
general?
people have got good attacks. I just think no one
Yeah,
gets defense.
that's, I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
I
agree. It's all
million
defense.
percent agree.
All
It's the
defense.
defense. Yes.
Yeah. It's killing
It just
me, man.
hasn't been figured out. Like, Sen should have one fracture. I swear to God, they should have one fracture. The craziest part is NRG ran into stacks 3 times, 3 gun rounds. They ran into a stack, Sentinel stack, and one of those rounds they cleaned it out. It was a late round. Like,
On A.
Sen just didn't move. Yes, the A round.
Yeah, I know
Sen
what
just
round you're
didn't
talking about.
move. Like,
Yeah.
they just refused to rotate. NRG's doing all this weird shit, like trying to manipulate rotations. NRG essentially outplayed themselves, and then one Phoenix Salt that never got shot just changed their the whole round. And
Yeah.
the other problem with me is that no one is shooting this Phoenix Salt. You have 4 people on the bomb site, not one person is shooting at it, and just baiting them in, and then they would have just died.
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah, it's strange. Yeah, the Fracture, outside of that, I mean, that's a blip, but I mean, Sen itself, I think
Sen look
this team's
better
got
than I
legs.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they
agree.
look
I
they look
agree.
better
They're
than I
solid,
thought,
man.
for sure.
You know what I was
yeah.
afraid of? I was afraid of Jerwin and Redux not being capable of diffing other duelists. Like, I thought they would struggle in comparison to
Sure.
players like Mada,
Because of the pressure
Kiko.
or what?
I just didn't think they were as good as they were.
Yeah.
They are currently. I just didn't know, right? Like, I didn't watch them enough. So I was like, shit. Like, I even said this before the match started, even prior to the season starting. I'm like, okay, Jerwin and Redux have to keep up with the rest of the because I believe John Cutie is insane, right? He's proved it in what was it, kickoff? He was top fragging every match, plus 30.
Yeah.
And then this season it was Cortesia. Like, Cortesia is the main man on that team. So, and then you have Jonah P, all reliable Jonah P. So you have that trio. So it just came down to Jerwin and Redux. If they can keep up, the team can be just as good as everybody else, if not better. It just comes down to those two players. And they were actually able to, like, a lot of the times outplay or outshoot Mada and Kiko in a lot of different positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
thought they were
that
actually.
was big.
I thought they were gonna win map 3 based on form. It felt like Sen had a pretty insane form. I mean, the John Cutie clutch on Breeze. I
That
was
was
like,
sick.
oh wow,
That was sick.
oh wow, he is very in form. But I did want to show one thing about Jerwin that I thought was really nice. So in this clip, you'll see Jerwin's the neon. That's an A main. So you could start it here. It's just like a small thing, but I think it's very important. In current Valorant, it feels like a lot of players will constantly de-risk like this. You'll see that Jerwin falls all the way back to A main just because he doesn't want to die. But it's very clear here that he doesn't really buy the story that Energy is trying to sell with the early A main default. It's like when he hears no follow-up noise and a deep prowler here, could you pause? So when he hears Ethan do like I'll call it a shook prowler, because why would he prowler here, given that, you know, they Phoenix wall,
They should
Brimstone
have the area
smoke.
he's
They
probably
should have that area, yes.
Yep.
I love that Jerwin immediately
Recognizes it.
that and decides to rewalk the space.
Yep.
I think that for me, this is like a really, really intelligent decision, good understanding of like risk assessment, I guess, in the round. Like, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And he recognizes that. And if you keep playing the clip, he basically wins his team the round off of the repush that he does here, because he's like, well, that doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
Like, he full rewalks the area, ends up in a sick off angle, and then has basically all of the info of the round to say, you guys can just stay B. Like, there's no real reason for you guys to come back.
You know
A.
what's crazy? He continues staying A alone here.
Exactly,
Even after
yeah.
this noise. Like, Kiko, I think, also open door pressured here.
Yeah,
and
exactly, yeah.
He still wasn't convinced that it was A.
Is this when they come back, but he's walking the whole way knowing that there might have been someone inside it over towards door as well? Like, I was so impressed that he never once made a step. Yeah, he's aware, man. He's really good.
If you pay attention to, can you go back again? This is like a really small detail, but I feel like I have to point it out. Can you go back one more time before Energy makes noise? Basically what ends up happening, watch the rotates from Energy. If you could play it from here. The rotates from Energy, start leaning, and he basically immediately calls that it's a fake.
Yeah.
Like, he's saying specifically fade Phoenix. He's saying fade Phoenix, just stay B. And I think for a rookie player to do this is so insane that I felt like I had to bring up this clip.
I
'Cause it was
100%
so
agree.
sick.
I word for word said this exact on my stream. Like, I was like, this is impressive, straight up, for like a new player to be able to do this.
Yeah.
Off angle against the run contact. I mean,
Especially, by the way, the context of the game. It's 12-10. It's
exactly
high pressure.
100%.
To
100%.
be able to have the balls to still do it is like their confidence still do it.
Most players fall back, maybe ace side, play the little one-way jump spot, top side, de-risk heavily.
Most top players might even be convinced that it's not a fake and cause the rotate to
exactly.
happen.
They might say, "Oh, it's A,
Yeah.
sand split," and then everybody starts rotating. He has full clarity in his comms. Like, you can just tell based on the rotation how well he's playing that. So nice.
I have to glaze NRG's attack side though. I think they play attack so well on Fracture, man. It's too hard. It's too hard to deal with. It's too hard to read where they're going. That's why, like, I was shocked that Sen was constantly 4-manning, and I think that calm And those kinds of comms are as why, right? The composure in that moment to say, I know this is an A. This is B. I'm telling you this is B, just stay. I don't think this is A. I think that happened often enough to where they constantly, NRG was running into stacks. I think even NRG was surprised. Like if I'm Ethan and I'm running into 4-mans, I'm like, wait, I feel like I'm calling perfectly. What is happening right now? How are we running into 4-mans every round? And yet NRG just ended up winning those battles in the site still. The trades just weren't good enough for Sen, which is a very, very small issue they need to fix.
Yeah.
There was a cool listen-in when we talk about NRG's attack, where I think it was like the only round where Sen 3-person pushed out at A main, and then they were kind of like behind over towards B, and they were on site, and they realized about the flank. We were listening in, and I think Scuba was just like, we need to actually like push spawn and have the reactions. That's a good sign because at least when I was looking at the team before, I don't know too much about it, but maybe you do more FNS in terms of like Som being vocal and them kind of missing that aspect of like taking control. So I think that's like a good sign that they can have players
100%.
again that can just
it's been preached for so long, man. Even from when I was on the team, it was just preached even by Bonkar, even before that with like when we had Chet, like it's been preached on that team constantly. Like everyone has a voice. You guys are all good. Everyone should be communicating. If you have eyes on something, you need to say it. But this just comes down to my earlier point about post-plant protocols, especially on Fracture, right?
Yeah.
You have to have it figured out. There's only 1 or 2 things the opponent can do. They don't have that many options in comparison on the maps. So you have to have counters. If that trip breaks on flank and you know that they're flanking A main, instantly the protocol is you take spawn. You fight the less players and you take that space. And that should be, and that's why I'm saying, like, I think these teams, I'm not saying all teams, but there are top level teams that have a lot of talent that just it doesn't seem like focus on these things. And that's why I think Energy is as elite as they are. Not only do they learn as they go, and they have players like in the clip you brought up on Breeze, where they adapt even without coach intervention, they also have protocols to fall back on in case nothing is working. And you have to have them on every map. You have to have them because it just makes everyone's life easier. Everyone knows what they're doing before the round starts. When the bomb goes down, nothing needs to really be said.
Yeah, that's when you're a top team. I liked it as well because it's like, I don't mind like a Vitality at the point where I feel like any plan would sort them out, but when it's like the best plan of what you're meant to do in that situation, it's so nice. There's a lot of teams right now where that 3-person push will happen and they'll take Arcade and then they essentially lose all the space and then they got to go through Heaven choke point or the Arcade choke point. It's like, no, if you have spawn, then you can crossfire. Yeah. So it's just cool to see the right reactions. Again, I don't know much about the teams we're only getting listening now, but from someone that I didn't know was like that vocal.
You do agree that like it doesn't happen often enough, right? Like I'm not saying listens, but those kinds of reactions don't feel like they happen often enough.
It's especially since a map goes out and comes back in, it's crazy. It's just like we had it with Paul for a little bit. I'm just like, bro, why is no one like re-clearing the opposite main to like if they take B main control, just re-clear A main control, see if they're there. Like I don't see it enough at all. And I think it's just like that month period where a map comes back in and people have just forgotten, or it's just overwhelming, or I don't know. But it definitely doesn't happen enough. But it's just like a knowledge dev as well.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
It's the same thing as B site Lotus when teams just sit in the bomb site, even though the door behind them is opening. They don't have broken control. They have no C-Link control. They have no B Heaven control. They just sit and
you wait to get
tilts.
Back.
I just already know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But how do they not know what's going to happen next? Like they're gonna lose the round. That's what bothers me. Because not one person is saying we need to fight something right now. Like that those little things is what I think teams need to start focusing on, because it's falling apart too often. This split that I've watched, at least.
I agree.
All right, well, a lot of positivity. Let's talk about the America Stage 1 playoffs and predict some of these games. First, we'll take a look at the viewer report card as well, actually, because last week you had the match of the week. It was FURIA 100 Thieves. Now you can probably take a guess at who they predid. Yeah, okay, 67% for FURIA. I don't blame you for this one, but yeah, that's going to be incorrect. The bonus match of the week, though, now that one went a little bit better. You had Sen and RG. And for this one, how tight was this actually? Okay, still a pretty heavy majority there, and it was a close game. So actually, well, okay, but you got it right. So that's all good. And let's see what the grade is for the final week. All of that added up. Oh, it's not. Well, listen. I mean, it's okay. It's okay. C+. It's usable. It's workable. McDonald's application, they'll take it. You know, like it's fine. It's all good. But let's get into the Preds. Let's talk about the matches. I don't know which one's going to be the match of the week for this one. Let's for the playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of really good games. We're going to do a playoff pick'ems after the Preds, but we just want to get the Preds out now for the matches that we actually know. So let's start with FURIA versus Lev as our opening match. Don't know if this one will be like match of the week. Maybe it is, but
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Audio listeners, that's everybody going FURIA. So
Actually surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Everyone
Yeah.
went FURIA?
Yeah, I just think they're gonna get antied. That's it in terms of Lev.
I think also Bind out of the
Bind.
pool.
Yeah, Bind's the
Furia's
big one.
that's Furia's permaban, by the way.
Yeah.
And they have a problem on Breeze. Lev also have a problem on Breeze. So yeah, if Furia doesn't even want to deal with Breeze, they can just ban it. And Lev's best map is Bind. So I think the veto is pretty favored.
Yeah, I think the Vita's fair. The only thing that like fully worries me is just the individuals, man. They can obviously win because of the individuals.
Yeah.
Like in Lev, they're just so good.
The other thing I'll say, I think that Furia's attack has only struggled against teams that are proactive in defense. So that's the only like big win con in my mind where Lev is generally pretty proactive on defense. So it
Depends how they're
could,
proactive though as well. 'Cause,
yeah, it could. Because
if the teams on defense are giving away too much, they're going to call a good reaction always, Furia, because they always know what's going on. But against a team like, I mean, I don't know, like Crew, when they played against them, Crew were just contacting up for the initial like 10 seconds, only using 1 or 2 pieces of util, and they didn't have a clue. They were lost there. So you are right. It's like the one major concern. This one's a weird one because I think both teams have stuff to improve on from their recent games.
yeah,
So,
I agree.
yeah, I don't know which way it's going to go. I don't know if I want to say this is the match of the week, though. It might be the next one, to be honest.
I think this will be a banger, though, for sure.
It should be a good game. Yeah, it should be a good game. All right, let's go for the next one then. G2 versus 100 Thieves. And this one, I mean, I don't know what to expect from this one. Okay, 50-50 split. No guarantee.
I thought I was going solo on this.
It was a pleasant surprise. Yeah, me and Sliggy have gone for 100 Thieves. Zikz and
I think the momentum is going to carry, huh?
And G2.
I'm kind of just hoping, man. It's kind of just hoping, dude. I think, like, logically, I do think the G2 are obviously favorites and they should win this, but I'm just looking at playoffs, man. Playoffs in every region's been unbelievable right now. All the underdogs are winning. I would give this like a 60-40, and that's 40% is all right. I think that the game plans are good enough from 100 Thieves that they can steal some maps. So that's where I'm at. Just
don't think G2 loses to a single team in Americas. Like, I just don't.
That's
Like,
all?
I just don't think they lose to... I don't even think they lose to NRG. I actually don't think they lose to 100 Thieves or Sen or anyone. They're not losing to anyone.
Yeah. The thing that is also worrying me is the 100 Thieves lose Bind as well.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
Yeah, true.
It's not great logic with this pick, but it's just pure belief.
Yeah, I've got a lot of faith in the coaching staff on 100 Thieves. I think they've got great ideas. I think they clearly have got good prep from their previous games. They've been improving week to week. And one of the things that really sold me on 100 Thieves even more, I think, there was one of the players, I think, had an interview after their win, and they were talking about the loss that they had to Sen. I can't remember which player it was. I wish I could. But they were talking about the loss to Sen, and they were talking about how they just were nervous. They weren't playing like themselves at all. And then that was their wake-up call from that point on. And then you could visibly see the improvements, actually, from week to week. That was all the way back in week 2. And since then, all the shakiness has gone out of them. They've been quite drilled, I think. So I've got high expectations for 100 Thieves. I was already on a bit of a quite down on G2.
I'm happy to be wrong about this, honestly. Like, G2's been running this region for too long.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will see. We will see. I mean, 50-50 split, pretty good.
Yeah, I
Zikz,
think
anything to say? Yeah.
Bind gone from the pool, I think is pretty big. There is another veto advantage with G2. So I do think it's going to be a very close series. These are probably 2 of the teams that I feel pretty confident about, like being good teams. So
What about this Phoenix Breeze?
Phoenix Breeze?
Think that stays?
I don't know. I was thinking, actually, I am curious to hear everybody's take on that. Like
I love a Breeze Phoenix.
What happens
Really?
in the world? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask the question. What happens in the world where they get matched on their harbor wall timing and they just get hard stuffed? Because we didn't really see that happen. I think in almost.
You're saying
any
they're
round.
on attack and
Yes.
G2's defense?
Because
I
they
mean,
really
yeah,
have like that
like
one
a-
go timing, and then they have like some, I guess like some extra extra
Yeah, I feel like
slice
there's less
utility.
options. I do agree.
Yes,
There's
yes,
less
it's like-
options to be able to recover the round at that point.
If they get red on that one timing, they end up getting a bit unlucky.
Yeah.
They get matched on the harbor wall. What happens? Like that's
I think
kind
an
of
opera is
what
about to
I'm
have a
curious
field
about.
day with them. It's just there's no way. An opera just doesn't shit on them here. There's just no way. Andre's about to shit on them.
I do like the theory of the Phoenix, though. I think it makes a lot of sense on Breeze. Teams are not often, other than the B main orb, but like you can get at yours pretty often. You can build up your ult pretty often.
Yeah.
And right now, what we're seeing in post plants on Breeze is just any like good harbor players are using their smokes to try and cut off the choke from like the box to pyramid on A, for example, when they get into the post plant, just making it really awkward for the retake to commit. Phoenix Wall can do the same thing. It can also get you into places too. I think it actually makes a lot of sense in terms of the theory. It's just all about how they apply it as well. My major concern that I didn't really think about as well, and I still don't know. I don't know what patch we're playing on for playoffs, but G2 have been indexing away from Neon entirely, pretty much, from what we've seen recently. And 100 Thieves haven't.
That's
And
actually.
so,
I was about to say G2. Like, I feel like it's becoming less chaotic currently, like than it was at the beginning of the year. Obviously, right?
Yeah,
like
it is.
the game is stabilized a little bit. I feel like playstyles have stabilized. I feel like rounds are being played out less chaotically from start to finish now, especially like outside of post plants and retakes, which are always going to be chaotic. But I feel like it's stabilized. So that's another reason why I think I just favor G2. I feel like it's going to be at their pace.
But do you feel like that's because people are running Vice so much?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
in general, I think there's a lot of stopping power and also not giving up too many picks early, not too much aggression on defense side as often, at least not 1v1 aggression
Sure.
as often.
Yeah, because I feel like this chaos is still there in like the other regions. Where it's
Yeah.
like, okay, cool.
okay. I'm down to
I
make
do
this
hope-
match of the week, though.
I do hope we get. Yeah, this is match of the week. I hope we get a
Yeah, I
breeze,
agree.
man. I want to see the breeze. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be good. We'll be good. All right, let's dive into playoffs. The pick'ems itself, because we've gone for a while actually with this segment. It's been a long episode so far, but let's go. Let's run it through. And I mean, we're probably gonna have some controversial takes here. Now, the way we usually do this is that nobody walks away happy. So probably gonna be part of the course. We were all unanimous with the FURIA Lev, so we've already got that locked in there. Even though we felt like it wasn't a guarantee. But that's just the case. But for G200 Thieves, even though I brought it 100 Thieves, the arguments you guys were just
Wow,
making.
You're instantly out of here.
No, I don't. Well,
I mean, realistically,
yeah.
it's just the bind is the
It's the
nail
Yeah, I
in
think
the
the
Yeah,
bind
yeah.
is the biggest thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
The bind
it's
is
just the nail in the
biggest thing for me.
coffin.
Sure, clicked you too.
Clicked
Friend
you
wants
too.
out. I get it.
No, it's okay.
That's fine, you don't have to explain
I'm
yourself.
sorry. I'm sorry. It's a compelling argument. That's all I'm saying. Do we want to do the lower games first and then move our way back up? So
Sure.
Lev NRG, that would leave us into this spot here.
Oh,
That should
wow.
be an absolute banger. How the hell do you even pred that?
So what-
Lev losing their
NRG
bind. We go back
first.
to the bind argument?
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, I'm taking NRG for sure
Taking energy here.
Does it bind?
because of bind. Yeah.
Yo, energy did not look that solid. in general.
I agree.
No, I mean,
I ju-
honestly.
okay, I'm gonna be honest. I think
Okay,
almost all of
what
playoffs
does energy
hasn't looked
even
that solid.
pick?
Like map wise.
Yeah.
well,
What do
let's
you
see.
even like? What do you pick? What even looks great? Nothing looks great. It looks pretty okay. Like it's okay.
With how bad everyone. Oh no, Lev
Fracture, I guess.
Lev have a good fracture though. Well, at least attack side.
Yeah. I like the
I gotta
Lotus.
go.
Yeah,
I'm-
I
I'm-
like
I'm-
NRG.
I like
personally, I'm
NRG's
sorry. I'm
Lotus.
going Lev. I'm sorry.
I like
think,
NRG's Lotus.
Really?
I
I'll let
just.
you-
Uh,
This is hard, dude.
It's actually hard. I think all of these playoff matches, by the way, are the most impossible to predict after how these last 2 weeks
You want to flip a coin?
have kind of unfolded.
We can flip a coin.
It's
I think
actually
form wise, I'm going with Lev. I have
crazy.
to. I'm sorry. In general,
Okay,
Sure.
Lev.
Sure.
I want to go
sure.
for NRG.
that's fair.
Zikz is
That's
undecided.
fair.
go-
I think either pick is good here.
I think it's very close.
Lev.
Lev.
I'm down to go with the majority here.
Okay, but
Just
you're
lean
the
into
decider.
Lev. Oh,
You are the
You going Lev?
decider, man.
Okay.
I'll
All
go
right,
with
we're going
Lev.
Lev.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Damn.
Lock it
Sure.
in. Lock it in. All right. 100 Thieves loud. If this ends up happening again, another good game. This playoffs is going to be stacked, actually.
Oh, it should be so good, man.
Oh my
It'll
god.
be
100
good.
Thieves loud.
It's
oh
hard to
boy.
call.
Yeah. I'm going to assume the team.
Haven's
that's
gonna
had
be a
more
shit
reps.
show on this.
Is this the day after? Straight away?
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
go aloud.
Go loud because 100 Thieves. You think they wouldn't have time?
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think that's
I'll take that
reasonable.
argument. Let's do it.
It's a different skill set when you get into tournaments. You
Okay.
gotta prep
Yeah,
within a
that's
day.
Plus the way the other regions are going. I mean, this is all makes sense right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Dude, I'm looking at all of them thinking, man, none of this makes sense, dude. London is stacked up to be one of the weirdest events ever. Should be awesome.
Yeah.
100 Thieves just beat Crew and FURIA, and we have them bombing out of
No,
playoffs
I mean
instantly.
it's stupid, isn't it? It's fucking stupid when you say it like that, man. It is stupid.
That is actually
Well,
that is too much.
You guys can be logical and pick 100 Thieves and it goes to a coin, right? That's on
No, I mean it's just funny. It's
Nah,
just
Loud is gonna walk
funny
their
to
way
know
into,
that that's
they're
the
gonna at least
situation
walk
we're
their way into
staring
top
at.
four.
Like that's just a funny situation to look at, you know.
Well,
Dude, they haven't lost with their new roster. Right?
Loud,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, they're
since they got out of the
undefeated.
end. They've been looking good.
You guys are
They've been
down in the
improving a lot.
undefeated team?
Been improving a lot. I do.
Yeah.
Listen, the arguments.
I think it's true. I mean, the fact that they only have 1 day of prep, it could get weird. So I
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to go with Loud there. I agree. I agree with that argument.
Okay. All right. I'm down. Let's fucking do some weird shit. MIBR FURIA. My God. My God. I mean, I'm assuming, okay, FURIA have probably improved if they're beating Lev here. They've fixed a lot of the stuff they're working on. MIBR coming in cold into the playoffs off the back of getting fucking smacked around by Envy. I'm thinking that this is a FURIA win. That's
Really?
what
I'll
I'm
go
believing.
MIBR here.
MIBR?
Really,
Yeah, the bounce back.
I don't know, man.
I think FURIA. Furia's permaban is getting deleted from the map pool. I think that is very nice.
We got to
They
go
get to
MIBR.
full sweep of one of their
50-50?
We got to go MIBR.
That's
They're
nice.
playing
That's
for
a
their
good
lives. They
counterpoint.
cannot. They're not allowed to lose, man. That's
Yeah,
how I
dude,
see it. They're just
it-
not allowed to lose anymore.
The
It
team's
feels-
dead.
Listen, I don't have any internal information, but I'm watching these reacts. I'm watching the team. There's something sour in the air with MIBR right now.
You don't
I
like the
know,
vibes?
They got to fix it quick.
Dude, if they
Yeah.
lose this, they have to get top 2.
No, someone's giving
in
the Guardiola
stage 2.
speech to them, bro. I'm telling you, they're gonna be all right.
Yeah, they're gonna. Dude, they got a free.
doing
They
it,
got a
though?
freebie.
I don't know who's doing it. Maybe even Tex at this
Text for
point.
his.
Anyone.
Yeah, text for his job.
Do you think Tex is in the position to give that speech?
Maybe not. Maybe not. Someone's got to do it though. I just don't think they are allowed to lose. Let's put it that way. There's too
Yeah.
much at stake
It's too much pressure.
overall for them. They need to regain momentum, and I
Yeah.
do think there's no choice but for them to qualify. Like they don't have a choice.
To
What
play-
about 50-50?
To play devil's advocate, that was kind of the shoes they were in when it came to this Envy match. Probably supposed to be their easiest match.
Right, but they
They-
got the loss out of the way.
Yeah, and they fought, and they came
So
in
it's like
thinking
a
then.
like a
what I
wake up
mean?
call kind of
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Everybody
You know?
gets in a
And
circle.
now,
team
now the
talk.
dragon awakes.
Big team talk happens. They
Yeah.
beef it out
Aspas
for a
is
little
not
bit.
missing 2 events in a row, guys. Let's just come on.
Okay, sure. MIBR. Let's go.
Come on, guys.
No, you're swayed that easily?
Sure. No.
Bro,
I've
we
been.
could've left this up to a coin flip.
I've honestly been. I've been in those shoes. I know exactly what they're talking about. You do sit there after a loss like this. You probably talk it out.
It's life-changing.
Everybody
It is,
flames
yeah.
each other a little bit, and they say, "I don't like this about you," but they all work it out. Everybody's open, and then they fix it going into the next match.
It's such a
it's
bad
happened
loss
before.
that they've changed all their routines. Everyone has changed everything.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold showers. Everybody's eating
Yeah.
blueberries in the morning. Trying to get
So-
their mental acuity up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Dude, I'll get outnumbered. I'm fine with it. I just wanted to see the coin at least once, but Crew G2.
You might get the coin here. You might get the coin here.
You might get the coin
Yeah,
here, but I'm going
I
G2.
might.
I'm going G2 as well.
Mm.
Actually,
going
wait.
I'm going
Crew, we have highlighted their proactivity sometimes can be overzealous and sometimes
think-
not as drilled. However, it could be the ultimate G2 counter that plays standard as they come.
I'll say as a team that would refight often, my team would always refight against G2. It is not possible.
Oh yeah, okay, then G2. Okay.
These guys are the most intentional holders in their macro game. It is the most annoying thing for a refight team to play against, at least in my experience.
True.
During the
Plus
meta
they
that we
will
tried to
anti.
refight. Exactly. I
So,
think that this is
so technically Crew is
this is a
too
G2
one-dimensional
sided
at this
style.
moment in time.
Yeah,
That G2 will
I
figure
think
them out.
so. The fact that they're
want to-
refighting long on Haven, already something that feels impossible. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
That scares me. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Yeah, the playbook is getting figured out. It's more of
Go
the fact
G2.
that it's
I'll go
just
G2 as
too
well.
readable. But hold on now. Wow, listen, hold on. Sliggy, who you going with?
G2, man. I was in.
Wait, I'm outnumbered again. All three of you are G2.
Wait, you think
Yeah, you need-
crew?
I'm
Mate, you got to
going-
get him in fast, bro.
I want to go.
You're out here
get it
taking
in
20
fast,
minutes.
bro.
You're taking
Everybody's
20
talking.
minutes,
What do you mean
Bren.
20 minutes? Everybody's talking, bro.
Yeah, get in
I'm the
before we
host.
started talking.
We want me
mate.
to
Get
fucking
in.
overrule all of you, bro? We got the finest minds in Valorant with me, and you want fucking Bren to override all of you?
Maybe you have some unreal argument. Go.
No, I do have an unreal argument. I mean, we've been highlighting G2 have not been good in these post plants whatsoever in terms of working off of each other, right? One of the things that I've been most impressed with crew is how they've been handling their retakes against teams in post plants. I think this team is phenomenal. The kind of like pump fakes, pausing, silence, flipping the door on Lotus, causing distractions, pulling players away. They perfectly play each other in that micro sense, that team fight sense. This team is phenomenal. I think they're the best in Americas right now at that concept. And it's one of the weakest things that G2 are currently struggling with. I think that there's a case to be made here that crew could just win it off of that alone.
I agree if it's a 5v5 post plant, but they'll refight before that and they'll lose the refight. That's the problem.
If they're ready for it, which, yeah, unless they adapt, unless they change it up and they don't end up, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
I think, yeah, I just think they'll win the default game if Zikz is correct, and it's just that hard to refight these guys.
Both teams also permaban fracture, so like the map pool is gonna be weird.
Lotus,
Like,
for sure,
G2's
will be
for
played.
sure banning. No, I think
G2's more than
banning
happy with Lotus. You think so? They're not going to play it? They're good on it. No?
They'll play it.
Really?
I think they play
Okay.
it, guaranteed.
Yeah, they'll play it.
If
I
EG were willing to
Has
play
crew
into
looked
it.
good on any map other than Lotus?
Bind.
Binds out of the pool.
And it's gone. Yeah, that's why I was laughing. Yeah, it's fucking gone.
Didn't
Have a
they? Is
look.
it Haven or am I just fully wrong? on this?
Haven, they've won a few times on.
Even
yeah.
they lost to EG.
They,
Yeah, everyone's losing to EG at the moment.
yeah, Haven, they did get 2 wins against 100 Thieves and FURIA, but yeah, I mean, this mainly has been Lotus, hasn't it? I don't know. I think the
I mean, I agree
fundamentals
with
of
you
this team-
if G2 are
There's
just
a world they play it,
constant 5v5 post plants and aren't really taking space in those post plants, there is a world where it's not like 100%
Oh, I don't think it's
G2,
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I just
But I
think
do
it's a
think G2 have
style
more.
mismatch a bit.
Bro, I'm down to be outnumbered
again.
again.
Yeah, I just
Run
think
it
it's
up.
like they get countered a little bit.
Whoa.
Run it up.
Bren, get your picking.
Crew Lev. Dude, at this point, Lev are in the lower bracket. They've already won versus NRG. They've probably been improving. Crew.
I'm crew every day of the
if
week.
if Crew have lost at this point, though, that means they haven't.
How's
What the
Zikz
fuck
beating
is
you,
going on
Bren?
here? How's it beating me
Bren.
to it? Because I'm running through the fucking. I'm going through the Mind Palace right now, following the train of these teams. If Crew have lost in this fucking upper situation as the #1 seed, that means they haven't fixed their shit. If they're in this position, which means they're going to be the worst team. They're playing against a team that's fucking just ended up playing like 2 matches and ended up fixing their shit.
Bren,
So-
you're overthinking it, mate. You got to just
I'm
pop them out.
overthinking it.
Yeah,
You're
pop
right.
them.
Okay, Lev.
Damn, I'm going crew.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't know. I just don't know. Does Sadak really just lose to these guys? No, right?
Is lower round 2 played within like the first like barrage of games, you know? Like, or
Yeah.
do they get a break?
They don't get a break.
Okay.
Lower round 3. is when you
Screw it.
get a
I'll
break.
go crew just for fun. I don't have an argument either way. I don't have an argument.
So what? Crew,
did-
and
6, what you got?
6. What you got?
Oh, I was saying crew.
Fuck you now.
Damn.
Crew
This
every
is
day of the
just-
week.
this-
I just think
okay.
crew with prep against Lev. Like I said, I'm worried about the set strat stuff. Crew doesn't have much time to prep, but I think that
Crew.
Once
crew,
again, I'm just
crew are coming
low
off the back
because
of a loss here
Lev
with
bind.
1 day to prep. Lev have literally
Lev
won the
bind.
game and have had a day to watch them lose.
Lev bind.
But think about what you said about G2 when you had them against G2. They still got all of that. They haven't changed the team.
I'm not running a ship here anymore. This is none of my decisions are mattering, man. It doesn't matter what I say.
Well, this will be even better for you if we're all wrong.
That's
I
true.
mean,
you should do your own
yeah,
one. Yeah, you should do your
true.
own
Do
one, and
my
then you
own
can tweet
one.
us all. Yeah.
Great idea. I don't use Twitter anymore, but yeah.
Don't use Twitter?
Oh,
Is that what you're
no.
unbanning me? Damn.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Turn a new leaf. I like you on Discord. I'll just DM you instead.
I
just
don't
gloating.
check Discord, mate.
you just guy just fucking hates me. Fury allowed. Fury allowed is I mean, I actually don't know what to think of this one.
Oh, that's actually hard.
I don't know because FURIA is reliable, but Loud is good. And if they beat 100 Thieves as well, Damn, this could be such a bad bracket. We might just lose in the initial part of the bracket.
Oh yeah, it's already done.
Cooked. Absolutely cooked. So what are we
Wait,
thinking? None of us know what the
EU
fuck to
won't-
do?
EU won't lose to these.
I agree.
Yeah,
Okay,
I have
fair.
a lot of faith in EU. Furia. Okay.
Although I would
Sweet.
say that is a very close match.
It is.
So we've got MIBR G2 qualifying for London immediately. That's what we're saying here.
Yeah. I
Those
think
are our first two
that's.
teams.
I think G2. I can't not have them qualify when they always qualify.
Yeah, okay.
They always just learn and improve, and they're ramping up, in my opinion. So I just don't see a world where pressure gets to them all of a sudden. MIBR just have no choice but to make it or their team dies. So it's a desperation at this point.
MIBR G2. What are we predicting? What are we thinking? No one knows?
I would say G2. I would say G2. I think that
Why do I
MIBR is
wanna-
not chaotic enough.
Not chaotic enough. Yeah, I can get on board with that. But then
don't
I
know,
think
they
MIBR
both-
will like the G2 style. I'll go MIBR.
Yeah,
as well.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
similar
Actually,
play
that's-
styles, and they
that's
both
fair to
fall
say.
apart in the chaotic situations. So there will be less chaos,
Yeah.
which can favor MIBR as well.
Mm.
But it also, this G2 is also just good, man.
I'm
I'll
ready
go
for the-
G2.
I'm ready for the coin to be brought out, to be honest.
I'll go
At
G2
this point,
personally.
I'm G2. I'm G2 as well.
G2,
I'm
Siggy,
MIBR.
MIBR. I'll go MIBR. Bring that. Get the coin out. Get the coin out. Come on. I don't want to think anymore. Let it do the thinking for me. What are we going for? Oh, MIBR.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
MIBR. Now that's not where
I have
my
no problem
brain
with
wanted to
that.
go, to be honest. But yeah, okay.
Cut. What are you
Listen.
doing?
Crew versus Furia as our lower round
Aye.
3. And this would be a decider for London.
Oh, that would be sick if it actually happened.
Yeah.
Yo, is it
That would
crazy
be
that I
sick.
think Crew just shits on them?
No, I was kind of feeling the same way. Well, not actually.
They
Shits
they
on
beat
them is
already.
kind of like.
It's like a little mean.
Well, I was thinking strong, but
It would be a rematch from week 3, and they did shit on them there. So I'm going to assume that Fury are capable of
I
cognitive
think this is a
functions and
matchup
learning.
diff. I think Crew just wins
yeah,
this.
I was gonna say the same. I think Crew's pretty smart when it comes to proactivity on defense. Furia's very good attacking team, but they kind of struggle because
Yeah, I think their
mostly
defense
play
is going to let them
clumped.
down.
They mostly play clumped and slow, which is like if a team rewalks you or like walks the opposite side, weak side, you're just gonna get stacked sights.
Unless
like,
Furia has a
constantly.
hero, a plus 40 hero, I think Crew wins this.
Yeah, I agree.
I'll back Crew. Sure.
Okay. Crew's going
What would you have picked, Bren?
Furia, because it's a rematch.
Damn, that was fast from you. Okay.
Yeah. The rematch, I'm assuming they would have learned from it. I'm not going to make
I
the
like
same
you're
mistakes.
the exact opposite of everything.
I've
we've picked.
yeah, actually, apart from like 2 matches.
What,
I've
we
been going
got to
against
let
Furia.
Bren pick first. He just has to pick first.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
is
yeah,
games?
yeah.
I'm gonna
All
sit
right,
back.
sure.
Wait, give him his time.
G2
Give him his time.
G2 Crew. I'll go Crew.
Oh, that's fast from you.
Yeah. No more hesitation.
This is a best of 5, right?
This is a best of 5.
Crew in a best of 5
best
versus
of 5.
G2? Nah, no world. G2.
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 Not a world. No planet. I'm trying, bro. I tried.
No, it's comical at this point. It's comical. This is fucking funny. All right, and then we've got.
Nah, Bren, you got this one. Go on.
I've got this one, have I? Okay. What if I go Crew?
Wait, why?
Wait.
Yeah, I mean, no, actually, Crew is just a secret agent. I'm go. At this point,
He said, I'm going Crew in the grand.
I'm going Crew. G2.
Yeah, back it. Actually,
That's no fucking way.
Okay, I mean, because upper final
MIBR
is BO3, right? And then grand final is best of 5. So it's the full.
Yeah,
map
but
pool.
think about it
with
this way.
MIBR's double ban, by the way. Keep that in mind.
That's true.
Okay, and
Yeah.
also context. MIBR already lost a reverse sweep grand final. What was
So
the grand
it's not
final?
happening
It was
again,
lower bracket
right?
final, right?
oh,
they
I
lost a
forgot
lot
about
of
that
them, man.
one. Yeah,
They
There's
lost
no
a
way
lot
they
of them.
allow that to happen.
yeah, they lost all of them. They actually don't win best of 5s.
There's no way. There's no way.
This no way you allow that to happen is gonna
No
come
way.
back. It's gonna come back to bite you so hard.
Yeah, I go G2 here.
Nah,
I go G2.
MIBR, baby.
I
Let's
go
go.
I go G2.
Damn.
I go G2.
G2 then. All right, that's it. Lock it up. Lock it up.
Wow, G2's still running the scene. We couldn't stop
Perfect
it.
breads.
can't stop
Perfect
that.
breads. This is some fucking bullshit.
This is a
Okay.
banger, like, playoff, though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it
good.
is.
Like,
It
just
is
looking
good.
at the teams, almost every matchup is hard to actually know. Just
It could,
at all.
every game could go either
It's
way.
close.
Yeah.
It is close.
Yeah.
Every match.
Because form-wise, I just don't know where everyone's at. You just never know.
I loved the like 3 week into Americas. I was like, I got Americas sussed for sure. And then week 4, week 5, I'm like, what the fuck is going on, man? I don't know who's good anymore.
No, it should be very exciting stuff. Let's wrap this up. We've been going for a long while. Wyatt's Weekly Award, a final segment, the most important segment, as per usual.
Dude, where's my res? Oh, hey. Didn't see you there. That's why it's Weekly Award.
Okay. You can give this to a couple of players. I quite like Kurt's suggestion, though, which is just Eggster and MV. And then one final look before we exit the show, the receding hairline. Again, this is going to be a jump scare. Any young man watching this one, be very scared, because this is what your future looks like. But yeah, shout out to Envy, shout out to Eggster. They sent him off. That was quite nice. And gave Euro 100% win rate in Americas for stage 1. Any counter arguments to that?
No,
No.
dude,
I
I
mean,
respect him so much for like how honest he was about everything, and like, you know, just his enjoyment of the game kind of declining due to just Yoru not being, you know, it's very hard for someone to be that honest and that upfront, I think, about a situation where their career is just ending instantly, almost, you know, like it's close. It's a big deal, and he's gotten a lot of shit, and he's still taking it in stride, so I respect that.
Yeah, and dude, he really did, like, so many people when they were learning Yoru would just watch his stuff. Like, he for sure had the best flashes and came up with the best flashes.
Yeah.
So he
And for a
did lot
young
of
man
cool
to make a
stuff.
decision that big, you know, it's hard. It's hard to do.
And he's a patch away from making a comeback.
Yep. He can come back anytime.
Well, you predicted the Euro buff.
Maybe
Not happening
2029.
for 2 years. Telling you that now.
2029.
I
You
do have
don't
a
know.
question though. How
3
bad?
years.
Do you guys think Neon changes at all with this so far? Like with the nerf so far?
A little. I actually think they nailed it, because I think it's a little bit, but it's still like very, very strong, which means that the teams qualifying for London aren't going to get too wrecked because they can kind of play the same stuff. I think the best thing about all of this is the shotgun nerf, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Good
It's
change.
the best thing ever.
Yeah.
It's actually the best patch they've ever done, I would say, for the shotgun.
Yeah, I agree. I actually like
Yeah.
it. I thought they were
Okay.
going to tweak like pull-out time with the shotgun, but the making it a stationary thing also solves like the defense shotgun being okay. You know?
Yeah.
It's just situational now instead of complete bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. Shorty jumping into every smoke.
Dude, it's going to change a lot. It's actually going to change
yeah.
so much.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. All right. Let's wrap this up because my head's getting cold. So, yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Appreciate you coming on for this. Thank you, Zikz.
Yep.
Thank you, Sliggy. As per usual, Plat episode 264. Make sure you tune in next week. Probably going to be breaking down playoffs, actually. I don't really know what we'll be looking at. But, yeah, make sure you tune in then, and we'll see you all next week. So, bye-bye. Bye-bye.